you'll find your way out. Oh, it won't seem way out. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and today we are going to be discussing the current ICE situation. Did we predict this entire thing? Was this something that we knew already? When we talk about ICE, and you have people like politicians that pretty much said, "Hey, look, this is what's going to go down. This is what's about to happen." And people ignored it. When we have the law enforcement situation that is constantly happening, with how law enforcement has gone on about things. Pretty much, I believe that it was already predicted. Right now I'm trying to figure out, because I'm having some technical difficulty. Let me make sure. Can you guys hear me? Is everything okay? I think I see people coming in. All right. So here we go. Welcome to the conversation. So I want to play a video. We're going to be talking about this whole thing when it comes to the prediction. Did we predict this? I believe definitely we did. Welcome to the panel, Dewaya. How are you doing?
Well, I've got peace of mind.
Amen. Right. So before we get into what you're going to say, let me just show, did we predict this? And I want to give a shout out to Lori Daniel Favors for her live that she did where she discussed it. We pretty much did predict it, so let's go.
And I really am just sort of in a I told you so kind of mood. We told you so kind of mode. So forgive me if it feels a little tongue in cheek, but there's some things that I want to be really clear about. Do you guys remember a woman by the name of Kamala Devi Harris? Anybody remember Kamala Harris? Remember when Kamala Harris was talking about what Donald Trump was going to try to do if he was allowed to get back into office? Remember when outlets like The Hill and other like Axios and a number of even the progressive websites were saying that she was lying when she said that the military was going to be sent after us and that Donald Trump wanted to come after the enemy from within? Well, oddly enough, I feel like she might have been onto something. Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, let's get this clip where we've got Kamala Harris talking to us about what was going to happen if the people elected Donald Trump again. Let's take a listen.
It's a serious issue. He is saying that he would use the military to go after them. Think about this. And we know who he would target. And we know who he would target because he has attacked them before. Journalists whose stories he doesn't like. Election officials who refuse to cheat by filling extra votes and finding extra votes for him. Judges who insist on following the law instead of bending to his will. This is among the reasons I believe so strongly that a second Trump term would be a huge risk for America and dangerous. Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged. And he is out for unchecked power. That's what he's looking for. He wants to send the military after American citizens.
Wow. It's this thing about being right and being able to say, I told you so. I know it's petty, but I'm a petty sister. I got a lot of petty in me, and I have petty ancestors. We now know that over the weekend, when we got news of the latest shooting in Minneapolis, and I can't even say it's the latest shooting because I just saw reports earlier today of a woman who was running away from ICE agents. I don't know if she was a part of a community watch group. We just know that she was running away from them, her hands in the air as she's running, and then she ends up falling to the side because they shot non-lethal weapon, and so her hand is damaged. We see her collapse to the ground. They are proactively shooting at people.
I'm sorry. Did you want to say something, Brother Dwyer?
Oh, no. Go ahead on.
Oh, okay. I just
I'm
want.
li-
This is
I'm
the intro.
listening.
Yeah.
With lethal ammunition or non-lethal ammunition. But we also saw, all of us, and if you haven't seen it yet, I'm not going to show you an image of it right now, but you look up what happened to Alex Preddy. What we now know about this 37-year-old ICU nurse who worked for the VA is that he was somebody who cared for people. We know that he had a weapon on him, which I was pretty sure Americans were down with that. I was pretty sure that the NRA and that the American populace was excited about people being able to carry weapons. Remember when y'all said Barack Obama was going to take your weapons, and then you said Joseph Robinette Biden was going to take your weapons? Surprisingly, it's not that, because after Alex Peretti showed up at this community intervention where they basically observing, he had a weapon on his side, which he has a permit for. He was observing what was happening. In his hand was a camera, and as he sees another person, a woman, being shoved by ICE, she is then being pepper sprayed. He goes over to help her and puts his body between the person pepper spraying her and her. Next thing you know, he is sworn by officers, beaten within an inch of his life. And I was like, is that a black man that they have on the ground? Because I couldn't understand what was happening. I thought it was a white man. We saw it first, but then they were beating him the way that y'all like to beat on black people. And so I thought, well, this is what is happening here. Next thing we know, we see his weapon being removed from him, and there is now enough footage, enough videos to show that the ICE agents were able to disarm that man, and then they shot 10 shots into his body, killing him. Then what was so crazy is the way the guns rights activists, where were the Second Amendment activists? Where's the NRA? We now know, according to reports like the Washington Post and an article entitled "Minnesota Shooting Scrambles America's Gun Debate," the reality is they want to say that we have the right to bear arms, but the only people they want bearing the arms are the white narcissists, the nationalists, the whites, who are in alignment with Donald Trump's white narcissistic wet dreams. And
So I just wanted to just stop it right there and really talk about this. We have been talking about the police force and the militarization of police since when people were getting, Trayvon Martin and this, that, the other, right? And now you have, and even on my channel, I constantly say that all this is moving towards is a militarized police force. All this is really moving towards is that they're trying to get you used to seeing people getting, just showing this force, this new force. And it's even getting so crazy. It's even getting so crazy that when they went to investigate this thing, do you know that actual local law enforcement were turned away and not able to investigate what happened? So now ICE, who does not have an investigation arm, can now turn away the people investigating the crime. This is what I'm talking about. This is crazy. And just the other day, I was talking about how they are beginning to also target children. I told y'all that people I even got some people in the back chat telling me that I need to take the video down. Don't that But listen, there's a video that I had here. It had a young child getting the ICE actually was ramming into his little bike, and when he actually went to go say, "Hey, listen, I'm a U.S. citizen. I have my ID in the house," they did not allow him to go into the house and get his ID. They made him go with them, and they said, "We'll figure out who you are later." So that means your child could be outside playing. If you're if you could be a citizen, you could be a documented citizen, but if you look Mexican or you look like you're those people, then guess what? ICE will sort it out later. The person can have an ID, but if they see your child playing outside and he looks like he might be an immigrant, Somalian, Mexican, whatever, guess what? They are going to scoop that child up, take them to the immigration place, and figure out his ID later. So if you have any little teenagers or whatever, make sure they get their little ID so they can identify themselves on the spot, because they are detaining people left and right, including little young teenagers, children. They could be 13-year-olds, probably don't even have an ID. And you up there looking for your child, calling out your child. Where's your child? Where's my child at? And guess what? He's at the ICE. You think he got kidnapped, but ICE then came and got him. This is the type of stuff that's going on, and people are saying that this is what they wanted. I don't think this is exactly what you want. It's not what you want. So before I go any further, I have a special guest here who really wants to break this whole thing down. Brother Dariah, aka Reverend Whoop-Ass, what are your thoughts on this whole situation?
I don't have no thoughts on it. I have facts.
Go ahead.
On this situation. I have no thoughts on it because I know that people that look like me and you don't know anything about America and how America is run. I know you don't understand the federal government. The federal government rules America. Don't Trump, any president, not just Trump. Trump happened to be the president. He wasn't elected. He was appointed by the federal government. Now, the next question you ask yourself, who is the federal government? You don't vote on the federal government, and nobody look like me and you know who the federal government is. If the federal government tell you to shut your churches down and don't go to it, you obey it. If the federal government say interest rate go up and go down, you obey who the federal government is saying. Am I correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so ICE works for the federal government. ICE is what they call federal regulators. They going back to what it was, the Constitution that was wrote by 72 Masons in 1776. And Lodge number 1, you're going back to that Constitution where the federal is going to take over everything in the United States and run it up under federal laws, not state laws, not constitution laws. If you get in the federal, if ICE stop you, first of all, you got no business protesting. They want you to do that. You ain't got no business interfering with the federal government of what they say they're gonna do. If you do that, you got 2 chances. Either you're gonna get killed or beat half to death. This is what's going to happen to you right here while you looking at it. With all this protests and stuff, you playing right into their hands. See, because you messing with the federal government and you don't understand who the federal government is. You cannot, when a policeman stop you, the federal government, I stop you, you don't have any rights. You got one right. You know what that right is?
What, freedom of speech? Just whether you say something or not?
No, you got one right, the right to remain silent. Let me explain what silent is. That means don't open your mouth, because the minute that you open your mouth with that hot Democrat mouth you got, then you send yourself up to get beat down or killed. And ain't nothing gonna be done to them, because you ain't got but one right. And that's the right to do what the federal government tell you to do. And that's to remain silent if his agents stop you. And all of these Democrats, young Democrats, they got you with this hot mouth, and you out there talking trash, and you ain't got now gun, he gonna kill you. I'm telling you just like it is, not like it was. He gonna kill you. How I know this is I'm retired federal military. The president is the commander in chief for all the military, and he's also the chair spokesman for the Council of Foreign Relations. This country is ruled by 3 groups: the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral, and the Bilderbergs. The Bilderbergs is the Mesmerite Jews. That's who run this country. This is who the federal government is, that you don't know anything about, that tells you what to do, what not to do, when to do it, everything. And see, when you get out there running, what is going to go down is everything that's in America. That's the reason I wanted to say, who is America? America consists of 37 countries. North America, South America, Central America, Caribbean America. Greenland is in North America. What is going to happen before the end of this year, because this is the 250th birthday of America, what is going to happen is that all the countries that's in America is going to come up under federal rule of America. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? You're going to come up under the rule of, because we're getting ready for the New World Order. And this is what's been to go down. And they ain't going to be playing with you. It's just now starting right now. But as it escalates in every city, he already told you he's going to enforce the Insurrection Act. Once he do that in your city, then here come martial law. The next thing, because you ain't going to stop doing what you're doing. Here come martial law. That's when he bring the troops in and give you a curfew, and you ain't going to get off the street. That's when they going to kill you. They're going to make a believer out of you. I'm telling you what I know for a fact. This ain't no hearsay or they say. This is a fact. They done did it before. They can finna do it again. The federal government is finna take over running America, and it ain't nothing you can do about it because you ain't got no military. You ain't got no ammunition factory. You ain't got no airplane. They got all the military in the world, and the military gonna do exactly what the federal government tell them to do. If they don't do it, they're gonna put you on a firing squad and kill you.
So let me ask you a question. When we talk about like Minnesota, and now they are revving up their National Guard to, I would say, I'm not sure whether they're going to try to
The
enforce.
National Guard is controlled by the federal government. It ain't controlled by the state. The reserves is controlled by the federal government.
So
Google it. Google it and see. Ask Google who controls the National Guard and the reserves. You come up under federal control first, not state control. They work for the Fed. Whatever the federal government tells you to do, you finna do it. And if you don't do it, they're gonna kill you or beat you almost half to death. You can get ready for it. It's just now it ain't escalated. Protocol number 7 tell you when the Democrats become a mob form of government, and you're a mob form of government in certain cities, it ain't all over yet. It ain't in every city. But once the major cities start with this mob form of government protesting, then they finna when they put martial law on you, that's the end of the story. And they would kill you. You ain't got no business or no protest with your children. You ain't got no business there with yourself, not unless you got a death wish. And I'm telling you this.
Minnesota, Tim Rye, I think his name is, he actually has this whole thing of the Minnesota National Guard. I'm not sure if they have their own National Guard that they
every state got its own National Guard and reserve. Every state. I'm retired Navy. I spent 30 years in the military. Ain't nothing about the military I don't know. I've taught sniper school and scout school. I know what the military would do to you. I'm telling you this. You don't have to believe me or nothing that I say. I don't trying to convince nobody. I'm just sharing information with you. Your ears done heard what I said, but your eyes ain't seen all of what I've said, but it done start seeing what I'm saying. And see, me and Cole been teaching this for the last 20 some years. We already know that it was coming on the 250th year of the birthday of this country being America. It ain't gonna go no further than 250 years of it. That's what it was made for. That's what's the Great Seal of the United States of America belonged to the Scottish Rite Illuminati Masons. That's who in control. That's who we the people is. You are a citizen of the United States. America cares somebody look like me and you as emancipated slaves. But when you went with Jesse Jackson and declared yourself a Black African American, well, everything that the Negroes that was colored people, when you came up under nothing but straight federal control, you lost it. They took everything away from you because you classify yourself as an American right now. You don't classify yourself as a Negro that was a colored people. People your age don't even know what a Negro that was a colored person is. And he's 50-something years old with a doctor's degree. I tested people out that's in their 50s all the time. I ask them, you know what a Negro that's a colored person is? They don't know.
So here's the question. Here's the question. Now they have this thing called FBA, Foundational Black American. And I think that what they think that by delineating, it'll exclude them from what is going to come down with the federalization of the federal government. What do you think?
What do America care? Somebody look like me and you is an ex-emancipated slave with certain rights. You have certain rights. You had that until 1970. And to when Jesse Jackson said he was no longer a Negro that was a colored person, he was a Black African American. It didn't come into, the federal government didn't approve of that until in the 80s, the late 80s and 90s, they started putting it on the census. You've been tricked. Because if you'd have stayed with the towel, see, America go by towels. If you stayed with the towel, you'd have had affirmative action. You ain't got it no more. Everything that they give you, they done took it back away from you. Just for one simple reason, you following Martin Luther King and Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, and that was by design. All of that was by design. I'm 80 years old. I done watched all of this stuff coming up. Plus I done studied it, and I'm a Mason. And I know how I got their book on how they operate. And me and Cole been studying this over 50 years. That's the reason I'm sharing the knowledge with you. You don't have to believe anything I say, but that's when it comes down. And if you out there opening your mouth and protesting, when they stop you, don't say a mumbling word. If you get stopped by the police right now, you have the right to remain silent and go to court with your case. If you open your mouth, he wants you to open your mouth so he can use force on you. You have to be smarter than him. Right now, you got to do counterintelligence is what it's called. You got to outthink him, because if you're not outthinking him, you're going to get killed, especially you with them hot mouths, them hot Democrat mouths. See, the Democrats done got your mouth too hot, and they finna disband all political parties because the Constitution does not make any provisions for a political party. The only party that makes provision for is the federal. Why do you think that you have to be a constitutional lawyer to interpret the Constitution? You ain't got nobody look like me that's a constitutional lawyer. Barack Obama was supposed to be one, but evidently he ain't now because he ain't interpreting the Constitution. You got to know what was, they going back to how it was at first. How it was first designed by them 72 people. In 1731, they started 10 governors, 3 trading companies. That's the 13 colonies, the Dutch, French, and England trading companies. They and the aristocrats started Lodge Number 1 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the city of brotherly love. William Penn was the governor. That's who we the people is. When 1776, somebody looked like me and you was on the plantation or the reservation, a renegade. Like my great grandfather, he was a renegade. That means that he was running from the law. He was an outlaw. They didn't put him on the reservation. So we are going back to that, going back to the original Constitution. America is fitting to be ran by the federal government and federal government only.
You
And
know
you
what?
might as well, and
And let me,
you ain't nothing you can do about it, because you ain't got no Air Force, you ain't got no military, you ain't got none of that, and you sure ain't got the firepower that no military man got. The military is going to obey what the federal government says, because if they don't obey it, then what they got? You got treason. They gonna put your butt on a firing squad, and they gonna kill. They gonna kill some soldiers to make an example out of them, so you will understand that they ain't playing about this. They ain't playing about this takeover. Donald Trump done told you he wasn't no more voting for president. He done already told you that. He wasn't. You didn't vote him in. Your voting, that was the biggest fraud in the world. That was the biggest hoax in the world, of you voting, praying and saying, lifting every voice, saying, "We shall overcome." All of that's a hoax. If what I'm telling you is facts,
let me also
and
show this.
if you don't think it's facts, keep on living.
I want to also show this because I did a show a couple days ago where I was discussing that this is not the first time that this has happened when it comes down to immigration, when it comes down to not only that, but like, how the children are even being affected by this. Let me show this video. So this is what's happening. These ICE,
They don't care about they don't care about your children. They don't care about nothing. They kill children.
exactly.
You, under,
There's a whole
you, don't,
trains that was a
you don't
bunch of
understand how these people. You don't understand how these people work.
right. Let me
It's
play.
either,
Let me just give you guys some
go ahead
context
on.
to this.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
Now this is an ICE detention facility.
And I've just been ordered to leave the premises. I've just been ordered to leave the premises, and she's yelling at me right now. So I'm gonna head back to my car and
So that is a
keep you abreast of
detention
it.
facility. So like I said, is that once again, so you just like you had the orphan trains back in the 1920s and the 1800s, the orphan trains. What's happening now is that ICE, they don't want to have another situation where you have a bunch of kids when they arrest these children. These children are just like street kids. So what now they're doing is that they're putting a bunch of children into these detention facilities. Now, how can you determine whose child? So what's going to happen is you're going to have a whole bunch of children that are displaced, separated from their parents, and you heard this sounds like a gang of children. This is not like just one or two children. This is like a bunch of children.
You can hear them shouting.
You hear this?
Yeah. Listen, sister.
Listen,
hear that?
Do you remember? Did you?
let us out. These are children here that this is happening to. So I want for everybody that was fighting against what I was saying when it came down to about what they did in the past with immigration and children, and how they let all these people in. The children end up running wild. They had these orphan trains. Then they had the orphanages, and then people were using these people for slavery and to like run their farms. Now this is happening. I believe it's a replay of the same thing that already happened before. So this is not something new. I just want to bring that as
It's not nothing new. I give you an example. They want your children for one simple reason. They're gonna take a child and put him in school from the first grade to the seventh grade. Then they're gonna give him an aptitude test, just like they do in the military, to see what you best qualified for. Where is your skills lie? Then they'll take that child and whatever his aptitude test said his skill, and teach him that skill, and you're gonna work for the federal government. You're gonna be housed by the federal government. This system over here has never been a democratic and a democracy form of government. This is a federal constitution republic form of government. It ain't no Democrat or democracy in that form of government. And that's what people can't understand. That's a Democrat. If you want a democratic form of government, go to England. But you in America now, and America is going back to a republic form of government, point blank. Your child will be educated on his ability. Them that don't match up, you're going to the P farm, meaning that you're going to go farm and grow food for America.
That's
And
what
they
I
going
said.
they going you can go and look how China is operated. We finna go to that system, exactly to that system. How China, if you know how China, the system that China use on the people that live there in China, we finna go to that type of system. Now, like me, I get paid by the federal government. If you're getting paid by the federal government, you don't have to worry about nothing. Not one thing do you have to worry about because you're paid by the federal government. I stay in federal housing. My housing is paid with the federal government, by the federal government. 2/3 of the housing, 2/3 of the workforce. Executive Order number 1100 that Kennedy wrote in 1960. He wrote 12 of them. They wasn't ready for the New World Order then because they wasn't going up under Catholicism. Kennedy was the first Catholic president. Biden was the second Catholic president. They wasn't going up under that system. You going up under the system of Yehudism, which is Zionist. And you go to world government and you see in world government, Zionism is world government. That's who rules the world. I sent you a chart on world government. I sent both of you guys charts on world government so you understand what I'm talking about. This thing is going to be, all nations going to come up under one government, what they call the New World Order. One government, one rule. Everybody going to be same. And that's, we finna go to that. A lot of people going to die before we go to that, but that's what is finna happen. In less than 3 years, you be there. I'm saying at the end of this year, you'll see, you'll be able to see after this 4th of July. See, the Masons, they work on a numbering system. 250 years, 5 and 2 is what? It's 7. That means it's perfect to do what they got to do.
So I have one more. I want to show you something. I want to get your opinion. I'm going to drop the link in a second. Wig girl. I'm going to give me 1 second. I want to play this video and get his opinion on this. But I think that this is this really a fight? I believe that this is like a beginning of because all these things they call them the American Patriots, right? And so now you have them that they are like trying to create like some level of a civil war. And I've been hearing of civil war ever since I was a child. You know, the militia and this, that, the other, different people like preparing for the civil war. Let me play this real quick.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. They fucked up. Okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You missed the fucking fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up.
So there's like this group and faction of Antifa, this thing called anti-fascist, and they are considered, I believe they're now be considered terrorists. They're the main people that are protesting. You have
sister,
what is that? Go ahead.
If you start a civil war, they would, in less than 48 hours, you'd be done lost it. Because they bring the military in, they bring tanks in. Why you think they reinforce all of the interstates? Do you know in less than 10 minutes, they can shut down every interstate that's in every city. In 10 minutes, you can't come in or out it. They put tanks up there on top of it. Why you think all these tanks is on these trains? They bring tanks in on you. You calling yourself a militia and stuff, they're gonna put the militia down. Really, they ain't expecting that. And I'm telling you, you finna get killed. A whole lot of people finna die. A whole lot of people finna die because you don't understand what's finna go down, and you're gonna be protesting and against it because that ain't the way you was brought up. The way you was brought up is finna change drastically, and you can get ready for it. Whether you cannot buck the federal government as we speak right now. You can't do it. If you do it, he gonna kill you or beat you half to death or put you in prison.
And what about the immunity of it all? So are people in the military and the federal government immune from the same rights as local? And do you think that's the reason why they made that immunity? Because when we have local law enforcement, people could get sued, all this other stuff, but all this does not exist with ICE. It's like pretty much, I mean, you can't sue them. There's no suing. There's no I'm gonna do a law. Let me speak to your supervisor. There's none of that. It's just it is what it is. Do what I say, and that's it. So
And that's it. That's what we coming to. All them old laws that was in there. You got the right to speech, the right to protest, all of that. That stuff finna go away, sister. Yeah, all of that stuff is gone.
So the question, so he said, so the federal government doesn't have a heart. Is that what you're saying, sir?
No, I'm telling you, they ain't got no love for you. This is ran by the aristocrats. This is ran by what they call the blue blood. Every country is ran by the blue blood. Every country belongs to a secret society. The Great Seal of America tell you what secret society America is. But I don't know too many people that know what the Great Seal of America is that look like me and you. They didn't teach you in school what it was. If you weren't a Mason, you didn't know.
So, so here's the thing. So guys, and if anybody from Minnesota is watching this, I hope that you are. All this, I'm gonna show you my ID, all this stuff like this, and trying to whatever. Listen, it doesn't matter. At this point, it don't matter whether you have if you're a citizen or not. If they're going to detain you, they're going to detain you regardless. This is not the same thing as the police.
Let's
say, they have the script.
Let me tell you.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you how the federal government look at you. If you are protesting, they classify you as a rebel against the government. They classify you as that. I'm bust up in you, sister. It's just the same in that. Here you is out there arguing.
I'm sorry, you're
Oh, that's my hair.
Oh, okay. Answer the phone. Go ahead, answer the phone.
Oh, that was my hair.
Go ahead and talk to him. I want to see if he'll come up because I think he could give some. Because I just sent him the link to his messenger.
Well, I have to hang up because I don't know how to do all this stuff.
Hang up and then come back. You know where the link, right? So
okay.
Go call him and because I want him to come up here. My hair, by the way, is ex-military. I want to hear from people that are ex-military because I'm like, you know what? This is more deeper than what we think it is. This is not. He's getting that call. But yeah, so let me go back to this video while he gets, because I want to get my hair on here. I have a lot of ex-military friends that know the ins and outs of what really goes down in these situations, because it's one thing to look at this from a basic standpoint. Let's see, can you guys hear me still? Because I think I lost the screen share audio. But it's one thing to look at this thing from a citizen standpoint, but with the military and all this militarization, you have to understand how the military works, and it does not operate the same way as the regular police force. They don't care if you have your ID. If they say you're going, you're going. There's no reason. You might as well just hang it up. You know, so let's go.
And so we are now in a situation where the Republican Party, a very pro-gun rights party, is weirdly and oddly saying things like, well, if you show up to a protest with a weapon that's fully armed, clearly you intended to be violent and to be dangerous, which is really weird because I remember Kyle Rittenhouse was a whole hero for y'all. I remember when Cliven Bundy and the Bundy boys was aiming their weapons at the FBI and they lived to tell about it. I remember when January 6th, it wasn't just what was happening at the Capitol. You had 9 other state capitals where white nationalists, white narcissists were showing up fully armed. I'm old enough to remember y'all talking about sending people with weapons to election poll sites. And what's crazy about this is we now have Kash Patel, who is the head of the FBI, him, Pamela Bondi, and all the rest of them went on the Sunday shows. They were on the news shows all weekend. You couldn't find a mainstream news channel without them on it, where they were talking about the fact that if you show up with a weapon, you are presumptively a domestic terrorist. Color me black to find out that when y'all was talking about the government wants to come and take your weapons, you were right, except you didn't acknowledge that it was your own side that was going to do it. Take a listen to Kash Patel and his Keystone Cop ass. Let's hear what he had to say.
As Christy said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence. We will, of course, always protect your First Amendment speech. And if you peacefully protest, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you have seen a trend here, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, in these protests turning into violent scenarios and people attacking law enforcement. That's when you go over the line, and that's when law enforcement steps in.
Is that when law enforcement steps in? I want you all to pay attention here. Below this tweet, you can see the community note, which says, under the Second Amendment and Minnesota Statute 624.714, permit holders may legally carry firearms in public, including during protests. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that public carry is a constitutional right. Carrying a firearm does not legally constitute inciting violence. And I thought that y'all were all in agreement about that. I thought the white narcissist, I thought that was one thing that y'all could agree upon, that it is every red-blooded white American's right to own a weapon, to carry a weapon he wasn't even brandishing, and they disarmed him and then they shot him on the ground. After beating him so bad, I was confused and thought he might not be a white. Maybe he was just a light-skinned, he did black.
So let's get into it. Hey, did Maher say he'll be able to come up or what?
Maher say he texts you. He say he'd be on in about 20 minutes.
Okay, great. All right. Cool.
What that young lady doesn't understand that you put on. Once, if you take a concealed weapon, a weapon period, to a protest, when they classify you as a rebel, that's a rebellion against the government, against the federal government. When you protesting, you rebelling against the federal government. Now, what part of that you don't understand? When you're rebelling against them, they will kill you. Beat your brains with a billy stick unmercifully. You cannot.
And hold on, can you explain why? Why is it that this? Because
if you got that, what I call a death wish, if you got that wish to be treated like that, keep on protesting. Keep on protesting, getting them in them. See, them agents gonna get tired of you getting in their face. You're gonna wear they patient down real thin, or you getting in their face, throwing stuff on them and stuff. They gonna retaliate. You ain't got no gun. They shooting you with rubber bullets. They gonna go to live ammunition. They shooting people with rubber bullets now, but they gonna go to live ammunition. When you protesting, you are rebelling against the government. You are rebelling against the federal government. What part of that an ignorant Democrat do not understand is how fast he gonna get killed. that's how fast he understand. He understand that. I guarantee you he understand that. And that's what it's finna come to.
Can you explain
That's
between law enforcement in the military, federal government versus local law enforcement? What is the difference between how they enforce the law and why is it so brutal the way that they do things?
well, see, the federal government rules in all the states. You up on the ain't no such thing as a blue state and a red state and all of that. The federal government controls all 50 states and all 37, all the territories that's in America, all them 37 countries that's in America. It comes up under federal government rule. Now, you got to ask yourself, who is these people? Who is these people with this power? They run America. They started America. And when Trump said they finna take back America, that group of people is finna take back what they started. And you with all of these rights that you think you have, you got the rights to do what the federal government say or pay the price. And that's as simple as I can get it. You either gonna do what they say do, or you gonna pay the price. You can pay it with getting beat to death, or them killing you. And they make an example out of you right now. It ain't escalated like it's gonna escalate because you gonna start a route and you bringing guns to a protest. Well, then you better be able to use them, but you're gonna get killed using them. But if you want to die, go out like that, that's your business.
So why do you think it's a Democratic situation versus a Republican situation?
Because who's protested? It says when a Democratic form of government, Democratic and Republican form of government, go through 4 stages. When they get in the 4th stage, which is it become a mob form of government. You are classified as the mob now. Trump is telling you on the news, it's the Democrats, you a mob. The Democrats, you a mob. This is a Republican form of government. This ain't no Democratic form of government. Ain't no forms of democracy or Democratic form of government in here. When you pledge allegiance to the flag, you pledge for the flag and to the republic for which it stands.
Tell me this.
What part of you that you don't understand?
I want to go into this real quick. Look this up. Have you noticed that a lot of these agents, these ICE, okay, are not even from America? They're actually like from other countries, actually as law enforcement in America. Like they're not even. Some of the ICE agents are not even from America. They're actually shipped in from other countries. That's what I think is interesting. It's like that, like just like the military can have a person that's not from America be in the military. It seems like ICE is now becoming its own like military force that is comprised of different countries of people that are enforcing this.
Well, see, when the federal regulators in 1776, they was called the militant. They done put a new name on them now called ICE. See, they renamed them ICE. What is a regulator? And who are the federal regulators? What group of people, what organization is classified as federal regulators? Google it. Google will tell you. They would tell you. I've been knowing this over 30, 40 years. I was in the military 30 years. Mahal, if he come on, he still in. And so you got to, you don't understand. People that look like me and you do not understand what's coming down, because most people look like me and you are Democrats, and they feel like they brainwashed that this is that and this Trump. Trump ain't doing nothing. He take his orders from somebody. They tell Trump.
Impeached. They're saying, well, when he gets impeached, it's going to change.
I give you
the one that's making the decisions. It's people above him. All he is a puppet there as the figurehead of what this Project 2025 is. This is not Trump. This is the whole organization doing this.
This Trump is the chair spokesman for the Council of Foreign Relations and the military. Now, he's the commander of the military, but he got 5 generals and 4 admirals that make the decisions. What they call the Department of War. When they make the decision, they tell Trump to get on television, this is what we decide. The bombing of them ships in Venezuela, the last one they bombed, Trump said, I don't know nothing about it. I got to check with my generals. He didn't even know that they had hit that last one. That he told you that on TV. He do not make any decision. The president is nothing but a pawn in the game. Me and you can be the president of the United States. All we got to do is be able to read a speech and make the people hate us. They are Trump this. That's all you hear all day long over here where I live. You can go anywhere. Trump this, Trump that, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that.
Trump is doing something. Trump ain't doing. Trump can barely. Trump is
psychological warfare. He is a master at psychological warfare because you blaming him for everything, and it's a group of men that's calling the shots. It ain't him. And every president that ever been in the office, tell me which one wrote their speeches. Huh?
They don't write their own speeches. They don't even sign. Trump don't even sign.
So you got to ask you. Me and Cole asked ourselves, we asked ourselves who write their speeches. So we had to go out and find out who write the speeches. The Bilderbergs write the speeches. Now, who is the Bilderbergs? The Bilderbergs are the Jews that's here in America. You got the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Group, and the Bilderbergs. The Bilderbergs get their orders from Israel. That's where the Zionist headquarters is. Now you understand? Do you understand? The Jews call America the New Jerusalem. That's the reason America ain't never been attacked by nobody. Protocol number 7, the Zionist Jews tell you, I'm going to read it to you. It says, we shall show our strength to one of them by a terrorist attempt of all. We will allow the possibility of a general rising against us. We shall respond, you listen to this good, with the guns of America, China, and Japan. That's who they say they're going to do. Now, Japan lost to America. China has got the greatest army in the world in America. China owns all of America. 2/3 of America belong to China already, because that's where Rothschild, when Russia failed, he went, when Germany failed, he went into Russia. Russia failed, he went to China. And he operated out of China. This is what they call home port over here. This is where everything will be. The new world order that governs all the countries will be run from America. And that's what's been going on. This protocol of the learned elders of Zion tell you that. It even tell you that you're going to have a new world religion, which is going to be Zionism, meaning that they're going back to the ways of Abraham. See, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, which is the 3 major religions, supposed to be in the ways of Abraham, but you live under grace from Abraham. You live up under grace from Abraham's laws, but you're going back into Zionism. But this has been to go down the pipe. Just like this.
So what is the suggested course of action? What is the suggested course of action? If you don't protest, what do?
Well, I tell you what, if you want to protest, you protest. If you protest, you stand a chance of getting killed or getting beat down there to death. If you protesting, that's what you do. What you need to do is keep your butt at home. Do what you've been doing. If you're getting paid by the federal government, you shouldn't even be you shouldn't even be speaking, because you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you ain't getting paid by the federal government, you got something to worry about. You get out there and protest if you want to, but you're putting your life on the line, and you're taking your children to these protesters. They don't care about no children, sweetie. When they start shooting, bullet ain't got no direction on it. You're gonna get your children killed. That's what I hate about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King took women and children out on that bridge, and know them Peckerwoods were gonna seek dogs on them, beat them to death and all that. Why you take your woman and your child out there? You put yourself out there, but don't put your woman and child out there on that line and know what them crackers was gonna do in the 60s to you. Hell, I was stationed in the South in 65 and 66, 67. Biloxi, Mississippi had a curfew. All sailors had to be off the street. All blacks had to be off the street at 6 o'clock. If you was stationed there like I was for firefighting school, you couldn't go downtown after 6 o'clock. Don't they shoot you or beat you to death? And you got to understand how this system works, and you don't. In the last 50, 55 years, you don't know your place. People my age, the baby boomers, they know their place. So you don't know your place in America because you don't know who America is. You think America, you are an American. You are an American, meaning that you live in America. America started off as a secret society. Now it is in cooperation that it is a secret society. All of the Trilateral and Council of Foreign Relations, all of these companies like Walmart, JP Morgan, all of your major companies is members of the Council of Foreign Relations or Trilateral, meaning the federal government control them. You up under federal control of the federal government. What part of that a person don't understand that's y'all's age is how you gonna fare in this situation that's coming down the pipe. You got to understand, you can't go and buck the federal government. You don't have the power to do that. He keep telling you, do what the federals say do. He keep telling them people in Minnesota and all these people that's protesting in these major cities. He keep telling you, do what the federal government say do. This is a federal thing.
Right. So
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money.
I'm sorry. We Unlock Nation says, how dare you disrespect Martin Luther King or any other Black leader for that matter? What do you say to that? I'm sorry, you're on. Unmute yourself. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. Unmute. Hit the mute. Go ahead.
I don't disrespect nobody. I'm telling you just like it is. you Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, and all of that group there, it caused you to integrate. If you'd have stayed segregating, the federal government would have had control over you. You see, and with me, Martin Luther King ain't my hero. I tell anybody that. I don't believe in women and children going to a protest, trying to make your point over. I know it's grand at this stage that, oh, my ancestors was on march and did that. That's a bunch of bunk. And see, I tell it just like it is. I don't
Well, you
cut
were
no
around
corners.
about what, 80
I
years?
ain't. I don't cut no corners, and I don't make no amends. It is what it is. It's either is or you ain't. And if you want to get into Martin Luther King, and he was a Christian preacher, what do the book of Jeremiah say about a preacher that has a dream? What do Deuteronomy say about a preacher that has a dream? It said, do not follow that preacher that has a dream. That's in the book of Jeremiah. He said he saw little white children and black children holding hands. The Bible is clear about it. Jesus' first commandment was don't go in the ways of the Gentiles. I mean, don't hold hands with them. Book of Deuteronomy tell you don't marry your oppressor. Proverbs 3 verse 31 say, envy not your oppressor, choose none of his ways. What's your name? You got a European name. You got all his ways. You got a black face and a white mind. You got all his holidays that you celebrate, which was called New Festival. So evidently, I ain't seen a preacher that got a doctor's degree in theology could read. Because if he could read, the Bible warned you about that, about going into the ways of a person that say, I have a dream, I have a dream. Read it. It's in the book of Jeremiah. And Jeremiah is the only preacher in the Bible. He called a weeping preacher. Now I'll whoop you to death in your Bible when you say that you was correct and you was a preacher. How could you have little white children and black children holding hands when the Bible tell you don't go in the ways of your oppressor? Don't do nothing that Magog, Gog, and Tubal did to you. So if you want to just get deep off into it, telling me I'm disrespecting somebody. I ain't disrespecting nobody. I'm telling it like it is. And that's the way it is.
Straight up.
I mean, I'm not like Cole.
Yeah. All right,
I ain't sugarcoating nothing. See, Cole, me and Cole, the only argument me and Cole would have was you sugarcoating it. See, when you sugarcoat it, you got to go back and straighten it up. But Cole had a unique way he could go back and straighten up a sugarcoat. I don't sugarcoat nobody. That's the difference between a hunter and a fisherman. He was the fisherman. I'm a hunter. And I told you that when you first met me. I'm gonna tell you like it is. You don't have to believe nothing I say. Just wait and see.
So let me play a little bit more. I think that she was breaking down some other things that's happening with ICE. I want you to check this out and give your opinion on it. Let's go.
This is the America that the white nationalists are fighting for. But what makes it really interesting is the way in which this is not so much about ICE being federal officers, so much as this is about ICE really being a private militia. I want you all to take a listen to this clip. This is a video clip. Tennessee Holler put this out. This is a video clip where they're talking about here. You're going to see one of the lead officers in the state of Minnesota. And this is the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, who is talking about the fact that his agents were blocked from participating in the investigation. We haven't learned anything much beyond Jonathan Ross's and his information and his name. That was the man who shot Renee Good. But what we now know is that ICE is effectively blocking anybody who's not ICE from participating in the investigation, even when those agencies have court orders allowing them to do so. Amina, let's take a listen to this video clip, please.
So to be clear, you said you got a signed judicial warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
Now, it seems like to me that you don't even know what.
Here's what he don't understand. ICE is federal agents. They do what the federal tell them to do. Ain't gonna be no more Supreme Court and courts to tell the federal government what to do and what not to do. These people, these 13 people, they got 13 known members and they got 13 unknown members. Them 13 unknown, you don't know who they are calling the shot, but we know they Zionists. We don't know the name of them. ICE are federal. And what part I can't understand. What part of that you don't understand? This woman, whoever this lady is, she don't know nothing about what she's talking about. You living in the past. This is the present right now, and they are federal agents, and these federal agents got more power than
State, local.
anything that's in the state because they work direct. They take their orders from the federal. That's what Trump has been trying to tell the Democratic Party, that ICE is federal. They ain't got rough with you yet, but they are going to get awful rough with you because you do not understand that you're messing with the federal government.
Well, welcome.
You can't. Mahar?
Well,
Yes, sir.
Harry, welcome, sir.
Greetings. Can everybody hear me well?
Definitely. We have been trying to get you on here forever, and I'm so glad to have you.
I am too.
Yes. Shabbat, may he rest in peace. Listen, there was a three-way group of people, and I have the two that are left here that were predicted all the things that we're talking about here. When I say did blacks predict the current ISIS situation, yes, they did, and I have the people here. I'm so proud to be able to platform you guys and let you guys know that and be able to show the information, the research you guys had already done back in I don't know, the 90s that said that this would happen in the early 2000s when you guys were together and and shed some light on this. You being, both I think being ex-military, I'm ex-military, and I'm proud to actually be. And Bobby Yashabai, all three ex-military men was able to predict everything that we see that's going on here. And when we talk about the fact that federal government is able to override any investigation, and then the question is, they're saying, "Oh well, ICE doesn't have an investigation arm." Doesn't matter. They are able to block any local law enforcement. And I said that. I said it on this panel before. I've been saying that, and I've had people come up here and push me back on it. I said, listen, this is going to be the new law enforcement. People were fighting on it. People were fighting me tooth and nail on this. I mean, people will come up there and this is what we voted for. This is what we wanted. I was like, well, honey, you don't know what you want. You don't know what you're asking for. So, Maher, I wanted you to introduce yourself and give some clarity on what we're talking about here.
Well, first of all, greetings to you, Sister Monica, and of course, always good to see my good friend, Brother Dawadia. And of course, we do miss the late Yehoshua, Vaya, our late brother. You were talking about, and greetings to you, audience. My name is Mahir. We've been talking for quite a bit over the various different things because we get under the hood and we go after the structure of how all of these things are based. I'm originally from out of New York City, so we had a group before my coming to Texas. We were known as the Unknown Brothers. And we busted out on the scene around 1992. So we were already giving everyone a heads up in terms of what was going on. We had classes up in Harlem every Wednesday night talking about law, federal law, state law, what's the differences, rules of court, and how they actually play, what the sort of things that people should pay attention to. And of course, we discussed about the military actions that you see taking place today. Okay. Of course, when we were talking about some of this, 9/11 had not happened yet, but I was giving them some key indicators on what to look for in terms of what they need to do to shock and awe the populace, to get you to kneel to whatever sort of program they have in mind for you. So, and at a later date, sister, we will also talk about what technology does and how technology comes into this. So after I hung up my uniform, and I'll just say this briefly, I went to work for the UN. And that's when I got introduced to certain aspects of technology. And I worked at the UN as a contractor for a couple of years. So been there, seen it, done it. I'm a former commander myself, straight out of the military itself, and was a combat engineer officer supporting an infantry brigade. So, and I did all of this as a very young guy. Okay. So we were getting ready, which I'm swinging it back now to some of the aspects of what we're seeing right now. They had an operation called Rex 84. Some people who are already talking about this refer to that plan as King Arthur's plan. The King Arthur plan. Okay, well, in the military, we had Operation Order, or they called an op plan, before it was turned into an Operation Order, called REXX 84. So, REXX, in case the listeners don't know that, that's Roman. Okay, that is a title that goes on an emperor, in case y'all don't know that. And it also comes out of the book Enoch, too, which they use that term. That term was used, Rex. So when you see that, sit up straight and pay close attention, because you got some draconian type ways and things and plans that are about to be hatched upon you. So in the military, we was using Rex. By the time the operation orders, Rex 84 came down the highway. And of course, in the year 1984, this is when we started to do what is called joint training exercises between the different branches of the military. So, we always had some form of joint training, but this here was a really big thing. So I had to dealing with the term terrorism was being used, but we use some other term. It's escaped me right now, because it's not to draw. What we were doing wasn't designed yet to have internal agencies and military looking at the populace yet as the enemy. So they used what I call them defanged terms. But the training and the aspect, we ramped up in urban warfare, basically how to fight in the cities and all of that. So I got my share of going to urban warfare school a few times. So, basically how to get using psychological types of operations on how to get an enemy to give up. You have to convince them. While in the same school, okay, they tell you the defenders have the advantage. You just have to know how to defend your home front. But they say for them coming up, it takes more energy and more effort and nerve to come in there after someone. And I want to say a group of people who are organized. My opinion about what's going on currently with ICE, not to discuss ICE as Brother Dewalia has been talking about them, what their biggest obstacles and roadblocks are is organization and people basically not, standing for the nonsense, and how we are always what they call corralled and herded into different situations and scenarios that really, when we look at the end of it, the end result, we're left with having to make the assessment of what exactly did we accomplish here. Okay, and I've served both in the regular Army and the Army National Guard, so there is a difference. A person looking at us all wearing uniforms can't tell until someone says that's a National Guard unit. Okay, but training and doctrine is all the same, except for the more domestic things, which is why you also see the National Guard being called up and called out the way that they're being called out. because one of the things the National Guard really do, and they do very well, is urban warfare. Very good. And of course, your coworker, your next door neighbor, okay, person working in the supermarket could just as well be a member of the National Guard. Quite a few people who are first responders are members of the National Guard. So you see where we're going here. So some people in the state forces, the National Guard is not only the Army, it's the Air National Guard. Every state has what is called state militia, state military force. And who supports the National Guard, which people don't talk about, is, for example, in Texas, you hear the term Texas Guard. Okay, the Texas Guard, these are a group of older people, maybe they've been military or not. When the active forces are away for whatever type of operation they're away for, these people come in to the armories, facilities, and they do all of the back end admin stuff. They talk to the spouses, all kinds of other things that they do. And so, their uniform, or if they wear one, like in New York they did, it didn't say U.S. Army. That's not what it said. It said Guard. NY, the word Guard. So, and I had to learn quickly who that is. Now, inside of these facilities, like you see what ICE is rolling out with, the arsenal that they have, well, in these armories, we also train with this stuff too, okay, on the regular. All right. And quite a few people, like I said, who are in the National Guard also are a member of the first responders, the EMT, fire department, police. Some work for state forces like the state troopers and stuff like that. So sometimes you just never know who, you're subject to run into or rub shoulders with. I'm just going to pause there on that for a second. And I just want to say, Sister Monica, you have any questions or you have anything that you would like for me to talk specifically? Because I can go on and on and on and on. 14 years of service just doesn't walk away just like that,
Well, I would say this is that currently, you have these people that are trying to protest what's going on. You have a person that just gets, shot 10 times by this federal law enforcement now called ICE. And ICE is pretty much recruiting people. I think there's like 3,000 troops in Minnesota. Why would Minnesota be the initial place that they would go through when we have more illegal aliens down in Texas, California? Why would Minnesota be a place where they would launch this type of attack, or like where they would start it? Why Minnesota?
And I'll answer your question, and I'll also give a statement behind that. Why not Minnesota? Do you understand what the federal government is really doing with who the original peoples and inhabitants are on this world? I'm a Great Seal Moor. Okay. So, and I say that, and I don't say that lightly. Okay. We understand about the original treaties, the treaties of peace and friendship, which is ratified every 50 years in Congress. Okay, that was signed on the Delaware River in 1789. Texas also had the same phenomenon going on, referred to as the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, all over the place. And Monica, the treaty was signed with people who look like you and I. So who is a U.S. citizen? Where did this term United States come from? Because that is not what this land was called. So what is happening is he's going after, using the federal the federal branch, he is going after all of these other people who have came into this land and claimed our identity. They're illegals. And many of our people, especially amongst the young generation, they are waking up to this. They're catching on. You're not just somebody walking around and you just black. That's not a nationality at all.
So now
go ahead.
Brother Dwyer, he talked about the classification, right? So now you have a new classification that they're trying to make a real thing called the foundational Black American, right? And so now we went from Negroes of color. We went from a colored person that was a Negro. We went from Negroes to African Americans, and now there's this new foundational black. At one point, it was American diasporic of slave or diaspora descendants, right? I'm sorry, not diaspora. African descendants of slaves, right? American,
Yes.
whatever. They were. So you had the
And,
ADO, and that got replaced now not I wouldn't say replaced, but like overshadowed by now the FBA movement. And so now you have some people that are probably like trying to call FBA Cointelpro. You have like the Black Panthers come. This guy Paul, I forget his Paul, whatever his last name. He tried to rev back up the Black Panthers and then had to denounce it because they got with him because he was saying, well, because Black people so far through the FBA movement has what you call delineated. We're not out of these protests jumping in and trying to, save, people. And then you have like what's going on with the people that say, why aren't you guys coming to protect us? Like, we've been at your Black Lives Matter. How come you guys are not at this when they're trying to round us up the way they're doing? And so it's like this delineation. We're separating ourselves from this at the same time. And it's interesting. It's like, well, it's interesting we delineate right before this happens. That's really a weird, interesting, fact that this happened like this. And
right, but it's understandable though. I understand it as a result of how I've had to learn these things. When I was in uniform, I didn't know any of this. What we're discussing now, yeah, bits and pieces. Yeah, we were called this. We knew in 1922, as per what was added to the Constitution, that Negroes and Indians were not taxed. Well, Negroes and Indians was synonymous, but none of these terms, like I've heard you mention these terms, none of these terms is our names. Okay, I'm a Cherokee. I'm gonna tell you that right off the rip. And we came out of what was called the Cherokee Nation. Okay, and we had a chief. This is why we have to be very careful about everything, politics, religion. We have to be very, very careful because the name of the Cherokee chief had an Islamic name in 1866. The current flag that's used in the country of Algeria is Cherokee Nation flag, last seen in this country in 1846. And that was in Cherokee country. So that last chief name was Ramadan Ibn Wati. These are not new names that what I'm citing now. These are names that have come about through the people who sought to control us. That, hey, what are you calling somebody? And I see someone had put in black is a race. No, black actually isn't a race. I disagree with that. Black is from the French word blanc. Okay, and I know quite a few folks of color who live here that I've had to rub shoulders and they're out of Louisiana. Half of Louisiana also had that same flag that the country calling itself Algeria today is using. And half of what was called Louisiana, that was called Algeria. And to the west of that part still, before they named the state Louisiana, was called Morocco. This is history that they chose to deliberately cover up. Okay? On the West Coast, they're not really messing. ICE isn't really messing with people who today, to use a lack of a better term, foundational. Black means white. Means white. It's from a whole nother different word. When you deal into etymology, I speak 6 languages. So I already know what's going on with this language. Okay. We were the original people over here speaking German. German almost became the official language of the United States. Benjamin Franklin is complaining in the colonies, which was established by the Black Negro people. Okay. And I'm using the term black. Okay. That he wished that more pink people would immigrate here to increase their numbers. This is in the diary in the Library of Congress by that so-called said man.
Can you describe why does black mean white? Because
it's from a Latin word.
Americans is a nationality though. Black American nationality.
Right. Okay, let me explain this. The term white, okay, itself is a status which was not inclusive of Caucasians.
Right.
And if you go to Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and look up the legal definition of white, it's going to tell you does not include Caucasians nor Eastern Europeans.
You're right.
Period. I can't, forgive me, but I can't quote right now what it says when you go to that dictionary, the court case that backs that up. So you have to ask yourself this question. They sold us a package about the slave trade and all of that madness, but yet you got Noah Webster, whose description is as black as coal, stood 6 feet something. His son is Daniel Webster. Now, if we're enslaved, how are we over here producing dictionaries? And all the presidents are people of color. I don't mean half and half. People of color. All the first ladies are also women of color up until 1866. So we were overthrown and made prisoners of war. We weren't slaves. The word slave is from a Slavic word, Slav. And the word Slav don't even mean you are somebody who's under the subjugation of somebody. It means that now, but that's not what it meant originally. You still have the countries today. Well, there used to be a country called Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Slovenia. You kind of see where I'm kind of going with this? History, they've redefined terminologies on us, and they're not even the creators of the English language. The indigenous tribes, those of us here in America, we created the English language. And our English is different than the British English. And yes, those people who ruled Britain back in the day are also people of color. All of them. Many of them today live in a country called Nigeria. Okay? And so I talk to Nigerians on a regular here in Dallas. Yes.
Black is an adjective. An adjective modifies a noun in this language.
Correct.
You know, it's not a noun. Black is an adjective. An adjective modified a noun. So you've been modified, which means genocide, to believe that you're a black African American. When you say I'm an African American, are you saying that your mama was an African and your daddy was an American? Because the America is the Anglo-Saxon, and he didn't become that until 250 years ago.
Right. And what language does the word African come out of? The word African, we're saying it, is an English adaptation of the Arabic word Afrique. Afrique means you have no color. You kind of see where we're going with this? So back during the days when we talk about Black liberation and all that, okay? We're going back to that, the 60s, right? Before they were called or got to this label put upon us, African American, the proper term was Afro-American. Afro is from a Hebrew word, Ephra. Ephra means to be bountiful and prosperous. These words are in the Cherokee language. Cherokee is Old Arabic and Old Hebrew and Old Persian all rolled up into one. And I learned to speak Cherokee in the Warrior Society out in New York. So I already had Hebrew and Arabic under my belt. And those are not even different languages. It's just a different dialect. I learned Choctaw when I moved to Texas. It's still written right to left. The old paleo character, they call it paleo character set or Aramaic. So I'm right at home dealing with some of these different tribal dialects. That's not even a different language. You just like English. We have a different way of I'm from New York. We say what's up. Well, down here in Texas, the folks down here know what the term what's up mean, but they also have other terminologies in speaking English that they're going to know right away you ain't from around here, like they did me in a barbershop.
In Detroit, did we say what up though? What up though?
What up? That's right. What up? Okay. And I do know that, but in New York, you know how we vernaculate. It's a little different. Okay. We just say what's up.
He says, please stop this African shish. We're indigenous American, aka
there you go.
Indian.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
Right. And whoever said that is absolutely correct. So me dealing with language and the etymology of words, I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, because speaking with a person who I was in frequent contact with in Algeria, they know that the term African English, right? The English word is from the Arabic word Afrik. The English word freak comes from that word Afrik, which means you don't look like anything that belongs here in the landscape. And so in Cherokee, we had a word, we still do, not past tense. We have a word to describe us people of color. So if you're learning Cherokee today, they might trick you. So the word, like you're from Detroit, Michigan, right, Monica? Michigan? It's two words put together. So Meshi means sacred. Gan means the garden or the territory or the prepared, developed, not a wild wilderness anywhere. Okay, you're not a savage. So Gan. So in Cherokee, to describe a quote unquote Negro, is the word Gan Nagay. So today, gay is what they call it. They made it into a noun, a lifestyle, right? But gay is also a Hebrew word. It means your countenance, how you that which goes forth from you, how you present yourself. So we say this guy, this is a man. We say asgeya. A woman is asgeya shta. So when we slap that word gay on there, we're talking about how you present yourself. Now, the word negga, and you see, don't think for a minute we're doing with these terminologies. We're actually away from the topic. Because what is Trump also signing that has to do with formally recognizing, acknowledging who the original indigenous people are here in this land? They look like these things are disjointed, but they're not. They're very much connected and on time with what's going on with these terms. So the hardest lesson maybe for our people would be learning to accept the various different old world classification, identification of how we classified ourselves, not what these new titles are. You're an African American. Since when? Okay. How is this possible? It doesn't even exist in none of our original indigenous tongues to be calling yourself a term like that. So if you said you were Salagi, that's something very different, or the Yunawiya people, which means we are the principal people. That's not how the name of our nation is. Cherokee is lazy English, okay? Which is, again, two words smashed together.
All right, let's talk about English, right? So he says, where can I find the evidence that the indigenous so-called Americans...
Could I say something?
First,
Could I say...
Go ahead.
Let's get this straight right now. Indian is the citizen of India. That's in the Eastern Hemisphere. That's Shem's people. Nobody knows nothing about an America until 250 years ago when 72 bald-head, wig-wearing, pipe-smoking, snuff-dipping white boys and Lloyd's #1 named themselves an American. So you ain't no American Indian. Let's get that straight now. Let's get that. You ain't no American and you ain't no Indian. This wasn't India. Christopher Columbus was lost when he named us Indians. Now, my great grandpa my great grandpa that lived to be 120 years old, that I lived with for 3 years, from 3 years old to 6 years old. He drilled that in my head. We ain't no damn Indians.
He's saying
that's something. And when you call yourself that, you're ignorant to what you really are. This ain't India. The citizen of India is called Indians.
Right. As a matter of fact,
hold on.
Go ahead. I want to say this about the term of that, okay? Because when you talk about Hindustan, somebody put Hindustan in there and remove the H. The H means the thing you're speaking of is definite article. So Indi, okay? Indi is an adjective. It describes And that word exists in Hebrew, that word exists in Old Hebrew, and I'm talking as spoken here in these lands. They got the Ten Commandment stone, and you remember that, Brother Dwight. We went down to the Fair Park. That's
Right.
Choctaw. But no, they didn't say at Fair Park Museum where and where they got it from. But it's on prominent display. They've had it out there since 1950, from what I understand. When I did my research, about I called in because I could read that. That style of writing is old. It's old Algonquian. That's that Michigan area, and the Cherokees fell out of the Algonquians. Algonquian is not a tribe. It's a collection of folks, or more like a confederation, like the Iroquois. Okay, so today the Iroquois, still known as the Iroquois, but to use our terminologies or steal our identities, this is a worldwide criminal syndicate who was involved in this, because now you got a country called Iraq. They wasn't called that before, and they're definitely, when I last checked, have nothing to do with Iroquois. And so when somebody like me, I'm the Bush senior, when we're deployed in these areas, okay, and I just speak Arabic. So when I'm talking to these guys, they look at me like he's a scholar. Now, here's what they have done, sister Monica. As Dawalia mentioned, when he was since being aged 3 years old, the things that were said to him and taught by him by his grandfather, his great grandfather, and many of us have this going on. Our great aunties, our great aunties, grandma. Okay, they got us through brainwashing to look at them as though they are not worthy to be referred to as a scholar. They are not worthy to be referred to as our first teachers, and yet this information was being recorded by others, those other than us, meaning that they put that stuff in some books and tuck those books away, and only select people who will continue to keep the secrets have made themselves guardians of our history. And they can't hide it anymore. Let me give you another instance. You see all the state capitol buildings, and you're going to see where I'm going with this in a minute. You see the state capitol buildings, right? You see how they're designed, how they have the domes and everything on them, and how tall up and high the ceilings are, how immaculate these places look. Okay? Donald Trump asked the question before his running for president for the second term. How old do you think the Empire State Building is? People gave different answers. It had nothing to do with politics, per se. So they gave different answers. Well, it was built in this, in the 1920s, they started this, that, and the other. And he let them babble like that. And then finally said, no, it's over 800 years old. White House is over 1,200 years old. It's got sublevels, working elevators from the old technology. We built that. And as a former Army engineer officer who learned about earth-moving operations, I'm talking the largest dump trucks you've ever seen in your life. We can damn near tear down mountains and relocate them to wherever we wish to put these things. And I started asking questions. If these buildings and structures in America, New York City's already been laid out, San Francisco already been laid out, cobblestone streets, the whole package, and Cherokees are not savage people. We call ourselves Gitawagi people. We're township people. We wasn't running around saying we wore fine silks and all that. Okay? Who's producing this? And to bring it back, the Brooklyn Bridge, it's been there forever and a day. No little militant slave driving, can't read and write, not from this hemisphere. And I'm focused on the part, read and write. They were illiterates to get out there and build that Brooklyn Bridge. I learned in the Army Engineer School, going through one of the catalogs in one of my classes as the captains was up there talking, he said we still had Greco-Roman designs in this country. That was the first time I ever heard that. But I'm looking at the pictures in this book on architectural designs in America, that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer and many of these territories are still maintaining water locks, all kinds of things, everything from the East Coast to the West Coast. Okay? So where are we at really? And who built these things is the question. Now, giving us alternative education and as such, I always ask the military question with regards to the cover up. Who authorized this and by what authority? Because now we're walking around as disconnected from how we actually used to be. Who ran the quote unquote tribal councils, to use a term? A lot of black women did that. They were the governesses. And a governess, which you get the term today in English, governor, can sit down the war chief, otherwise known as the commanding general, commanding officer, who has thousands of people, thousands of troops' lives in his hands. So we as a people here in this hemisphere, we had it really actually going on. We had airships, we had everything. We didn't have to worry about some little rickety boat that you was concerned could not float in the sea. As a matter of fact, we were so advanced with sea navigation that in the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, which refers to us in our maritime and what we had going on in our trade and our commerce, and a little piece of land being carved out for quote unquote the settlers, okay? We agreed that we would respect and work together with one another. Now, those original people we signed those treaties with were not Caucasians, okay? And there's lots of history out there to show that. What happened? People were overthrown over here. You got plenty of folks in Louisiana who still remember their old original black, and I'm using the word black, French connections. As a matter of fact, let's use the proper term. There's a difference between French and a Frank. There's a difference between Grecian and a Greek. A Greek is a Negro. A Frank is a Negro. And this is in books like The Chronicles of the Crusades. That's a good book to get your hands on. It's full of pictures showing you who was running Europe, who the knights were, and what areas they were in.
Let me just say this real quick, because everybody's like, well, what are the sources of this information? Where can I find this?
I'm starting to cite it now. You can get one book that was published in 1775. Now Amazon is selling this book, minus the pullout map, called History of the American Indians by James Fitzsimmons Adair. He was a Scotsman. He went back to Europe, learned the language that they're calling Old Hebrew or Paleo. They called it Paleo. And came back. And throughout his travels from the East Coast all up and down to Mississippi, all these places, and what the areas and territories actual names were that he was passing through. So this is not somebody who was a quote unquote, what you want to say, a black nationalist and all of this. I listen to people say that they're black nationalists, this, that, and the other, and I'm like, you're disconnected. We got some cognitive dissonance going on here. What are you exactly fighting for and standing up for? So anyway, that one book. Another book is called Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Incidentally, United States of America, when you look it up in a standard pocket Hebrew dictionary, the term that this place is referred to as is the same term that's in Genesis chapter 13 when, quote unquote, Abraham is being spoken to, when his name was Abraham. Arzot Habarit. This is the only place on the planet called the Promised Lands, the Promised Territories.
Right.
Territories given to you by promise. It's in plain Hebrew, being spoken to in Genesis chapter 13 in Hebrew. So I had to get away from the English because those whose hand the English, in terms of giving us definitions and terminologies, have gotten away from how it was originally worked and stated. Because when you speak English, you're supposed to be speaking your ancient language in reverse. That was the intent behind all the tribes, 501 tribes in this land, making it easier to break the dialect barrier. We weren't speaking different languages. We just had a slight different way how a Californian who's indigenous, speaking their language, would talk to someone that they met who was out of the Micmac people, the Cherokee people, the Choctaw people, the Mescalero Apache people. Because the Mescalero Apache, in the standard Webster's International Dictionary, I'm mentioning that for a reason. When you go to look up the definition of Texas, one of the three definitions, it lets you know the term that is used is an outright Hebrew term. They don't say it is, but I'm familiar with Hebrew, so I know Hebrew when I see it. It's Ha Sinai. That means Mount Sinai. It means the wilderness. So that's, I'm just giving, it's more like a smorgasbord, but all of these points, documentation is the conversation all the time.
So
You can look up, you can Google the Treaty of Peace and Friendship dated 1789. You can Google that now. It's not hidden, okay? And then you'll find out Texas and a whole bunch of other states had this going on at the same time. Who were we negotiating with? That's the question of the day. Who were we giving sanctuary to? Because our brothers and sisters who was ruling all of Europe, right up to what is called Prussia, as Putin, the leader of Russia, has stated that they already know. They've already opened up some of the archives showing you the icons, the religious icons of people wearing afros and as such. And Alexander Pushkin, I learned this from military history because, this is not a secret in the United States Military Academy, the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy. They know who's who. They know what is what, okay, in terms of old history. Are you aware that the Confederates or the Greys, who wore the gray uniform, that was all dominated and controlled and created by what? Negroes. They made the medals, created their own medals and awards. They did all that, not because of somebody Caucasian. So when you're looking at the United States Military Academy of who's who, and you see these photos and you see someone who's Caucasian, he's wearing his white glove, he's always got his hand tucked in his lapel. Why is that? Because that's a photo op, but it's also some symbolism being thrown at you. And Brother Duarte, you can speak more about the symbolism than what I can. I'm just only touching the surface of it. Okay? Your Confederates, the Confederates, were Negroes. They created it. And during World War I, their names got changed from certain, especially in Louisiana. So they went from a black Confederate regiment to some new name that suited the U.S. Army before they were deployed off to go fight in World War I. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So I've seen like some people saying that really this fight is really about, and especially when we talk about Minnesota. Why is Minnesota so important, right? And then you have it's almost what they said is that once the Confederate War happened, the whole Civil War happened, that was still unhappy with the fact that they lost it, and this is pretty much has been brewing for some time. So a lot of your Proud Boys and people that come from that southern, Confederate situation,
right,
they're pretty much becoming a civil war. Because when you look at white people fighting other white people, even though they're making it about immigration.
Wait, could I speak?
Go ahead.
Let me explain something to you. The South were York Rite Masons. The North was Scottish Rite Masons. They had a war to see which Masonic order was going to rule. Was it going to be the York Rite Masons of England or the Scottish Rite Masons of Scotland? Well, the Scottish Rite Masons won the war. The Democrats is the York Rite Masons. They had a saying, the South will rise again. Well, the South rose again in 1970 through the black man, with Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton leading you down the wrong path. with that. That's how the South rose again through the Democratic Party to gain what they are today. And they finna shut that movement down because you lost the war. The biggest mistake that the Scottish Rite Masons made was letting the York Rite Masons stay in this country. If they'd have ran their tails out, you wouldn't have no problem that they have it now, that they got to go back and fix what they had done. The Civil War was fought by two Masonic orders. They wasn't fought for slavery. It was fought by two different groups. These was called the Dixiecrats at first, but every black person you see now, he's a Democrat. These are your old slave masters that you done joined their party and made.
I'm so glad you said that.
And made them rise again.
Right, because we have to address this other issue. You got Sister Monica. We got where people are looking at the names they have: the Smiths, the Johnsons, the Robinsons, the Pattersons, and all these different names. And we, by the same group that Brother Dewadi just got through describing, are hiding behind the fact that they are descended from other Negroes who owned Caucasians as slaves. The state of Louisiana, outlawed us buying Caucasians. Here's the groups they listed: 1644. A Negro, an Indian, a Turk, an Arab living here could no longer purchase Caucasian Christians as slaves. The Mississippi Delta put an end to the import of buying Caucasians because Caucasians are not from Europe. Their DNA don't track to there. Negroes was ruling all of Europe. Okay? So what are they? They're connected to the old Basque and the Basque people and the Berbers and many folks throughout Alabama, all I got to do is see your last name. That's all I want to see. What's your last name? So we blacks who were also enslaved by this group of other blacks, right along with the Caucasoid. Hey, Duan, you remember when Cole took us to Mississippi, Natchez, Mississippi? Those
you
two
can go
plantations.
You can go to Natchez, Mississippi, Natchez Johnson. You can go to his museum. He owned white slaves in Natchez, Mississippi. You can go down there right now. You can go. His museum is down there. His name was Natchez Johnson.
Right.
His
he owned 2,500. He owned approximately 2,500 black slaves on one plantation and 2,500 white slaves on another plantation.
I got his book.
I got his diaries of who got their butt whooped for acting up and everything else. I mean, that is one heck of a tour to be given and see. And what the black power elites have been doing in this country is feeding us the narrative. Well, the reason you got the name Robinson because some white man. No, excuse me. The Caucasians is not from Europe. They did not have names like Robinsons and the Davids and the Lears and all of that. They had Slovenic names that the Turks was capturing them. And this is military history. Was capturing the blue-eyed blonde hair. A lot of them. That was some serious money over there in that so-called Middle East. And they were being trafficked from all of that through the Turks before it was the Ottoman Empire, all the way down to that whole northern piece of Africa. And eventually they ended up here being purchased as slaves. Mississippi and the Mississippi Delta, they put an end to that in 1870. Louisiana was already outlawing it already. You can't purchase Caucasians no more as slaves.
I want something. I gotta say this real quick. Now, the other day, 2 days ago, I did a whole show discussing Ellis Island and the fact that they had a bunch of people from Germany and Poland and different things coming over to Ellis Island, dirty
Right.
with their children, right? And then they landed in Ellis Island, created the slums in Ellis Island, and I got so much pushback, even to the point where someone said I needed to take the video down, where I was discussing. I said, listen, these people were living in these were the original slums, the original ghettos in America. And then what happened is that they had their children just thrown on the streets, whatever. And what they did was these things called orphan trains, where they would take them and they would disperse them throughout the United States, and then they became slaves as children. And I was trying to, this is the real history of the white man in America. And I got so much pushback to the point where even this morning, you need to take that video down. It's so wrong. I'm like, no, I'm trying to explain to y'all is that the history that we believe is the real history is not what we think. The slaves,
not at all.
Children.
We have a book.
Hold on, wait, one thing. I also broke that Minnesota is majority German. The people that came from Germany came over on Ellis Island, came over on that boat from Germany.
Right.
So the people. So I'm thinking, okay, what's happening is you have the people from the Proud, whatever, this new militia, and then you have the white people that are supposedly fighting about immigration, but really it's a fight really between these protesters, and they're using the immigration thing to fight against that, but really they're trying to fight against this whole federal militia that's really like this. I don't even know they're German or they're.
Well, let me, if I may, let me add a little bit light on this whole thing of the original use and terminology of what an immigrant was. Okay, America, there were two empires. One was definitely ran by a woman. Okay, that's everything west of the Mississippi, which include Alaska and all of that. Okay, it was ran and dominated by a woman of color. California gets its name from a black queen. That's an Arabic word. It means successor. In her case, the A at the end of it means you're talking about a female, a woman. Okay, without the L, without the A at the end of the word, it's masculine. So in other words, we don't have different words. So if I say Ish is man, then which means a helpmate, masculine, then I say Isha. Isha, I don't have to try to figure out, well, how do you describe a woman who is in her doing what this man is doing? Okay, they share the same title. Husband, wife. It's one word that's used for that. One says feminine, and the other one. And of course, just to throw this in there as caveat, nobody had last names. Okay, so you, Monica, would say, if you were being addressed, we would say Monica is the Isha of whoever your helpmate name is. That's how that works, and vice versa. Dewaya is the helpmate of, and I'm just going to use you as an example, of Monica. There's no last names here. No one talked that way. Okay, this is the daughters of so and so. Okay, so these terms we're using, the person's uncle and all this other kind of stuff, that's some insanity. Okay, you are still family. You're kinfolk, as we say in Cherokee. Dudanfla, one blood. Dunada Dudanfla. We're one blood. We're one family. Okay, so we don't have all these crazy terms. So when you see somebody, you know that person is related to you, and it might be your brother's child. You don't say you're an aunt and all that. Well, all this, that's neither here, neither there. So I want to say that back to the use of immigrant, people of color, we dominated Europe and here, okay, and parts of Asia, okay? Specifically, these names, Wilhelm, Wilkerson. How many folks of color I know down here in Texas I didn't bumped into with Wilkerson? That is straight up original Bavarian German. When the Negroes was ruling all of that, to include the Duchess of Holland. Okay, and all the old songs as part of the memorabilia of black singing groups that like the Impressions, singing about Gypsy Woman. Okay, so I thought Gypsies are from Romania. I thought as they had kind of gave us loosely in the environments we grew up in, and you find out no. And then you remember the singer Cher? So she's talking about something about being a gypsy, okay? And gypsies are looked down upon in this land. So that's another genetic a discussion for genetics and everything to be talked about later. But we were granting immigrants. Are you aware that it was the Negro Navy, and I'm going to use that term like that, that came to the rescue of hijacking the Barbary pirate wars and stuff like that? They got a bad rap. Okay, we weren't pirates. We were capturing ships back then that had Caucasians and others on it, and we brought them here safely and gave them homes. We did this. This is history. Most Caucasians in this country, when they do a DNA ancestry, this, that, and the other, they can only go back but so far into the 1800s. So they weren't coming here in the 1700s, in the 1600s. Okay, so you could just go to the gravesite. This is my great, 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 great grandpappy. Okay, let's get up in there, get some of that bone marrow, and let's send this off to the lab. Let's reconstitute it. Let's see if what's in this DNA matches your DNA. DNA ain't gonna lie to you. They can't track back that far. So later on, we were invaded. Now, these names, again, you keep hearing me repeating myself. All these names of the Robinsons and Wilkinsons and Leopold and Rufus and all this stuff, those are all black folks who was from Europe. And then when they got attacked by the wild men, okay, and Brother DeWatt, I can hear you chuckling now. They got attacked by the wild men. They needed a place to come to as well, but we already knew each other. Columbus has described when he got here, he couldn't tell the difference between using modern terms, a Negropean and an American Negro who's indigenous to here. He couldn't tell the difference. We all Afro people. We look alike. We've been intermarrying. It's not a new thing at all.
Right. So let's do this. All right.
Brother Mahal,
yes,
there's a book called we have a book called They Were White and They Were Slaves. It's wrote by Michael A. Hoffman II. Go get that book.
And there's at least 50 different books out there, some written by white women telling you that they know that their ancestry is that they are descendants of those who were enslaved. The poor whites that's up there in the Ozarks and all these other kind of places. Come on, man. They know they slave history and they're highly pissed about it.
Let's look at something. The first slaves came over here was called bondsmen, women and bondsmen. They tried to make slaves out of the Comanches, and they wouldn't become slaves. Then they found out that the African could work in the cane field more than 5 or 6 years, and the bondsman could work 2 years and die. That's why the African slave trade came over here. The people that was in the Western Hemisphere, that's over here, was the Olmec, the Aztec, the Maya, the Incas, and where you see America, that was called the Creek Nation of people, the confederation of all the people that got named Negroes and colored folks.
And they were also called, with a less affectionate term, prairie nigger.
Right.
Which means that they were talking about who they were fighting to take the land. All these people were Afro people. Again, we back to that again.
And another thing, Mahara, remember this, every city got the Dutch, you had to know the history of the Dutch, all the different names, the beautiful names that they named us, Black Dutch and all of that.
Right.
Who are they talking about? You had the Dutch, you had the Jews came over here, you got Germantown all over Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee got Germantown. You had Chinatown all over California. You got Chinatown. Each one of the people that came over here, they settled in certain parts of what is known as America today and set up their own towns. They had their own towns. They still exist now, just like Black Town. There's a lot of black towns, nothing but all black towns. was here in Texas at one time. They got 2 or 3 of them down there by Silsby. And see, all of this history was not taught to us. None of this was taught to us.
That was doing the push for the mass re-education program. Are you aware, Monica, that at the conclusion of the Civil War, okay, this is going to destroy that narrative that Negroes in this land were illiterate and couldn't read and write and hadn't accomplished anything. They found 80, this is today's stats, at least over 88% of Negroes in America could read and write and were highly literate. Okay, had organizations and club, and let us not forget about the Negro Lodge that's in Ohio. What's that lodge? Lodge number 1 for the Negroes, Brother Dwyer. Okay, and they go all the way back to when? The 1700s, the late 1700s. So what are we talking about here? Okay, we're talking about the most largest misinformation to apparently destroy a people. And one of the things that the Black Masons, talking about those who are established from long ago, have always been proud of is that they recognized what was going on. People had to adopt Christianity and stuff like that, especially amongst the Cherokee Nation, to keep from being killed. And they had to take on different names, but none of these names were Caucasian names. Harris's and all these guys. Caucasians who came here didn't have names like that because they were not from Western Europe. Now, later on, we were invaded. Georgia gets its name from, as you know, the Republic of Georgia. That's in that eastern part of Europe over there, or that going towards that eastern part of Asia. Okay, and they called them mercenaries. Age 14, they were referred to as the Heshmen, mercenaries, 14-year-old boys. So that started to answer some of my questions in terms of during the Civil War. Where did all these weapons come from? Machine guns, muskets, rifles, all types of stuff. And me, I kind of consider myself somewhat of a little bit of a military enthusiast because I pay attention to everything, tactics, all of that stuff. And then, of course, what makes the United States of America right now the baddest mama jamma on the planet when it comes to military fighting and all? The academies have a book called Military History of the Ancient Israelites, and they ain't white, and said that the military symbols used on the map, the tactics, heavy infantry, light infantry, ranger, special forces, field hygiene, everything you can think of. We were advanced people, not fighting with rocks, sticks, and stones. We had Weaver beams. That's a laser system. Oh, I'm just whetting your appetite with this. This book is a no joke book. It's not necessarily cheap, but get that book. Military History of Ancient Israel, right here in America. How America's military is patterned after everything our great forebears who was over here, those who be descended of that type of bloodline, who were Negroed here in this land as well. They improved their military all across the board.
Military History of Ancient Israelites?
Yes, or of Ancient Israel. That's a book. I got that on I got the cover of that book on my Facebook page called Yisrael's a Nation, Not a Religion. And I have coins and things. The last Roman emperor was living in Haiti, 1820. Henrik Maximilian III, dressed in full Roman garb in Haiti, 1820. A Roman, black. And many of the folks living on the West Coast, Black, Negro, are Romans. They always said that Romans were Negroes. They're not Caucasoid, and they're not from over in that place today called Rome. Rome is over here, just like we got a Rome, New York.
So here's the thing. So now that we've gone into the history of it all, we've talked about how we came here, what we were originally as Black people. Now we said it. Let's reset the conversation and let's talk about what's happening now. Now you have a president that created that actually the 2025 the bill called the 2025. How does everything that you said that we've discussed, then move into what is happening now. How do we connect the dots? And then
Okay.
say, what is,
Mhm.
why would this be an issue? Why is it in Minnesota? What is the purpose? And what is the whole goal of this whole thing? Let's go.
Okay. Let me answer that. First of all, remember I said that this land that we lived in, which includes Canada, okay, as the one land and peace, a piece of land. It was governed by two. It was two empires here, side by side. Everything west of the Mississippi and everything east of the Mississippi.
Right.
Minnesota is part of that Eastern, once upon a time, Eastern Empire. New York still refers to itself as the Empire State, and people really don't quite understand what they mean by that. That is an old world terminology of how things were before we ultimately got invaded. 7 nations came here to attack us, okay? And some of them were black, coming off the quote unquote African continent. I watch movies like The Woman King, where they said their tribe name is Agoji. Many of the African dialects is not that far off from the old Hamitic, Shemitic, and Yaphetic dialects. They're not different languages. So, having come out of Life Care Services, over 6 facilities, I worked for them for 6.5 years, and we had nurses and caregivers and all that from around the world. I see, all I need to do is, how are you called? What's your name? So and so. I look at the name and I bust the whole name down. Oh, your name is Mbuntu. And then I break down with the M instead. I separate the M out the rest of the word. And then I got boon, ban, ben, means to be put forth by. And I got two. You're the people who came from someplace, or you guys was put forth from another place. Now, the Agoji, those are the bad people and they're people of color. Absolutely. In Nigeria, you got a lot of people, and they'll tell you today, this is history. They're descendant of Esau. Who is that? Twin brother of Jacob. They ain't Caucasians like some of the guys be preaching in the street. They're all black. So now you got them over in Nigeria and parts of Benin protesting because of the internet, by way of internet and seeing all these YouTube videos. And they're going, yeah, you guys are teaching wrong. Okay? Esau is not a Caucasian man. My people are such and such. These are the names we still use today. And we are known as this. This is our rights and our practice. He's like, well, goddamn, this guy's straight out the book. Okay? You're absolutely, okay, well, how do you say this term? So anyway, Minnesota is part of this Eastern Empire. Now, we Cherokee said that twice in our history, we warded off an invasion by a black-skinned nation twice. You can't do this running around in the grass skirt. Everyone on the planet was high tech and technology. I'm a technologist. So I understand that what we're dealing with right now and how we ran stuff, we've been having video conferencing and all this stuff. We had airships powered off of a different type of fuel system that they were using, free energy, all that type of stuff that they're trying to repackage and sell back to you, re-engineered. So they could not afford, going forward, to have us in the classrooms while they are actually teaching the truth about everything from government structure, who gave them what rights to do what. Now we're in their classrooms and we're getting garbage. And they call a guy like me a revisionist until I pull a book that's dated to 1700s and the 1800s. I said, this is the way it said it was. You can go get this book. Many of the books back in the day when there were no internet, you had to go to a rare and out-of-print bookstore to get them. And I was directed by the Cherokee Warrior Society in New York, as well as the Great Seal Moors out of Queens, New York, on what books to go and get. And this stuff is not made up stuff. And back then, you can read a lot of stuff now in the Library of Congress by simply signing up and getting a subscription. They won't let you get everything because you still have to, be approved by certain organizations and this, that, and foundations that try to keep the choicest piece of history and information from us. But where is this going, sister? You asked the question. Where is this going? I say it's prophecy time. What's it say? It's right there in the book of Ezekiel. It said that they will come over here to a peaceful nation who we didn't even bother to lock doors and close doors. That's a foreign concept to us. In the South, they still practice leaving a plate, some places in the South, a meal out for the person who's a traveler and may be hungry, and that plate of food is sitting out whether somebody comes by or not by candlelight or some sort of light, and a stranger could come in and partake in that food. That is a Black Southern practice, and some places are still doing it right now. Okay, we ain't got time for this, but what's going to happen is all these other nations who are here, and they're not immigrants, they're invaders. Every man will be sent back to the land from which his forebears came from. That's what's happening. The long and short of it, as far as the federal government is concerned, and Donald Trump and how these guys are carrying this out. They say, oh, well, Native Americans are being arrested. Well, they're not us. They're not originally from this land. And many of them are now fessing up. They say, yeah, well, we them Siberians. Yeah, but you ain't no Siberians who's been here for 400 years. You ain't been here 400 years. Many of them came on the ships with them Caucasians over there to Ellis Island. Go back to your sister Monica and look at some of them photos. And you'll see that. Oh, wait, that's Caucasian. Right. Who are these people standing next to this Caucasian on the same ship? They haven't even disembarked yet to go to what's over there on Ellis Island. And you'll say, yeah. And they ended up not being called American Indian, but being called Native. You see, there's a term, it's a play on terms here. Every man, everyone will be sent back by force if necessary, but not all of them is going to go back by force. And I must say this as a military man, okay? It's going to get ugly for many of them because they're called accelerists. Okay, I think I'm saying the term. I may be mispronouncing the term. They know that history is against them. The lies have been exposed and about everything and how it's laid out here. And so they're going to say, screw this, burn it all down. They tried to do that with these great Chicago fires and all this stuff in the past. And what they were using wasn't no low tech. You don't walk in with a book of matches and a little bit of kerosene and you burn a building that's made from brick down to the ground. That don't work like that. Okay? Whatever they use to burn our people out of these cities to get us out of the great San Francisco and all these other areas and empty these whole cities out and repopulate them with orphan trains, orphans, okay, who are on these trains. They were already given and continue to be given education on what the new narrative was, but they didn't build none of it. So here it is, we have power-driven trains. They're still uncovering all of this in Europe and over here right now. All these tunnels that are built, the New York City subway system, most of those tunnels that was built, where is the equipment that built them? They were already here. We've been traveling this way for a long time. Brother Zawadi, have you ever been to Philadelphia before? You remember the old subway system that's over there? And you remember how the sound of those? If you've ever been to Philadelphia back in the day before they started really upgrading and getting these new types of subway cars and stuff like that, you remember the very, very old subway cars? New York City had them too. All those electric subway cars. Those are old world technologies. All them old elevators, which is what the White House had before they got the upgrade. Okay? So they're going to tell you somebody came over here and found. It's founded. No. In building and construction, you either build something or you do not. You don't found anything. That is not a term. That is not a term that's used in the world of engineering and earth-moving operations. You don't found it anything. Now, AI is tearing these people out the frame because they're claiming that all these great buildings and I'm putting the Empire State Building in there, all these other fantastic structures that have been repurposed. The New York City's public library, that structure is extremely old, but it's founded. Oh, it was founded. And then they give you some little names here and there. AI has been destroying that whole narrative.
I founded it.
Yeah. This building, the White House was founded, and they give you this impression that 200 and something years ago, these people built this. That's a lie. After the smoke cleared from this great war using great massive weapons. Look, they want you, sister, to be afraid of nuclear war. This is not the first time as humans on this planet we've had nuclear war. It's not the first time. The world experienced nuclear war in 1812. You can research that. You got people giving you documentation now. You got scientists talking about it now. And they said, and so immediately after 1812, which something of immense heat melted the bricks and the granite and the marble, buildings carved out of one piece of rock, something of immense heat, thousands of degrees temperatures to melt this stuff. And then 1813, 1814, 1815, the world was experiencing years without a summer. That's nuclear winter, deep freeze. So my secondary duty when I was an Army engineer officer was nuclear, biological, chemical warfare officer for the battalion. Okay? So I know a thing or two about radiation and radiation sickness and what it was. And them doctors were no different back in the 1800s as they were writing down in their journals the symptoms of what occurred as a result of what happened in 1812.
But no, I'm looking at this. This is what they're saying. Okay, so the War of 1812. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Conflict in North America from 1812 to 1815 for the Franco-Russian.
Right. It was worldwide.
Right, and so they're saying that to the United States Capitol after burning of Washington, mortally wounded. Isaac Brock Spurs on York volunteers at the Battle of Queenston Heights. Okay, USS Constitution versus HMS Wherry. Right, the death of Tecumseh in 1813. Andrew Jackson defeats the British assault in New Orleans, 1815. Okay, so all right, so it says date June 18th, 1812 through February 1815. Then you have the territorial Anglo-American status quo antebellum. West Florida remained under Spanish control, although its position was weakened. Mobile comes after American, because under American Mobile Tennessee, Tecumseh Confederacy dissolved. Over 22 million acres of Creek territory ceded to the United States. This, I think, is interesting. The Creek. See,
yes.
So what happens? Belligerents. I don't know what this means. United States: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Lower Creek, and Tuscarora. United Kingdom: Tecumseh, Red Sticks. So this is what was going on, right?
Exactly. Now bring it up close to springboarding off of that. Now let's go to, as we are approaching the start of the American Civil War, what state kicked it off? Because you're not normally taught this in school. There's a state that kicked it off, and there are reasons why they kicked it off. South Carolina. What was the flag that was flown in the state of South Carolina? It's got a crescent on it, a crescent moon. That was an Islamic republic, which was still part of the original Cherokee nation. And they succeeded. They wanted nothing to do with siding because they had enough resources and money to be their own country. Things have been heating up and cooling off for a minute. But they are the ones who are in history, written history, the ones responsible for jump starting it.
So people do not believe there was a nuclear. Is there like a book that explains there was actually a nuclear war or something?
You can go up there on YouTube, and you got so many people out there. Just put in nuclear war of 1812, and you can just Google that. And in YouTube, you got folks, and it's not new videos. They've been talking about this forever and a day.
Is that what the Tartarian thing, the mud flood thing happened from?
Yeah, but all of that's us.
So people will say that that's a conspiracy.
Yeah, that's us. All of that is us. People who look like you and I. They were bigger in stature, they were larger in stature, and all of that, and they got the skeletal remains to prove it.
So here's the thing: is that because when I was talking about Ellis Island, when I was talking about the whole thing, discussing the trains with the kids on it and this, that, the other. Some people were talking about the test tube babies and this.
That technology existed. The ancient Romans were able to do it. They got mural paintings showing that.
So when I was talking about that, I had a person come up here and say, "Well, that is going into Tartaria, and that's false. It's false information."
No, it's not. Especially when these people have in the Smithsonian, the Peabody Museum, the Metropolitan Museum, all these different museums. Okay, they have the original stuff, maps that the entire this hemisphere was already known about. They got entire map to include Antarctica before there was ice on it, and there's Arabic names, Arabic writing all over these maps from way back when. This thing about people traveling and going here and this, that, and the other, that's not anything new. And I got something that I want to mention something here. You know, they gave you today's definition for the word bozo, right? This guy's a bozo.
A clown,
right? The word bozo has nothing to do with incompetence. They were the ones credited with building the largest seafaring ships, and they already had Marines and what type of uniforms they wore. And they were the ones who had perfected longitude and latitude that the satellites today cannot improve upon. You hear me loud and clear, right? Satellites cannot improve what they had here. Okay, so if you're going to talk about even quote unquote from the continent, the Ghanaian Mali Empire, Mansa Musa's brother, who sailed here and established what is today called Mexico. Mexico is Mexica, which means sacred land. Sacred land. It's not nothing to do with you mixed blood, none of that nonsense that I've heard some old, really old Shriner Caucasian guys down here in Texas say. And as soon as he said that stuff, I cut him off at the knees. No, that's some bullshit, man. Excuse me for using that language on your program, but I cut him off at the knees. No, that's not what the word means. It's an ancient word. Okay, it means sacred lands. Okay, here's something, sister, you need to know about as well too. Okay, again, I hope I answered that part about, hey, we in prophecy time right now. Every foreigner who is here will be forced to go back to their own lands. They're not liking the methods that's being employed, and they were here to do us in. Hence, what you heard some of the Somalis saying. They're upset. How come the African Americans are not being deported right along with us? We're from here. Our DNA and genetics match this soil. And they know that for a fact. Our genetics and DNA match this soil. We are home. We're not from no place else. They know that as fact. Their science has proved it. But these other ones mouthing off, saying what they're saying, they got to go. Because we were old enemies from before. Them Somalis, now called Somalis and all of that, the Negro Navy, back in the day before this was called the United States of America, was fighting wars on the high seas to free Caucasians and among a few others, and gave them a home here. Those are the real immigrants. And we have this thing that we do amongst ourselves as people where we adopt you. And this still goes on in terms of our understanding about, you know, you on earth, you have a right to be living and breathing just like any one of us do here. So that's where the color line falls apart. Okay, we weren't using that. We simply said we recognize you were oppressed. And to be oppressed also means it's a sin. You didn't ask to be oppressed, but it's a sin to be oppressed.
I'm trying to keep up with some of these comments that I think that the questions are being asked. So they're saying that the first nuclear bomb actually was created in 1945.
Right, that's what they told you, and that's what they told us. Okay, that's not the full history. Okay, I'm not
Nope,
going to
nope,
disagree
nope.
about they made some bombs in 1945. I'm not going to disagree with that. Yes, they did that. My degree's in physics, by the way. Okay, so yeah, that's true. But even in my physics class, they didn't talk about no previous centuries and eons ago of who was using these terrible weapons in the Harada, okay, of the Hindu people thousands of years ago. Okay, they had a
Sodom and
weapon. Yeah, but they had a
Sodom and
weapon. They went to war against the people that we call today in the Mongolian area and as such as the Gurkhas, okay, who in their genetics, some of them are still affected by the lingering radiation. And northern India, there's a whole area out there they refer to as like green glass. That's extremely high temperature type weapons that was used. So in the Hindu Harada, they talked about their fighter pilots flying around in these celestial boxcars. That's how somebody translated it into English. Okay, I was reading all this before there was the internet. All right, that they unleashed weapons fighting against their enemies. That when that weapon exploded, it was 10,000 times the brilliance of the sun. They talked about elephants bursting into flames immediately. There are still bodies that are still there. They have never been buried. They're out in the open. They're completely fossilized humans, women pregnant, the whole package. So whatever was going on with them some time ago. So, it's just a matter of history, historical facts and records today.
Can you give a
Brother
book?
Bahab,
Can you give a
Brother
book?
Bahab, you go back to Sodom and Gomorrah. It was a
Yes.
nuclear bomb that destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. You
Right.
have to go
And
back
I learned-
all the way
I learned-
into the history. In the
Right.
history
I
of the
learned in the
Anunnaki.
U.S. Army. I learned in the U.S. Army. As far as when my secondary duty, they sent me away to school for NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical warfare. You want to turn to a pillar of salt? Okay, be at ground zero when that nuke goes off. All right, you got no place to run. They say at that temperature, dust explodes. Period. Okay,
Wow.
this is not about winning somebody over. I'm gonna convince you this, that, and the other. Or there's only one time in history where they made the nuclear bomb. All this technology they got is not new. That's what we're trying to say.
No,
what did it say?
no,
What did
no,
Solomon say? There's nothing new
no.
under the sun. We're acting like it is. This is not the first time we had Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and all this sort of stuff and motorcycles and all that. This is not the first time we had this.
Play
This
your
is just
phones
stuff
and
that
all
they
that.
deliberately and by deliberately doing it the way they did, by giving us this nonsense. And my good friend, brother Phil Valentine, he always said he don't call it education. He called it deducation, where they dead your mind to what the real history and facts are, but but we're walking around surviving amongst this stuff, and your mind is still asking questions. Who built that?
Yeah.
Who built this? And America is the land of 10,000 plus pyramids. Missouri means Egypt. You're saying it in lazy English. So how do you say it in Arabic? Misri. Okay? How you say it in Hebrew? Mitzrayim. Okay? Missouri means that. Mississippi is part of it. It's part of it. It's in the language. They're not speaking Indian. And the word Indian is adjective. That's an old Shemitic word too, but it's not a noun. It means you walk with the embodiment of the creator inside of you. Indi, Indahu, Indaha, Indahum. So we didn't call ourselves Indians. People looked at us. Christopher Columbus could speak Chaldean Hebrew. So when he said Indias, which is kind of Latin of it, and by the way, Mexican Spanish contains no less than a minimum of 4,000 Arabic words in Mexican Spanish. How about those apples? So when I was teaching Hebrew some years ago, one of my students who's from Mexico, he said when I got to the verbs, he could understand the verb because the verb has the same definition in Mexican Espanol. He told me that point blank. And I said, really? I had Spanish in high school. They never made this connection where they said it was from Latin. It's a Latin language. Okay. So he said anything. He spoke out. Ablasa. That's a Hebrew and Arabic word. Ablasa. He spoke out. And then in their language, it's the same verb. Ablasa. He spoke out.
So
He
here's
didn't
the
bother to change the definition.
computers, tablets, cell phones are ancient. Exactly. That's what we're trying to like.
They are. And that's what I'm trying to say. They had different names, but they ain't new. China just dug up 10, 20 years ago an ancient computer of theirs buried out there in the desert, which I think was a consequence of part of that nuclear war, whenever that type of nuclear war happened. And that thing is powered by light. There's, some of it is damaged. Some of the cylinders are damaged. So, it's just things that make you go, okay, so they know. Yes, they know that. And then some on the meta spiritual level in terms of how to control your soul. Because right now, people say when you die, you go to heaven. No, that's not what's happening. They chopped down the tree of life. All these trees that could reach up to the firmament, they chopped those trees down. Because those trees help facilitate when it's your time to leave, which we also lived here longer, 900, 1,000 years, and we had bigger stature. Right now, I just refer to us as militant midgets running all over the planet, trying to tear up some stuff and talk smack about some stuff. And we're not even here longer than a blink of an eye. Okay. So when we leave here, we are recycled.
Let me tell you how this whole thing can get. I heard that in Chinese, in I think Chinese ancient mythology, like that there was this huge giant, and I guess when he died, the actual continent of Africa is his skull, and the bottom of South America is the bottom of his skull. And this was a giant that lived on Earth, and then when he died, that they made up the continent. This sounds like, and that we're pretty much merely fleas. Like we're just like these beings, like living on a giant that actually lives.
Well, they say that when Mother Tiamat wakes up, Tiamat. Go ahead, Brother Wadia.
Yeah, because he been waiting.
Hey, sister, let me say something a minute. The Nephilims, the history of the Nephilims, that's what the Jews call it, the history of the Nephilim. First of all, history don't start in Africa. History started in ancient Sumeria, which is Iraq, Iran, and Persia. That's where history started with the Anunnakis. You had to know that history. The giants, the history of the giants, you go to the Deuteronomies, the second chapter of Deuteronomies, it tells you about the history of the giant. You can go on YouTube now and they'll tell you all the history of the giant. You have the history of the giants old that's in the Bible, Nod, the country Nod, all of that. The history of the giants is still here. The Nephilims are still here. And see, we've been lied to that history started in Africa. That's the biggest lie that ever been told. History didn't start in Africa. They don't teach you about the Nephilims. They don't teach you about the Anunnaki. They don't teach you about Enki and Eli. They don't teach you this history. But they got this history. They don't hide it from you. They don't hide it from you. There ain't nothing hid right now. They don't hide it from me. You can go on YouTube right now and listen. There's a book that's in the Bible. The Bible say, have you read what's in the book of Asher? The book of Asher and Enoch tell you about this. That's why they took it out of the canon. They took those books out of the canon because they didn't want you to know this history. But the Roman Catholic Church got these books. The book of Asher, you can get the book of Asher. Read the book of Asher and Enoch. It tells you about the giants. It tells you about all of this that what we're talking about that you're not familiar with.
Let me edify something you just said, Brother Dawadia. When I was learning Choctaw, I took a course in Choctaw after hearing one of the Native American programs that come on every Sunday in Dallas, 89.3 FM. KNON, the voice of the people. They mentioned the name of a lady, okay, who, when the summer was about to come in, that every summer she comes down from the Choctaw Reds out of Oklahoma, and she teaches Choctaw. So I signed up for it. I got the font, disc, and everything, which is the same Paleo Hebrew outside. Then it was like Windows 95 or something like that. I mean, not Windows, Word 95. Okay. So she was teaching us, she gave us a sheet after so many classes. She gave us a sheet. She invited us to come by the American Indian Community Church off of I-30 and Hampton Road, right? I'm looking at this sheet, right? And she gave the transliteration, not a translation, transliteration of something she always did on how to pronounce the ancient character set you was looking at, okay? And I recognized something right away. I said, this is from Exodus. So here's what they did to us as far as these religious people have done. They took the, because you mentioned Dewaya, Inky, and Enlil. So this is where I'm going with this. So they told us in English, I am the Lord thy God. You've heard that before, right, Sister Monica? I'm the Lord thy God. And then, you see that show up a few times. So in Hebrew, that is pronounced Anoki Yehovah Eloheka. Anoki Yehovah Eloheka. Okay? So I knew it that way from quote unquote biblical Hebrew. But that is the word Anoki is not how the Choctaws pronounce that word. They pronounce the word Inki Yehovah Eloheka. So I waited till the class was finished, and I walked over to the sister and I said, and she was 80 years old at the time. I walked over to her and I said, excuse me, I noticed this says Inki Yehovah Eloheka. Right. She said, mm-hmm. I said, would this be Inki, the brother of Enlil? That's what I asked her directly. And she said, why, yes. She said, and she tells me I'm one of the first students who ever caught that and mentioned that, but she knew her history. This 80-year-old woman knew the history. So my next question to her was, who are your people, really, and how long have you been here? That was my two questions I asked her. She said they have been here for a very long time. And this is somebody brown like us who was teaching this course.
All right, so
very interesting.
So we've gotten into the history. I need to fast forward into now, because what's happening is, because it's great to talk about the history of it all, but everybody keeps asking the same question, as in the audience. What do we do about this now? Let me go back into this discussion that was had with this young lady who, with ICE, right? So now we have ICE. We have a situation going on.
Right.
50 years is the end of America. That's when America, as we know it, changes, right? So let's go.
It changes. It don't mean it's the end.
But hold on.
Very different things. But go ahead, sister.
Warrant to gain access, and we're still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate. Correct. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided.
Now, before anybody says anything, let me just say this. It sounds to me that even law enforcement have no idea what is really going on. Let me say this, for those people that think it's all a conspiracy and everybody knows what's happening, local law enforcement have no idea what is really happening with ICE. How is it that if this whole thing is a plan from the commission, why don't local law enforcement know that this is the plan? Or maybe they do, and they're just pretending like they don't. But let's go.
Provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
You arrived at the scene, you were denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, though Judge grants said warrant, you show up with that, you're still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information. We had a warrant.
So wait a minute, wait a minute. Y'all's law enforcement. You're Minnesota State Police, right? We're not even talking about local law enforcement. You show up at a crime scene or a scene of a shooting. Let's be generous. A scene of a shooting. You show up and they tell you you can't participate in the investigation. The crime scene has not been properly cordoned off. These people who are part of ICE do not have any investigative capacity, right? Department of Homeland Security, the Keystone, the ones who are doing the investigating, and the actual law enforcement who has legal jurisdiction is not allowed to participate. They go there, they are told they can't participate. They then go to court. They get a court order from a judge, an independent judge, and they're still not allowed to participate. Because the private militia done took over the scene. The same private militia that's got more weapons than the actual local police. Y'all remember what Mayor Fry said? What did he say? We got 600 officers here in Minneapolis. They got 3,000 federal agents. And now Donald Trump and Kristi Noem are coming at Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Fry talking about something. They're not helping us. They're refusing to help us. And they're like, we got 600 agents. Y'all got 3,000. Y'all outnumber us in terms of law enforcement 5-1. You've got 3,000 federal agents, and I shouldn't even call them federal agents. You got 3,000 civil servants, armed civil servants who are functioning like a private militia who are refusing to allow the actual law enforcement to investigate what
she don't know what she's talking about.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can I say something, sister? Let me say something. She don't know what she's talking about. She's completely lost, like the typical black African American that's a Democrat. Those are federal agents. The federal government, I'm gonna tell you what they tired of. They tired of you going to get a judge to block them on what they done gave an order for. They finna do away with all the judges, Supreme Court, and all of that stuff, and be under total federal control. Because you got Democratic judge doing this and blocking this and that. They finna get rid of all of that. All of that, you ain't gonna be able to do nothing until the federal government investigate and do what they want to do. You might as well get ready for it. You might as well get ready for it. That's where it's finna be.
How can what's called the Department of Homeland Security investigate something where they don't have an investigative division? And how can they also block out state?
The federal, every state is up under federal
jurisdiction.
Sister, that's what you got to.
Yeah,
you
federal jurisdiction.
You got to understand.
So only
that you up under their jurisdiction. You up under their rule.
Right. So here's
what part of that? What part of that you don't understand?
Right.
Is how ignorant you is to who the federal government is.
People have rights under like state law and state jurisdiction, local law, and the local law enforcement. Well, guess what? This is showing right here the fact that these guys are able to come in there and block off local law enforcement to investigate what happened as far as a crime with a federal agent. So the only one that could probably go in there is probably the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I think that we as human beings, when we're dealing with ICE and this Department of Homeland Security, you don't realize that this is not the same police force. This is not your mommy and daddy's people getting pulled over by the cops. This is a completely different monster going on, and people need to realize that and stop playing with themselves. Because if you get shot by them, guess what? They own that. There's nothing you can do about it.
Ain't not one thing you can do.
Right. Now, here's the thing, Brother Dewadi, I want to edify both of you on. Just to give just a little bit more clarity. Okay. You have every state has a military, right? Referred to as the National Guard.
Right.
We have two commanders in chief. We have the state governor and we have the president. And since the late 80s, the National Guard has become a full-fledged member of the the federal
Right.
U.S. military family. Okay, that fully recognized. Okay, we already been getting the training and doing this, that, and the other, and the National Guard has fought most of the wars. So why is Trump using? And I'm using the National Guard, and we're going to get to ICE, and then I got to talk about something dealing with local law enforcement. 80% of America's fighting force, combat fighting force, divisions, brigades, is in the National Guard. Always has been, because it grew out of the concept of state militia. Now, there are, 24, 25, maybe more million veterans. They're very concerned about us veterans because they know that we have a different type of mindset. We swore to uphold, support, and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Okay? And that oath, the only time that oath is null and void is when we pass away and they're packing the dirt on us. That's told to us straight. Okay? Ain't no mincing words here. The state oath is maybe a couple of words is added here and there when you say to support and uphold and defend the Constitution of the for the state of New York and such and such in the United States, and then your state name is also mentioned in there too. Okay, and that in recognizing the governor as your commander in chief. When we as state forces are federalized, local law enforcement has to do exactly what we tell them as we see fit. Because now it's on lockdown. Now, let's get to the local law enforcement. Local law enforcement, they call the boys in blue for a reason. Okay? Because the police order is a fraternal order. They're Blue Lodge. So they don't always, most of them are never going to know what the higher echelons and circle is really planned and what the end goal is. Now, let's pick it back up to the federal government side. They are actually wanting to accelerate things to the point that we have a major catastrophe here. There will be no longer one president after this expected nuclear throwdown they're trying to get people gourded into, because they're trying to get your mind massaged into accepting, these is what happens if there's an EMP burst and all of this. Basically, they're telling you, without saying it, we heading that way. And like I used to tell people in my lectures back in the day, I say the missiles will fly. They will be on time, even if the angels have to come down and press the buttons themselves. It's going down. When that happens, they said that it's expected to be broken up into 5 presidents in this country, 10 regions, 5 presidents to govern all of the United States of America. There won't be no more one president.
To they had that movie called The Hunger Games. The district.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, they had a TV miniseries before called Jericho, where someone started a nuclear war. They blamed it on Iran. Okay, they blamed it on Iran, and so Iran gets nuked. But come to find out, it was some military defense, somewhere within the military defense industry. Someone did that, and then they had a brother, and I don't remember his name. One of the actors. And he did not know all the information, but he did work for these guys. The military industrial complex run the country. They have for some time. And I want to say how long this technology has been around. They would have you believe that during the Civil War, that they were firing cannons and stuff like that from wooden ships. But yet in Texas, Galveston, a black and white still photo, 1812, there is a full-blown metal battleship anchored in the background with these Caucasians who are all dressed the same way. We call them test tube babies, whatever you want to call them. Okay, but they're all dressed the same exact way. And people are commenting on the photo, but I'm looking at that full-blown metal battleship, which proves none of this stuff is new. Now, accelerate, move up forward. Who will be doing the nuking? In 88, a gentleman made this statement. He said, by the year 2015, now you got to keep in mind, the Pope changed the time, okay, and took 8 years off of the calendar, or added 8 years to the calendar, I should say. So they told you today is Monday. No, today's not Monday, okay? Saturday, of course, it's not Saturday, all right? Everything was also, and they show you, and I came across this little thing I'm about to share with you, because timeline and understanding what sort of time may be real or fictitious. In a book called Numerical Recipes in C. My minor was computer science. So back then we didn't have PCs. You had to write your code by, you had to manually write your code out. So I took some languages, Fortran 4, but one of them, Pascal, Basic, and then I had the language C. It was all ran on a mainframe computer at the college campuses, right? That's how we did our homework. My Russian professor gave us a homework assignment to predict when the moon would be in its different phases and what dates they would show up. That's the general piece of the program. So we call that piece a subroutine, which means it's going to be inserted into a bigger program, okay, for other things that you may need it for. I'm looking at the mathematical equation. The mathematical equation is that piece is accredited to Pope Greg. Everybody know who Pope Gregory was, right? The one who's supposed to institute this new calendar in 1582, October 4th. So in this thing, I'm with my handheld calculator, I'm looking at, and the subroutine says, if the date you're looking for, as far as the phase of the moon is concerned, if it is less than 1582, October 4th, okay, do not use the Gregorian calculation. Skip that. So I wrote a program that completely took the Gregorian calculation out of it. I just said, well, let me see what results I'm going to get. So I ran it, and back then that was 1988, somewhere around there. I ran it and said, okay, give me the phases of the moon. And then I went to the computer room and got my printout out of the computer room. And I'm sitting there looking at it, and I noticed the days were thrown off. So I went and grabbed in the almanac, I went to the section called perpetual calendars, because my calculation already showed that your days are offset by 3 and your years are out of whack by 8. My calculator, just hand calculator, I did that. So now I modified the program to remove the Gregorian calculation altogether, and I just ran it straight. And sure enough, it matched the almanac perpetual calendar, but not the year that they told us we were in. I had to go, I said, my calculator said we're off by 8 years. So I had to go up 8 years. And sure enough, that day's date, the day's date of when there should be the phase of the moon, was now showing me in the almanac 8 years ahead of the year that I'm in. So I said, okay, we're out of phase. For some reason, I didn't know all of the science behind why they actually shifted the calendar around, because before that, the church used an entirely different calendar, which was, of course, based on the 4 seasons and a few other things. But anyway, here's what I want to get to. So this guy talks about we will have a semblance of a real calendar after China and Russia nukes America. And he says the statement you can expect Russia to say to the American population, to say that the American population is not the enemy, your government is. And as a result, they go ahead and nuke, but not all of America is destroyed. Because now you got to go back to parts of the Old Testament where it tells you this is the land he gave you. And you've heard the term Great Plains before, right? Everybody's heard this term, the Great Plains, this, that, and the other, right? In some semblance, we've heard this. Well, before they just stripped something away from it, I tell you what they took out of it, that term, and just got it down to Great Plains. It was called the Plains of Abraham in 1752. And it went from Quebec, Canada, all the way down through the Great Mesa and everything else into Mexico.
So
So
is that
you're
like
not supposed to know that you're living in what was called, quote unquote, what was promised to Abraham. And then you got to go back to Genesis 13. And again, that Hebrew expression, Arzot Habari, is how the promised land is referred to. And the young 6-year-old child sitting in geography in Israel, learning Hebrew, don't know anything about the Bible. When he's learning how to say in Hebrew the names of all the countries around the world, when he gets to the United States, it is Arzot Habari, Standard Hebrew Dictionary, not a biblical dictionary. So when they come here, and the people like Somalia and all of them, this word is not that different in their language. So when they say, I'm going to the land of milk and honey, think about what they're actually saying to you. They know this place to which they're coming to. So no, all this land is not going to be destroyed. Quite a few people will be destroyed in it. Yes. And it's because it's mostly those who do not belong here. That's what Ezekiel chapter 37 and 38 is telling you about. Because it tells you what they did, and 39. It's the conclusion. It's telling you what's going to happen. It says that you see these agencies, Monica, that you mentioned, that they're against each other, the federal, Homeland Security, and all these other folks, and how this person, and he's not recognizing that person's jurisdiction and all of that. That's all in the book. It already said that their hands will be against each other. All of these criminals, this fictitious setup, they're going to be against each other. But one of them being the most, I'd say, vicious and forthright, are about the business of kicking everybody out. They rounding up people who people would say, well, why are you touching that person? That person's American Indian. And you got some of these folks who are in the know who represent these agencies and saying, you don't know what I know. They're not. They're squatters on your people's land, which is why we put it on the reservations in the first place.
So listen, I want to listen. We about to like. Really,
yeah.
About to, go ahead.
Sister, here's something I want everybody to do to let you know that we on the wrong count. 4 times 7 is 28 days in a month. Ask yourself, how did the month get 29, 30, and 31 days? You're on the wrong calendar. America New Year's in October, the 1st.
I'm sorry, your phone is like someone calling you.
The government. That's
your phone, your audio. Your audio is out, Baba.
time.
Here we go. Now it's
You too.
Yeah, something happened. All right.
You know, we're used to this on the shows that you've heard all three of us talking on, where all of a sudden the entire thing dropped. We used to be on Blog Talk Radio, and then up out of the middle of nowhere, we see this email telling us that Blog Talk Radio is going away. No real explanations. Didn't say they had financial problems. Didn't say they had any of these issues going on. And it's like, why are they going away? Now, sister, just so you know, I actually own my own network as well. So I run my own servers, got my own stuff going on. So I don't have to use necessarily all these crazy special programs per se. I do not. And I have a program that I haven't installed yet on one of my boxes that will allow me to also tie directly into YouTube. So I'm a technologist, cybersecurity, all that stuff. So I understand what's going on, who tracking and how they tracking and all this wild stuff.
I do my show lately in the last, like, I'd say like 2 weeks. I mean, it's been going ham. People getting kicked off. I thought it was because people were reporting me on YouTube. I don't know what's going on, but it gets really crazy. So go ahead, Baba. Were you finished what you were saying?
You were saying something, Brother Dwyer, about the calendar. We're on the wrong calendar. You mentioned the days in the month.
4 times 7. We're on the wrong calendar. 4 times 7 is 28 days in a month. It's how did a month become 29, 30, and 31? Those are questions to ask yourself. That means that you're on the wrong calendar. The white boy got you on the Roman Catholic calendar. They started, the first of the year starts April the 1st. Bead 1. Bead is in the Bible. It tell you to start in the spring. You start your calendar in the month of January to the god Janus. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, those are ancient Roman Anglo-Saxon who call himself an American. That's their gods. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that's their god. You celebrating their gods.
It's still in German today. Friday
You
is
ain't got sense,
Freitag.
you got to have sense enough to know this. But most people don't have sense enough to know this. It's 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6. We deal with numbers, not with ancient Germanic gods.
Ethiopia, in Ethiopia it's 2018. It's not even 2026. In Ethiopia, right?
Yeah, I thought, sister, that they said 1018. I could correct. I could be wrong. But, their calendar, they said that they have not modified or allowed anything crazy to happen to whatever this dispensation of time is, that how they track it. So I'm not surprised, because by the time I was learning things in the Great Seal Moors Association, they were saying how 1,000 years was total was pretty much added to the calendar. 300 over here, 500 years over there. So that allows them to play with the chronology of history. This is where rubber meets the road when we are youngsters and these public school institutions. And here it is. Whole things are just simply not touched. It's not a question of they lied to us. It's just not touched. It's not discussed. Period.
So let's go into the aspect of where people don't even know. So when you hear like these reporters, they don't even understand what's even actually happening, right? So let's really get into, because we could go into history all you want. We can talk about the Berbers, we can talk about the Moors, but we're going through something right now, and we need to actually take this thing into current America and what is happening now, and how is it, and what is, because I said in this title is, did Black Americans predict what was happening now? And I know that you guys said that.
What's happening?
So
Sister, what's happening now is that the federal government going to do away with all state constitutions, and we are going to the United States, and every country that's in America is going to come up under federal control, point blank. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Right, and it's the federal government that owns all the lands. All the lands, the original lands of our ancestors who are from this hemisphere is under a federal trust. It's been that way. It's not a new thing. Commonwealth and all this. Commonwealth. Okay, that means who were you paying when these Caucasians originally was doing their thing? Who were they paying tribute to? You got a Commonwealth. The same thing with the Commonwealth of Virginia. All of these places.
What make up America is you got so many territories, the Western territories, then you got 4 Commonwealth states, and then you got the Republican states. That's what you got. That's what make up the federal government. That's what they classify them as. But the federal government is going to do away with all political parties, all judges, all constitutions. See, each state got their constitution, but you were supposed to be up under federal constitution guidelines, and you ain't. You couldn't be no homosexual according to the federal constitution. And then what you got? The constitution of the state so you can marry each other. They ain't gonna play that stuff. They taking over control of all of everything that's in America is going to come up under federal control. That's 37 countries that's in America, and the 50 states that's in America is going to come up under federal rule. And if you don't like it, they're going to kill you.
And not only that, the law that they're going to bring in, is the no-hide law to address These very things Brother Dawadia just mentioned, people have no clue what's about to break forth on them because they haven't spent any time cultivating their own interpersonal level spiritually. They haven't done that. Okay. Now, some of them, it's not their fault because they were deliberately misguided. Okay. These things called churches and all that, that's all going away. I don't know what these preachers are going to do, especially the black preachers, because most of them, they've been on the tape, but most of them are in the order too. So, they're operating as what they call operative subversive mechanics. Okay, let me tell you, Grace Hill Moore, all of my people who taught me, they were GMs and WMs and all that, and they laid the whole thing about who's doing what right and who's not. Period. And there's no love between all of them. Okay, they said all others are following ways that are perverse. Okay, but they can't. At the time this information is being rolled in front of me. We didn't have to go through all the wild rituals and all of that. Okay, they said you haven't been taught. You ain't nothing wrong with your brain, nothing wrong with your mind. And what we've resolved to do before they die was to give us the meat and potatoes. That's what they called it. And if you start cracking jokes in those classes, your butt was out of there. It's just not funny. This wasn't a joke. So they said, we want you to go get this. We're going to book a trip to the Library of Congress. You're going to look at this document and this document and that document. And we went with them because we didn't have the credentials required to be up in there requesting this, that, and the other. I mean, if you go to the Library of Congress, some of them books back then, I mean, they were locked. Them pages are locked. So you can look at certain pieces that you filled out the form of what chapters or sections you want to read and paragraphs, even though it didn't matter what it was. Okay. You tamper with that lock. It tells you tampering with the lock, what sort of fine and punishment you can expect. That's right. Library of Congress. You ain't walking up in there just grabbing it because you can read. Who are you? So bottom line is there's going to be a major upset amongst people of color of the apple cart. And then those Negroes who are descended and been keeping the crap going. And I usually know who they are because I know what their last names are and where they come from. And it ain't no white man's name. That's why I say Caucasians didn't have names like that. You find a Caucasian who's got the same last name as yours because somebody black who had that name back in the day owned them because they had Slavic names, maybe Polak names, maybe Turkish names. Okay, they didn't have names like Robinson and Smithson and all that. That's not their names.
Washington. See, that name, Washington.
And Washington was originally pronounced Wessington. Okay, so who's this guy they calling George? See, look. You got what they call people replacement in terms of what they've done. So they're going to give you Mount Rushmore. They're going to show you all of these major carvings, this, that, and the other. That's not who the original people were. All the original people, Alexander Hamilton, he is a dark-skinned person from the Virgin Islands who could speak Chaldean Hebrew. So that means he got some religious system of worship working with that. All of these guys were people of color. They tell you Abraham Lincoln, things are linking out now. The guy stood 6 foot, whatever, blah, blah, blah. His mother was Ethiopian and his father was an American Negro. And it's like, wow. So they've been calling this guy what he was. So now you got what is called after some years after the Civil War, they said they declared us the lost generation. And the lost generation wasn't about how we were living then. It was what we once had that now we no longer have it. Okay? Complete overthrow. Talking about you was enslaved. No, you was a prisoner of war. And Putin and all these guys around the world, they know it. Saudi Arabia and all these places, okay? All these places know this stuff. They're hiding behind different religious type things, these new names of these nations and all this other kind of stuff that they're hiding behind. Their forebearers had something to do with us being invaded and then implode. They had agents working for them. They had all. This is not new. So the first war of violence that we're talking about was black on black. That's what I roll with. That was a hard pill to swallow at first. But after careful review of things in history and going back to things that look, I stayed living at the Cherokee Warrior Society back then because it's a lot of that stuff will never be translated per se into English, but it's in the Cherokee dialect. So we know who is who. We know who's called a nigger. Okay, because that word that's an old Shemitic word. It means you are a pestilence, a plague, a curse, and you ain't got no color. So when we saw these other people who are not Europeans, okay, and they're here, and we saw the things they were doing, we called them Yonega. Yonegga. Yonega. They are the cursed, the pestilence, the plague. And that word nega is in the Old Testament in Hebrew as nega. And it has the same exact definition that we're using in Cherokee. So we had a very good understanding.
It's just like this, sister. Let's look at the children of Japheth. Magog, Gog, and Tubal, and Javan, and Mishman. They called Gomer's first son was named Ashkenazar. They named him Jews. Ashkenazar called him a Gohim. Those are slangs. You had to go in a chronological order of how these people changed. Ain't no such thing as a damn Jew. There wasn't no J's in nobody's language into the 15th century.
And it's not a Hebrew Old Testament term, unless you were coming from the tribe of Judah. And also add a little bit more salt and spice to it. What is the mascot for the tribe of Benjamin? I'm going to give you a clue of where in the world people was actually living. And yes, they're Negroes. The mascot for the tribe of Benjamin, one of the 12 tribes, is the wolf. Do wolves live in the Middle East? The answer is hell to the no, no, no. And all of the crops in the trees, so you need 2 books. And this is what I tell people. This got nothing to do with religion. You got 2 books you need to have by your side. A book in botany and a book in zoology. Right. And so when you come across something in Genesis to Deuteronomy and all these other places, you start reading, track down what crop it's talking about, the pines, the cedars. So in Cherokee, we know about the redwoods. Ezekiel was talking nothing but the redwoods, and they only grow in America on the West Coast. Period. They don't grow nowhere else in the world. And Cherokee, we call them the sequoia wood, the sequoia. So you got the redwoods, you got a place in California called Redwood, California. Come on. And how obvious can that be? So the term Jew is not even a term in there unless you're talking about the tribe of Yehuda.
Okay? Right. Let's get back. I want to break this whole video down with what we talk about the Democrats and what they think. Black people that don't know what's wrong. Let's go into dispelling the information, the myths of what people might have a misunderstanding of. Let's go.
This is not federal law enforcement. This is Donald Trump's private army. This is his militia. We got to be clear about what that means. FBI is now saying you don't have a right to show up at a protest with a weapon. If you do, you're presumptively a terrorist, a domestic terrorist. Now, what we also have not talked a lot about here on these airwaves is the fact that even when ICE shows up, it's not just ICE by themselves. We are seeing increasing reports of actual private militia, white narcissists, armed white narcissists who are accompanying ICE, who are fulfilling I'm deputizing myself into the racist war type of era. These are the people accompanying ICE. They show up when ICE is there. ICE is preventing effective actual law enforcement from participating. This is a militia. This is a militia. Now, you may recall that we've played previously clips where officers are talking about how when they are off duty, they are being arrested and harassed. I don't have time to play it right now because I want to shift gears in just a little bit. But in the podcast episode, which will be out later on today, Larry breaks it down where we go into all of these topics way more in depth. In the podcast episode, you're going to get a chance to hear our conversation about the fact that this is a private militia. And we know that even if your local law enforcement is in agreement with you that ICE must go, local law enforcement no longer has the capacity to enforce the laws in our local communities if ICE says otherwise. I need that to sit with us for just a little bit, because what this really, it would be tragic if all we focus on is what happened to Alex Peretti. May he rest in peace. And I mean that absolutely sincerely, because what's happened to him, what's happened to Renee Good, absolutely awful and diabolical. I do want to make a quick note, however, the say her name thing that I'm seeing a lot of people doing, say his name, Alex Peretti, say her name, Renee Good, that's not for y'all. Righteous, that's not for y'all. That be the reason we had say her name, and the reason that people like Kimberly Crenshaw and the African American Policy Forum came up with the say her name framework was because when Black women were being shot and assassinated by police, they weren't getting any of the attention. They weren't getting any of the organizing effort. And frankly, and this is not to set up a sort of a juxtaposition between what was happening when Black men are shot by police and what was happening when Black women were shot by police. It was simply a recognition that in addition to all of the work that we do to bring attention to what happens when Black men are shot by police, we got to bring that same level of attention to Black women, because it wasn't happening. Kimberly Crenshaw got a whole book about why say her name was important, working with mothers of the movement, mothers of Black women who were shot and assassinated by the police. So y'all talking about say her name, Renee Good? No. Say her name, say his name, Alex Peretti? No. Y'all, we know their names. That's the point. And as Qasim Rashid says, there have been 9 people who were shot by ICE this year, and you only know the names of the 2 white ones, Renee Good and Alex Peretti. Much love and peace to them, yes. But there are 9 people that ICE has shot this month. They shot Keith Porter. Say his name, Black man Keith Porter. They also shot a Cambodian named Paraday Lay. They shot 5 Latinos named Herbert Sanchez Dominguez, Victor Manuel Diaz, Luis Beltran Yanes Cruz, Luis Gustavo Nunez Caceres, and Geraldo Lunas Campos. And so at this rate, they're on pace to kill over 100 people this year. The say her name framework is not for y'all. I need y'all to stop co-opting things that ain't really for you. I need you to, the same thing y'all did with woke. I need y'all to, because if y'all had actually stayed woke, we wouldn't be in this shit. We wouldn't be in this shit. But the reality is, it's not just about the raw, naked grab for power that the ICE militia, Trump's private militia, is now engaging in. It's also about the elections. This has always been about what they can do to disrupt elections. We know that.
Where is this wrong?
This young lady is lost and lost. She don't know nothing about what she's talking about. It ain't no Trump militia. This is the federal government. And when you're so ignorant that you don't know this is ICE is the federal government, it ain't got nothing to do with Trump. Trump is the chair spokesman for the federal government. And until you can understand that, but when you are I'll put it like this: when you are a ignorant Black American, that's a Democrat, that's a Christian, then you come here with that stuff. You don't know nothing about what you're talking about, and you finna get put either in prison or killed, messing with the federal government. You cannot mess with right now. And you need to listen to what I'm saying. Right now, you don't have any business messing with the federal government, because if they come after you, you're in a world of trouble. And all of this stuff that's going down now, in less than 6 months, all of these blocking and all of this stuff you talking against the federal government is going to cease. I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar on that, because we going up on the federal rule, whether you like it or not. Yeah, this young lady, I don't know who she is. She don't know nothing about what she's talking about.
Bring this to the table, because some people are like listening to like things like this and have no idea what's really coming down. Let's go.
They want the Insurrection Act to be instituted, but frankly, the Insurrection Act really means that the federal military, the armed forces, would be in charge of local domestic law enforcement. It doesn't necessarily give Donald Trump the ability to do any old thing that he wants, which is why I think he keeps threatening to do it.
See, everybody thinks about Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Let's stop the Donald Trump. It's not Donald Trump, guys. Donald Trump he's just a person. I think he has dementia. I think whatever he's going.
But he's a figurehead.
He is not controlling the ICE. He's not controlling.
What's going down?
He ain't really did it yet, because once he does it, what we're going to have is basically the armed forces doing law enforcement. But I don't know who would be worse at law enforcement. I would suspect that ICE agents doing law enforcement is worse than the military, which is actually trained in how to engage in these sorts of affairs. But I'm not willing to put that to the test. So I'm not asking for that. I'm just saying, let's be clear. But Pam Bondi sent a letter to Minnesota officials basically saying that if they want ICE out of Minnesota, they should turn over their voter rolls. Minnesota has almost a completely evenly divided state legislature. There was one seat in the Senate in the Democrat side that gave them the power and the authority to have a Democratic-led Senate in that state. But the reality is, in this letter, on the second page of the letter, Pam Bondi says, in order for you to get ICE out of your state, a state that has less than 200,000 immigrants in it, when Texas is right there, Florida is right there, Pamela Bondi said, in order to get ICE out of your state, in addition to other other things that she wants them to address, they have to, quote, allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law as authorized by the Civil Rights Act of 1960. Fulfilling this common sense she calls this shit common sense. Fulfilling this common sense request will better guarantee free and fair elections and boost confidence in the rule of law. This is coming out at the same time that we learned that when DOGE was in operation, then they were going to the Social Security Administration. They were also collaborating and working with private nonprofit type organizations, private loosely formed associations of people who wanted access to the Social Security information so that they would be able to manipulate state voter roll data. They want the states, the Democratic states, to turn over the voter rolls because they want to use the voter roll information as a way of disrupting the midterm elections. And so Democrats don't want what's happening in Minneapolis to happen.
Go ahead. Let's go.
I tell you what, sister, go Google. All states in America are Republican states. Ain't no such thing as a Democratic state. All states come up under federal rule. Go Google it.
That's right. That's why it's called the Federal Republic.
Mm.
Go Google it. It's never changed that name.
You don't know what you're talking about. It ain't now state, a Democratic state. This is a Republican form of government. Every state is a Republican state ruled by the federal government. That's just how
all these other guys, and all these other guys back in history were saying that all of them, they were all what? First, they were all Federalists, and their loyalty was to the Republic. Okay, this is back in the day. Okay, and
when you pledge allegiance,
black folks, right, to the Republic, for which it stands. You say it's in there. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Period. Okay, and Frederick Douglass.
Where do it say Democrat? Where do it say Democrat? You people that's Democrat. Where do it say it's Democrat?
It's the word democracy is not even mentioned nowhere in the preamble. It's not in there. Okay, and Frederick Douglass and all these guys, they were all Republicans. Once upon a time, majority of people of the Negroes in this America, not because they were enslaved, that's a lie. They were all Republicans. Everybody in the South was. Now, if you was a Democrat, when this party got started, the Democrats were the ones who were importing the Democratic Party. That's where the Ku Klux Klan grew out of. They grew out of that, and they were called. They were whacking. Their mission was to come into the southern states and whack, kill, murder the whites who were Republicans. And so a person who would come in, and those who crossed over from a Democrat to a Republican, this is standard high school American history. They were called boll weevils. They had all kinds of names for them. But the Democratic Party was the one who was responsible for importing foreign military into this country to fight against the Southern Confederacy. And that Confederate flag is not a Caucasian flag. That is a Negro flag that deals with 5 nations in the South. That same flag. They didn't even bother to modify the thing. They just took our stuff, and now we look at it, we cuss and spit at it. But once a time, we revered that flag because that was our flag. That's our flag. You got black Confederates down here in Texas. Every once in a while, that one guy, him and a handful of these guys either get on a motorcycle or they walk from state to state or as far as they can go. He's dressed in Confederate gray. And other black folks in the South are confused. He said, no, you lost your history. This is us.
White folks
then basically cough up the information so that when it comes time for y'all to go to vote in the midterm elections, which are happening right now, we're going to talk about that in just a minute, they're able to do exactly what they want with them voter rolls. And they can come doing to everybody what they already did in Florida. Do you remember Florida with Governor Ron DeSantis? Remember when he created that election police force, which basically went around and arrested Black people, arrested Latino people, Black American people, for all of you who seem to indicate that, you know, your lineage won't protect you. It ain't. It won't. But okay. But they had a police force, Florida's election police force. And that's not what it was officially called. I can't remember the official name of it. But they basically arrested a whole bunch of Black people very publicly. It was kind of like a bad boys. They would have the cameras. They busted up in these people's houses, came to they had cookouts. They were having summertime fun, embarrassed them in front of their neighbors, and said that they voted as criminals and said that they did not have the right to vote. Each of those cases ended up being dropped because it wasn't about the state of Florida actually having the information that said that these people had voted in a criminal fashion, meaning they did not have the legal right to vote. It was about embarrassing them and threatening anybody else who had been formerly incarcerated. If you did want to vote, you better not, because look at what might happen to you. They want to do that on the national level right before the midterm elections. And so I'm glad that America is.
I think that people are very misconstrued thinking about this is about the election. The midterm.
It's not.
No,
it's about the change.
Man,
it's about that flip that's going to put people into a psychological meltdown.
It's not about the midterm elections, guys. Anyone who's watching, much love to this young lady, but I'm going to say this. It's not about the elections. This is what they are using to get people up in an uproar. It has nothing to do with Democrats versus Republicans. Because I have a lot of Republican Black people that will come up here. I voted for this. We have to get the immigrants out. Yeah. But I'm like, okay, but it's not just about that. Republican is bullshit too. So much as Democrats bullshit, Republicans, it's all bullshit.
That's the reason the federalists finna to do away with all political parties in America. It's finna to be done away with.
I try to tell that stuff all the time. You have people come up here like, yeah, I voted for Donald Trump. Well, okay, cool. But guess what? You also voted for what's about to go down. And it's not about Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't have no say-so on what's about to happen. 2025, Project 2025, Project 2030 have nothing to do with Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Oh, you know about that, huh, Monica? You're full of surprises. I'm so glad that you're saying that.
In the game, 2030.
Because see, but you know why they keep pushing the dates out like that? Because they keep running into roadblocks. They have what they call a 400-year plan. Now, that's going to cause you to break out the learned book of the elders of the leaders of Zion, where they said one thing that they have on their side is time. They can wait you out. They said all your political, your economics, they will not be satisfied until all of that is sewn up. They tried to initially say that was a fraudulent document, only to find out, hey, well, hold up, what's going on right now? This is exactly mergers, and when corporations, they had a rash of these things where this corp is taking over these corps, and then now you go one place, like you walk into, let's say, Dollar Tree. Well, Dollar Tree is owned by Walmart, food industries. Okay, they're owned by them. Okay, as well as Walmart and Sam's Club and a few other things they own. You don't even know unless I'm a tech guy. So you give me a call and I go into a Dollar Tree. I notice that the phone numbers to call tech support for me being there to resolve some network issue or something back there in their main telecom closet. I'm like, hey, wait, hold up. These are the same numbers. You got to call Bentonville. Wait a minute. So that means that these guys actually own Dollar Tree. See, that's how I learned it in the back end.
I'm a UX designer. Yes, Bentonville, Arkansas. I know that's exactly where the headquarters of Walmart is. I knew from a long time ago that Walmart is really a place to get your rations. You know what? Walmart is all they are is any major corporation like this. Okay, Walmart is ran by the federal government. Please do not be dismayed and think that even these social media sites, they listen. What's the guy who owns Facebook? No, this was already existing in the government before it ever existed. They just put this person to make you think that this is not the government surveillance of you to make you say, "Oh, Facebook, oh, YouTube, oh, Google." Who?
Well, the IP addresses that all of our devices use to connect to the internet came from the federal government.
1981-2,
Any flavor. This is why I also know that the world is all, and the world itself at large is all working together behind the scenes, because even in Russia, as many nukes and everything they got, guess what they're using? IP addresses. Saudi Arabia, IP addresses. China, IP addresses. Okay, so where the IP addresses come from? They came from the Department of Defense back in the day before they started allowing us.
The internet was part of the military before it was ever put on the main stage. Listen,
before it made public, right?
1995. You know how if you flip over your fucking ID, it's called the new ID, right? Back in the day, they had the same ID. You could like scan that thing in. They knew your blood pressure. They knew everything about you. In the military, when they would just scan your ID, they would know all of your details. This happened back in 1995 when I joined the military. They had the ID that did this. They're just now rolling, like almost 20 years later. These people are so much ahead of us that it's nothing you can do, bro. The best thing you can do
Well,
is
you know what your social security number is supposed to be replaced with, right? I learned this in Introduction to Telecom 101 and 201. Okay, so they talked about identifiers. And for some reason, social security number was in the mix of the conversation, but they were going somewhere in that course that I was required to take. And this is when I was working for Fidelity Investments in the telecommunications division. The what's going to replace the SSN is the LPN. LPN is a life personal number or identifier. So children are born, you get a social security number, this, that, the other. They switch into a different system. And this number is your phone number. It's everything. But to make this happen, they have to bring that technology down to the ground where you're either wearing an implant of some kind to really make this all make sense. Right now, it's bits and pieces, it's dragged all over the place, and it may not seem like it makes sense until you see how, and we use this term in technology, until you see how it's converged. See, they started out with everything separate. Modems were separate, this, that, and the other. And I got introduced to technology by the Electronic Services Division at the UN. They didn't have PCs yet, but they had other things going on. And then you start hearing about convergence. So now you don't have to go out and buy a separate modem no more. 200 baud, 300 baud, 1200 baud. You don't do that anymore. Okay, everything is all now. Now you got cellular. Now they're getting everybody off of the wires in the street. So if you still have an old traditional plain old telephone system called POTS, where you got a phone wire coming out your wall, they're already doing this for, because I got a contract, okay? I got major contracts, okay? They're on the East Coast doing a proof of concept right now. Work the bugs out. But they're going to eventually make their way over here to Texas, which means that when I get a document in my hand, a scope of work in my hand, I know exactly what I'm looking at, okay, and why. So they're getting everybody off of these lines, and they're going to take your regular phone number. It's not going to be a cellular phone, but it's going to go into a device from the old-fashioned setup, wires coming off a telephone pole and all that. Those wires are going to go away, okay, because we call it, it's nailed up a certain way, okay, BP, binding post. That's going to go away. And that phone number is now going to live inside of this ABPA device or POTS in the box. They have all kinds of names for them. And you see, and then they're going with Starlink. A lot of stuff that they're doing right now. 5G, 6G. This is all over the place. Okay. So I'm involved in all different types of aspects of this technology. I know what they're doing with servers, why they're making what they call legacy servers go away. So, you still have a laptop, this, that, and the other, but they sell laptops that don't have network ports on them anymore. Okay, because that is understood that is still exactly. They call that legacy technology. They're making legacy stuff go away.
Exactly. And let me just explain this too. Is that this is also in China what's already happening is where you have a corporate credit, like a personal credit score, right? So based on how you are in the community, based on it determines your credit score in the whole world of things. And that's all what's going to happen is that you're going to have They have this thing called Black Mirror on Netflix. All of the things that are fixing to happen is really like Black Mirror is showing you exactly what's about to happen. You're going to have a personal credit, and based on who you are in the community or whatever it is, your credit goes up versus down. And the bottom line is that when you actually talk about how like things are gonna like move into this whole structure, it's not
Mhm.
just about like like even so we're gonna be getting away 100% from any kind of like ethernet type of thing going into Wi-Fi.
Right.
All of your devices in your home are going to be like, you know, controlled by this connection, this Wi-Fi, solar power, Wi-Fi
Exactly.
has all the
Including those who are taking this, who are agreeing to adopt this internal technology to be placed within them. That
right.
there's a whole big. This is not the first time in human history that they were doing this. If you go down to Central and South America, and they discussed for years when there was no internet, and they were doing these documentaries on with Leonard Nimoy. He was one of them. People when we wasn't doing Star Trek thing, he was doing that. Uh, they're saying, well, look, these people, look at all these skulls. They did live after the surgery, but the surgery was on the brain to remove something. Something had been implanted, and the people had the knowledge to do the surgery to remove. And now they just out really open and talking about, yeah, well, you know, they had brain implants. Okay, they had
So
this, they had that going on, and the people, whatever happened, especially when a major catastrophe happens, when a major EMP will wipe all of that out. Okay, because that's electromagnetic pulse energy. Okay, it will fry chips. It will do this. Military, they like to pride themselves in the technology, the communication system they have, because they say all their stuff is EMP hardened. Basically, you're talking, you may have a laptop, this, that, and the other, but it's inside of a lead case. Okay, now all this technology, again, this is not new stuff. We're just seeing that it is in their hands. We used to use this. You got, even in the Old Testament, people using lasers called the shamir to cut perfect blocks, to make structures and do all these different things. Do not build a holy sanctuary that is made from hammers and chisels. So what tool did they use? So they've been had a book on that. One is called The Sign and the Seal. That's over 600 and some odd pages in that book. All right. And in Ethiopia, they definitely know about it. So when you talk about books, things like using religious terminology is what the Catholic Church gave us, religious terminologies for every doggone thing. You find out that there was no religion whatsoever involved in people having technologies and cell phones and video conferencing and high speed travel, rail travel. You know, you name it, under the sun. Okay, combat communications. The ancient Egyptians had paratroopers. Okay, this is in many books. The history of ancient flight. That's one of the books. Okay, they had paratroopers. The ancient Assyrians. These are all black people. They had paratroopers too. They had gliders that pulled. They had motors that pulled the gliders through the air. And when they were over the drop zone, see, I'm using military terms, my sister. I know you're familiar with, haven't heard whether you was airborne or not. Those paratroopers jumped out, and of course they had parachutes, and and the Egyptians call a combat field radio. So now you're going to learn from me what is the definition of a beast. A beast is not an animal of the field. That's a living thing. That word hayat does not have anything to do with a beast or a monster. Okay, a beast is something that doesn't have a soul. That's a beast. Okay, so the Egyptians' combat field radios were referred to as beasts that could speak. That's its technology. This is where they were coming from with using those type of terms. So none of this stuff, Weaver beams, they gave it to you in SG-1, Stargate and Stargate Atlantis and all of that. And you see Tilk, okay, old Egyptian word. He's got the gold emblem on his head with the emblem of the serpent and this, that, and the other. But what is these rods they're holding? Those rods today is the taser the cop carries on his hip. Okay, so that is a Weaver beam or something close to it.
Right. So listen, there's so many questions. We get so caught up in
Sister Monica.
Go ahead.
You can Google the protocol to learn Elders of Zion. Google protocol number 10, so you won't be so ignorant to see what they say about voting.
Let me just
when you vote, they got it in here. Voting, which we have made the instrument to set up the Gohens.
Baba Dwyer.
It's protocol number 10.
I had a whole show on that. Do you know? Because you know Baba Yashabaya, you know what I'm saying? Of course he brought that up. Do you know that that I got like a strike for misinformation? The reason why I don't like go into that is because Baba Yashabaya did the whole thing about that. He had a whole show breaking down every single protocol, and it ended up getting like, that's why I don't like, I try to like get away from that and talk about something else, because you know who owns this stuff. Also, this technology we're on talking about this is the people that made those things. So I like to like, we can't like talk about that because they will strike my stuff, you know. So yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I can show you. Listen, Baba.
Well, we're gonna have to put a workaround in place. I'm gonna have to put this program out. I've already got a program that allows this type of content and everything like what we're talking about, video and all of this, and people can join. Like you could mention it if you're using YouTube, you can mention it, and even this platform, and then they know when they come to your platform for further discussions or more in-depth discussions, they can actually go over and click on and end up on my network. I own my network. Period.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had a whole thing called the Unseen Government with Baba Yashabaya. May he rest in peace. And like when I did it, it was fine. But then when I tried to replay it as a tribute to him, I'm gonna show you guys. See this right here? I'm gonna just show you. This I got like a whole community strike right here, and it was from the video I did with him where he was discussing all of what we're talking about right here. See this right here? Active community guidelines warning. It was from the video I did with Baba Yashabaya called "Unseen Government." Rest in peace, Baba Yashabaya. And even though the video still exists on my channel, if you guys go to my channel, because I tried to play it again as a
not on video.
You can't see it. All right, so what happened is I tried to like replay it, and then I got a strike for misinformation, and so but the video is still on my YouTube channel, the actual original video where he did discuss it. So if you go to my channel, and you go right about here, you'll see this is the Unseen Government. All of the Unseen Government, he discusses that. If you guys look, this is the Unseen. Like if you scroll through here, he broke all that down. Trump being the Federalist government. He actually literally like went through all this. I just can't discuss it or play it because YouTube will try to strike me, unfortunately. But we did discuss it. Trust me. Baba Yashabaya was very thorough before he passed on about discussing everything that I could think of. But if I try right now, what happened is that I think the TikTok got bought out by a Jewish Israeli company when
we found out of all the books that we read that we broke it down to 2 books you got to know, and that's the Protocol to Learn Elders of Zion is one of them, because that's what we're in that book right now. This is where everything is that's going on worldwide. So you got what they call world government, and then you got nation government. So we're in world government. We up under world government. There's a book called the Conspiracy 300, Committed 300. You get that book and the protocol. You put them both together, and that's where we are right now. I mean,
and when you break it down to individual timelines and the events of what's going on, then you can bring in books like Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. He talks about the purpose of what basically World War I and World War II was about. World War II was about the establishment of setting up something international, like what you see going, what Brother Duadia just mentioned. And then you got another book, the Unseen Hand,
Right.
I think it's the Hidden Hand or the Unseen Hand. It's
Yeah.
been a minute since I've been in that book. So you get in there, and then you see this keeps the theme keeps repeating. Okay, so you find that they wrote this stuff in their own way while at the same time corroborating what has already been put out there. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
2 days ago, I did a whole show trying to show that this is a repetitive thing that's happening within the white community. We don't have nothing to do with this. This is their own karmic cycle that they're in of
Right.
what they're trying to enact. But I got interrupted. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, I'm trying to explain something, but it became like about the Native Americans and about this, and I'm like, no, this has nothing to do with this. This is what they are having their own civil war on American soil that has nothing to do with us.
That's right. And you know how they got over here? Many of them got over here as a result. At the same time there was a civil war over here, there was a civil war over in Eastern Europe at the same time, which is how the Turks got their hands on all these people to sell them over here as slaves.
Everybody that was on Ellis Island, those boats trying to flee to America, it was because of potato famine and all this like germ warfare that was going on in Europe. They fled to America, and then they were shipped off into different places, the farmland. And now this is where you get your MAGA from, because people don't even realize that their family were really the people that was coming over from Ellis Island, and that these people that they like grew up with or whatever, and their offspring are not their real family. Their real family came over in New York on Ellis Island. That's what I was trying to like make back in the day. But about that back in the day, but I was getting interrupted and stopped and whatever, because
Right. Let me edify you on something. You mentioned a term here, MAGA, and it was at the beginning somewhere when we were talking about politics and all. MAGA, it's used as an acronym, and the Romans were very good with when they created acronyms. All of us are military here, so we know what an acronym is, but it stems from a actual word. And then what we do for the consumption of those that we intend to use and display this before, we tell them it now means what they said, make America great again. MAGA is from the word Magog.
Right.
I don't know if you know that. It means those who set things ablaze, burn it down to the ground, destroy, all of that. Genghis Khan was that, because he invaded America too. Okay, came in from the West. He did that, okay? And Missouri being the ancient Egyptian, we're talking about those guys. Now, Genghis Khan and them, they were Negroes, but they were Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic Negroes, okay? So there's who your original Siberians are. If you look at history, because they got portraits and they got who the real deal, this, that, and the other. But MAGA is the family of Magog. So now when you go back to the book of Ezekiel, it's talking about all these families of Magog. So in Cherokee, we already knew who they were. So the short word, instead of saying Magog, we called them Agig, which is the word Agag. So we called them Agigagay. These are the people who are mischief, start fires, burn things down, and they will definitely unalive you. So that word is in Cherokee. So we already know who we was looking at. So here's what I'm getting at. First of all, I want to say this first. Our strength, because they said that we are, what's that term they're using now? Foundational Black Americans are now delineating. That's the term. Well, the spiritual way it was already said was your strength in these days is to sit still and do nothing while these other nations, they don't call them immigrants, while these other nations get what they got coming to each other, and they're going to do it to one another. And it said that in those days, we will have to come forth and bury them in this land that we're in. So get ready for it. We ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't care how they want to sound and this, that, and the other. We got nothing to do with that. Their forebears proved themselves already to us by sharing with us what their quote-unquote culture was all about. Because we got bodies, I'm going to use the military term, we got bodies downrange.
Can I
Okay,
say?
we got headstones to prove we got off. Yes,
Can I
yes,
say
yes.
this real quick? Because I got a download. Like I said, before I did my show 2 days ago, I got a download, and it was that this is a karmic cycle. And when I discussed the actual immigration, the Ellis Island immigration, and I was trying
Mm-hmm.
to explain that this is really a karmic cycle. All they didn't like the immigrants that came over from Ellis Island. They
No,
went the whole thing about that. Oh, y'all are just creating blight in the community. Woo woo, got all their kids, whatever. I don't know what they did with the actual immigrants. Probably shipped them off too. Bottom line is that I said this is like the same thing over. It's the second time this has happened, and I try to explain to people this is not the first time. This is the second time that we are seeing this group of people try to have this disdain, showing their disdain for each other. You know what I'm saying? And so what's
right,
happening is a civil war amongst themselves. They're just using immigration to make it plain. But the bottom line is that they're really trying to fight. They're having an inside fight amongst themselves. And so
right. And then so our strength is to sit still. It's written this way. Your strength is to sit still and do nothing. It's almost along the lines where Brother Dewadi was saying. You're gonna go ahead and against the federal government. Are you out your mind? We know not what energy and power and force is actually driving this. It doesn't mean we have to love the people involved in it. It got nothing to do with the love. None of that. Just know that this is playing itself out. Okay. And then when it's all said and done, sister, here's what it says is supposed to happen with us. Then you will have immigrants, these foreigners, come and take a hold of us and say, we've inherited lies from our fathers. And we know, y'all know the truth. You are the truth. Can we come live with you? And then it is written this way. And in that day, for the stranger who shall swear an oath and live by that oath, all should be well with those strangers. They're going to be okay. You have white groups that I've known before there was an internet. They may call them all kinds of names, including the Montana Freemen and all these other different guys. Okay, I'm familiar with who they are, face to face. I know who they are. They used to come to New York too, so I know. They said, as far as us and the people being the real people, that's how they used to say it. Okay, they didn't use colorism and all that. They said, when your helpers in Cherokee, we don't say angels and all that because the ones who we know, because we are galactic, intergalactic. We call them sky brothers and sisters. We look like them, as someone has been saying and now and then in some of these shows. But it says, they said they're going to surrender. And I'm going to use this term, the Cherokee term, because I like it. They're going to surrender to the sky brothers and sisters. They don't want no smoke. They want to live. That's their point that they're making right now. So yeah, there's some fights. You see some Caucasians standing up here and there, and they're murmuring about this and this ain't right, this, that. Stay out of that fight. This is something that they finally have to stand up, get the courage to finally, and once in their lives, stand up for what is right. And many of these Caucasians, because of how they get been sold as slaves before coming here to America, this, that, and the other, quite a few of them who do know their history is sick and tired that every time somebody saw a Caucasian, today known as the Libyans, the Somalis, the so-called Saudis, the Turks, and all these people who've been rounding them up, they were going as far as Iceland to get Caucasians. That was them folks over there doing that. And yes, they messed with us too. Okay? And yes, when they saw us, they already knew who we were. It was direct combat. There was nothing about we were confused and we didn't know our history. That's one important thing when one nation goes against another nation. Each nation that's coming against each other, they know their history. They got their language. Okay? They have reasons for why they would have a constitution, for lack of a better description, and swear an oath to my neighbor down the street. There's plenty of brothers that I see who are ex-military, and they're talking like how we talking, okay? And I'm talking about these not no joke brothers, okay? Ex-Marines, all these guys. And I've told quite a few of them, listen, if it hits the fan and we have to go out and do that thing that we know that we really don't want to go do, it would be an honor to fight by your side. That's how real black men are talking.
Right. So
We
here,
understand clearly what the heck is going on. It would be an honor to fight, and if necessary, die by the side of my brother, who I know is my brother.
Ashe. So here's the thing. So we have the man in the high castle. He's been waiting, have been very patient, haven't said nothing. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
And what I want to say is that
No, not Dwyer.
the only people.
Brother Dwyer. The man in the high castle going to say something that you can say it after him. Go ahead.
I actually I prefer brother to go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Brother Dwyer.
The only people in the world that don't know where they come from is us. We speak another man's language. We have another man's culture. We have another man's God. We have another man's everything. We had to go back and find out where we come from and whether the people that enslaved us was a certain Magog, Gog, and Tubal. You had to know who they were. Tubal is the Greeks. Magog and Gog is America and Great Britain. Great Britain that the British came, Gog came over here when they came over here from England. And they renamed themselves in 1776, 250 years ago, Americans. You take the A off of that word America, and then you go look at a movie called The Barbarian and the Vikings, and you see where that country was over there. They was fighting in America then. All of this stuff is up under the federal government. You don't. Everybody that look like me and you don't need to mess with none of the business of the federal government. Stay out of it because it ain't about you and it ain't your fight. And that's all I got to say. I'm running down to only 20% now. I got my phone plugged in, but I'm down to 20%. But the federal government owns everything and rules everything in America. And we're finna go up under federal control. If you rebel against them protesting, they call you a rebel, a terrorist against the federal government. They will kill you, imprison you, beat you unmercifully if you get in their way of the people that they have appointed as they regulators. See, they first had federal regulators when it first started off. They had federal regulators, which were called the militants. These are the regulators. Google what is a regulator, and you will see that what is a federal regulator? What are they? What divisions and is federal regulators as we speak right now? And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, man. High Castle, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody on the panel, and
Good evening, sir.
And good morning, and to anyone who's listening from abroad. Proud Americans. Previously on Alchemizing Energy, the man in the high castle did speak on this, and here we are. We're closer to the government shutdown. Are you prepared yet? Or are you underprepared? We talked about this stuff tonight on the panel multiple different times, past and present. But what are you going to do? Are you going to get involved? Are you going to get involved when it spills out into the streets? The man at High
I'm not.
Castle should just, no, not at all. It has nothing to do with us. We thrive
Right.
under adversity, time after time and again. But what I see what's going on right now is anarchist in Minnesota. And Tim Walz with the glasses, he's been given an ultimatum. Come up with 3 things. Do you know what those 3 things are, fellas?
Lay it down for us, brother.
We listening.
Go ahead. First and foremost, he wants President Trump in this administration has asked for them to comply with ICE agents to bring the police together and bring the illegal immigrants to the ICE station. Voter registration, they want all that, all the information on that. Again, Tim Walz says he's ready to play ball, but I don't believe him. You know why? You know why I don't believe him?
I don't.
Because he's with it.
Mm-hmm.
He loves that. He loves all that money that they stole. How do you steal $20 billion of taxpayers' money?
Mm-hmm.
Now I have a question. Do you think that man who was just shot, do you think he pulled out the gun or he misfired?
Here's what I know for a fact. Once you don't obey the commands of a federal agent, then this is what'll happen to you. You're gonna get killed, beat up, or put in prison. Either one of the 3. He just so happened to got killed. Do not interfere with the federal government when they issue an order. And that's hard for a Democrat to understand. You have one right when the policeman stop you, any policeman, especially federal, to remain silent. Once you open your mouth, that's all they waiting for. They know how to handle you if you open your mouth, but if you keep your mouth closed, nothing will happen to you. First of all, you ain't got no business out there because they classify you as a rebel against the government. And that's what you don't understand. You the terrorists, not them. You going against what the federal government say for them to do. You are interfering with them doing their job. And when you interfere with the federal government doing their job, they're going to put some harsh understanding on you by either whooping your butt, imprisoning you, or killing you. And this is just only the beginning of them killing you, because you ain't going to understand that till they kill a multitude of you. There's a movie called Left Behind, put out in the year 2000. They already showed you when the takeover was, how they were going to be killing you in the street to take over. They had a movie called A Long Kiss Goodbye. Samuel L. Jackson played in that movie.
Yep. Yes, he did.
They done showed you all of this stuff in movies. I'm just 80 years old. I've been following this stuff a long time. I didn't start following this yesterday. I was taught this at 3 and 4 and 5 years old. I didn't know what the hell they was teaching me, but I understood by 1965 what I had learned from Grandpa and my daddy on this. I got books that they gave me to read, like The Protocol to Learn Elder Zion, the Outline of History by H.G. Wells. I got all of these books. The sister Monica been over to my house. She know how many books I got in here. She know what kind of map. You know what kind of maps I got in here. I got a map with 250,000 years of history, and then I got a map starting with Adam and Eve, which started at October the 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning at 4004 BC. I got all of these maps. I got all of this history. I got all of this knowledge. Protocol tells us to tell you the information, whether you believe it or not. The Bible, the 1881 King James Bible, is nothing but a coded book. You had to know how to read the code. This language is read from left to right. It was called the forbidden language for 450 years. Why did the Roman Catholic Church call this language the forbidden language?
Can you tell a person why the Protocol for the Learn Elders Design is not only a propaganda book? Why would that be just a propaganda? What would make this a real book?
Here's another book that you need to read called The International Jew by Henry Ford. He put it out in 1914. Called The International Jew. What did he say about this protocol? This protocol was wrote in, let's see here, 15
somewhere in Bavaria, I think.
86, I think, if I'm not
mistaken. I think in Bavaria.
Is in the 1800s was written.
I got my protocol right here. I'm looking at it. This protocol was wrote.
Well, it was published
January
like 1924?
1489.
Okay.
Rothschild wrote this. James D. Rothschild published it in 1889, but it was wrote in 1489 on January the 3rd by a rabbi of Eris in the province, wrote the Grand Sanhedrin and told them to follow this book for 350 years of what the Goheens was doing to you. You were controlled. They wanted the land. Land is wealth. Anytime you fought a war and borrowed money from Rothschild, you had to mortgage your country. In 1914, America borrowed money to fight World War I, but Henry Ford told him not to do it. Read his book. I got all this. We studied all of this. Who that look like me has ever heard of these books? Ain't no black folks look like me, and you got a doctor's degree with a summa cum laude and a magna cum laude. Well, whose education that you have? Ask yourself a question. Why the Jews and the Muslims don't send their children to American school system? Because you teaching, we got taught the numbers and stuff miseducated all the way down. The miseducation of us.
I had heard on the show already, both of y'all brothers had mentioned in different ways. One of your brothers had mentioned Ezekiel 38, and one of y'all had mentioned Magog. So you're aware of the Gog and Magog, correct?
Correct. And they all don't look Caucasian. Because they're also on the African continent too.
Let's look at this, little brother.
Sure.
Only 1/3 of the earth is the pink man. He ain't a white man. He's an albino. 2/3 of the world is colored people. Let's look at it. Now, the northern hemisphere, the southern hemisphere, and the eastern hemisphere is separated by the great waters from the western hemisphere. To the southern hemisphere and the eastern hemisphere was Ham and Shem's children. That's colored people. Japheth's children once was colored, but they turn? Why did they turn white? Your Bible tell you everything that's white was cursed. How did these people get turned? They only have 6,000 years of history coming out of the Caucasus Mountain. You had to know. But right now, where you see that colored people ruled, then every country over across the water and over here is ruled by Magog, Gog, and Tubal, by the Germanic race of people. You was warned in the Bible, in the Quran, in any books of knowledge that is a religious book, they tell you about Magog and Gog. You had to know who Magog and Gog. As we speak now, you're talking about Magog, Gog, and Tubal. That's Russia, Germany, Great Britain, and America. Those people you was told not to go in the way. These books tell you what they would do to you. How did Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, tell you what they would do to you? See, the Bible, the 1881 King James Bible, was wrote by some people that had already had this protocol. It had already been in existence. They have the funeral rituals in the protocol of what they already done did. But you was taught to read the Bible completely wrong. The Bible is up under signs, symbols, and numbers. And it was wrote by Masons, and you don't understand Mason. 250 years, 5 and 2 is 7. Donald Trump is what? The 45th president? 4 and 5 is 9. What is the number 9? Don't change. This is the year, they say this is the year of 2026. 6, 2, and 2 is 10. The number 10 belongs to Yah. As Psalm 68 and 4, it tell you the God of heaven is J-A-H. That was translated out of I-A-H and translated out of Y-A-H. You had to understand that this book is up under sign and symbols, and you could never learn how to read it. You had to go back into when white folks taught you, gave you this book 156 years ago, man. You got to go your history. When you study history, study it in a chronological order. That's the only way that you're going to know how the New Testament got revised and put into a version. When it clearly tells you, ain't no such thing as a New Testament. That's what the break in the Eastern and the Western churches was. What was wrote in the Tanakh and the Torah, which is the first 39 books of the King James Bible, could not be put in a revised version. It tells you that you could not revise what it teaches. You live up under grace from the laws. Jesus the Nazarene lived up under the law. Jesus the Christ, who came 275 years later, and Paul tell you that he raised Jesus Christ up out of the grave according to his gospel, is completely different from what the Naz was. You had to recognize this when you studying the history of what some people done give you. Ain't no such thing. All of the Western churches is up on the Paulinian teaching of the Nicene Creed and the Apostle Creed. And these folks didn't give you this religion until 156 years ago. You couldn't be no Christian. America, who is America? America cares somebody that look like me and you as an emancipated slave. You are not a citizen. You are an emancipated slave. What is the definition of emancipated? Meaning
that means
that
the one person holds. That's right. The person holds parental
emancipated
control.
slave. Emancipated slave means that the federal government took you out of the hands of the private sector and they own you. You lease land. You lease land from the government. You don't own the land that you say you own, that you've been on like Big Mama's land since 1886. Big Mama been on the land where Big Mama's house is that we own. She owned us from 1886. But if we don't pay the taxes on it, the government go back to the federal government. Everything in America is ran by the federal government. And once that can get into your head as a Democrat, and Democrats ain't gonna never understand that the federal government is in control of everything in the America, and they're finna, when he say make America great again, they finna take back everything that's in the America. That's including the 37 countries that's in America. Is finna be up under America, the federal government rule, and that would be the beginning of the new world order of the complete takeover.
And
That's all I got to. You don't have to believe you don't have to believe nothing I say, but I think you're gonna live long enough to see what I'm saying is true.
Welcome
Hey,
to the
let me just let me qualify something you was also saying. You mentioned the New Testament and all, and to the young brother who was listening, I want to say this. One reason there was no such thing as a New Testament, okay? They know how to say a new covenant or a New Testament as what's in the book of Jeremiah. This is in Hebrew, okay? They tell us whatever they want to tell us in this English. They call the New Testament Barit Chadashah, Habarit HaKadashah, okay? Now, what is that exactly? After all of these things that we just heard our brother Dwyer talking about, and the government and the federalists and this, that, and the other, and not getting in somebody's way, and all these crazy things that we're seeing that we may not be able to even know what the heck to call it. Okay. After all of that goes down, as it was talking about in the book of Jeremiah, it says that in that day, when all of this stuff has gone down, then we will give a testimony. A testimony is not a religious thing. The testimony has more to do with, man, this went down, this happened, okay, and now here it is, what's left of us, because it says a remnant. After all these crazy world wars and all this wild stuff that's been happening throughout time, there was always what you call survivors. The religious term they use is remnant. It's not anything religious. Okay, so the people who know how to do certain things, this, that, and the other, that's when you see them come back. Okay, so what is the major piece right now? Besides talking about when you will give a new testimony. So the Christianity has turned right around and said, what we're giving you to read and writing is the new testimony. That's what they're telling you, because they know how to say that word also in Hebrew. They may not say it to any church you've been to. So when I look at what is written in there, I say, this is a fraud. And I have reasons why. I have a list of things that I can look at to point out, contrasting it against something that came before it. And then they're the ones got us saying Old Testament, New Testament. Well, here's the trick. The Tanakh, which is the Hebrew description for Torah, which means instructions, prophets, those who are the ones who say what they need to say and give the people good, credible information. That's all it's ever been about. And the word K is at the end of that word, because it's a Hebrew acronym, means the writings. So Tanakh is how that's pronounced. Okay, ain't got nothing to do with religion. You don't even find the word religion even being used nowhere in that book. Okay, in English or in the actual tongue that it was actually written in. So basically, my basic point is this. It is not time for a New Testament. That's what I'm trying to say. As what is written in the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah say when all this crazy stuff happens and the smoke clears and this, that, and the other, then there will be a Barit Chadashah, a renewing and this, that, and the other, lessons learned, and we'll have people coming to us and saying, we just want to live right. Okay. And we know that y'all it. Tag, you're it. You ain't gonna have no say in it. And it says, and they'll come and take a hold of you speaking different tongues. Okay. It's not a religious thing. And then it's like, we know y'all the people. Can we go and hang out with you guys? Can we go to the places that you guys go to? And at that point, whatever oath that they swore, that's the part I had said it a little earlier in this on this platform that all will be well with them. But to those nations who were obviously enemies and have done the things that the wrongs cannot be forgiven. People don't quite understand what forgiveness means. There are things that have been done. We have bodies downrange. Okay, and just using military vernacular. We have bodies downrange. Push on the shove, whisper on a scream, doesn't change a thing because we can't bring you back
Before you
from
start this
having
video,
gone that way. Yes.
may I read something from this coloring book real quick? The intensification of armaments, the increase of police forces are all essential for the completion of the aforementioned plans. What we have to get at is that there should be all enforces the state's worlds. Besides ourselves, only the masses of the proletariat, a few millionaires devoted to our interests, police and soldiers. That's from a coloring
Yes.
book.
A coloring
Old
book.
man, you know which coloring book that is?
Go ahead. Tell, what is it?
No, it's just from a coloring book.
From what year?
From a while ago.
Okay,
It
so
would get the name would get your show banned. But exactly, we are in some type of learning experiment right now, and I think that people should wake up. That we shouldn't get involved right now at these stages with what's going on out here. I think that people have sympathy out here and want us to get involved, especially the Democrats, but we cannot get involved. They work for these people. They get money from these people.
That's
And
right.
so when I hear other people keep on saying, hey, it's just dangerous.
This is not a Democrat. This is not a Democratic platform. This is a information platform. I don't want anyone to ever come to this platform and think that this is based on Democratic standpoints. What it is the whole time I have been slowly showing you guys what's been going on. And saying, guess what? Don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
And they're calling these people that he is talking about, agent provocateurs is what is called in the protocols.
What I've been doing the whole time has been showing y'all and saying, listen, this police force is not the average police force. This is leading up to a militarized police. And this is based on what Baba Yashabaya was already telling me. I already knew what it was going to be about. That's why I said, listen, have we already predicted this? Have people already talked about this? Yes, they have. And I have two people here that was a part of the group that was actually talking about this. Now let's go into it. Barack Obama, what do you want to say? And go ahead.
No, I'm all ears. The Bible is too hard to understand because it was written a long time ago. The lingo don't mean the same now that it did when it was written, or it's not interpreted the same way. So that's why the Bible is very difficult to debate, because different languages, different country, different cultures, different religions interpret it differently. So you can't. It's hard to interpret that. Now, as far as your topic on ICE, because I think that was the topic earlier, or you going on other topics?
Well, I'm about to like switch it over to the ICE situation, because we went to the past. We broke down who we are, what we are, and now we're going to go into the current situation. We're slowly moving into what's going on right now, because everybody's like, well, what do we do now? And that's what
Well, I'm against ICE. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm against ICE because they're going into communities and they're harassing people. Most of the communities are of color, meaning black and brown mostly. And I've seen what they're doing. I don't agree with what they're doing. Now, if they know who they're looking for specifically, and they know specifically that they're criminals, then I'm hooray, I'm with them. But I'm hearing too many stories. Innocent babies are getting pepper sprayed. People with similar names or similar description, they going in their house, bringing them out. It's just too much stuff that I'm hearing, and the Trump administration is lying. The lady said that with this last guy that he pulled a gun or whatever on ICE and was going to shoot at ICE or whatever it was. That wasn't true. So I'm not for it. I mean, I don't understand how anybody could be for it if they're harassing people that are not criminals. You know, because just because you're a migrant or an immigrant doesn't mean you're a criminal. I mean, some people might say if you came across the border illegally, that's a crime. But if you're not committing any crimes, I don't know if I should say you should get a pass, but I don't think you should be, mistreated, or your house should be raided, or you should be thrown up against the wall or firebombed or whatever they're doing. So, anybody else want to elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. I love America and all my proud Americans who stand for the brave men and women in uniform, protecting our streets, protecting our country.
Yeah, but what do you?
Thank you. I thank Border Czar Tom Holman for doing great job, and I think ICE is doing God's work.
But what about when they're like, I don't know what your ethnicity is. I don't know what you look like. That's why I put my face up there so I could be seen. But they're going through certain communities and they're mistreating people. I know they got a job to do, and I respect that. And because like I said, law enforcement is any type of law enforcement job is very tough, and you got to make split decisions. But I'm talking about if you just going into communities and you're throwing people up against the wall, or you're looking for somebody and you're mistreating somebody that got nothing to do with it, or you're containing them, I don't agree with that.
What do you see that as fact, my brother?
Hit the like button, share, and subscribe. We're all about to start cooking tonight.
Definitely hit the like button. What do you
Let
have
me
proof
say
of?
this real quick. Let me just say this. When it really comes down to it, it's not about whether ICE is right or wrong. What I try to bring to the table is to understand what standpoint that they're operating on. It's one thing to just know that there's people out there that are attacking people, but if you know why they're attacking people, you know what the whole situation is. Baba Dawaya just said that this is a federal government operation. So if you are out in the streets trying to fight against them,
no,
this is no longer a matter of a police situation where you're just breaking or your constitutional rights. It's no longer about that. This is now you're going against federal police officers that are operating in whatever capacity. So they're coming into a place, they're grabbing a person up. You have a bunch of people swarm in, blow their whistles, and then it becomes like a whole chaotic scene, right? All that is not conducive. Why? First of all, it can create a person getting hurt that has nothing to do with this. If they want to go grab this person, there probably should not be a bunch of people just swarming in and doing what they're doing, because that is creating confusion. And that's where you get who gets shot at, because yes, these officers are not trained. They're not trained. Okay. They listen, do you know that Trump
47 days.
The amount of days that the ICE agents are being trained for, because he's the 47th president. So instead of him being trained for 60 days or 100 days, now it goes down to 47 out of his own vanity. So now it's no, we're not going to train.
My issue is conspiracy. It seems like before I have these conversations about ICE, I would like to just know what party people stand with, because I'm an independent at heart, but I'm a registered Democrat because of the state that I live in for those reasons. But every time it comes to some people that are saying that they agree with ICE, they're always registered or vote Republican. Like I
The
can't
party
get a
doesn't matter, my
Republican
brother.
to
I
make
Is the Republican the boogeyman?
The
no,
party
no. I'm not
doesn't
saying
matter.
that.
not about
I'm
laughing.
saying that I can't get a Republican
I do
to
not
call
agree.
them when they do something wrong.
I do
Like,
The
not
party
agree.
doesn't matter, brother. Speak your
yes,
mind.
it does. It does.
It doesn't.
says
Speak your
because
mind.
let me finish
I'll
my
go
point.
first, brother.
Good.
I'm just a proud American, ordinary brother from the United States of America,
What are you
and I
registered
voted.
at?
And I
No, I'm
voted
just
for
asking you.
this.
What
And
do you-
I
what do you-
voted for
I just
this.
want to ask two questions, and I want to know what I'm trying to say.
Did you hear
is-
the first part?
No. You didn't
I'm a
listen to
proud
me.
American.
Listen
I'm
to
just
what I
an
said.
ordinary brother from the United States of America, and I voted for this. What more do you want?
Okay, no. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You want to play identity politics?
No. I agree with you.
You want to
What it
kick
sounds like-
ballistics? What's good?
No. I said I agree with you. What I'm trying to say is, if I sit on a panel and I ask, which way did you vote? I know which way your opinion is going to go. That's all I'm trying
Hey,
to say.
Blaine, which way did you vote? Trump or Democrat or Republican? Which one?
Who, me?
Blaine?
I voted for immigration enforcement.
Okay, so yeah, I know where you stand. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So
I don't even have to debate if
But
once
hold
I
on.
know what party you go.
I didn't tell you how I stand.
Everybody's going to answer the question.
I didn't tell you how I stand. I just said I voted for immigration.
Stop, guys. As I mute you, stay muted. Mahara, did you vote for Trump or did you vote for?
I did not. I did not, because I am a free sovereign Moor, and I'm still up under the Treaty of 1789, which is what this federal government is supposed to be pledged to upkeep, uphold, and support, which they ratify every 50 years. No treaty of peace and friendship, America evaporates. That is the supreme law in this land. Now, they didn't teach anybody that in independent school. I don't need to do that. I have my own rights, not just as an individual, but collectively. So I don't operate alone at all. And we see what's going on.
So I did not vote.
Are you an Israelite?
Hold on, stop it. Hold
But
on.
that's being a free sovereign Moor has nothing to do with an Israelite. But I do subscribe to
the ideology?
some of that, but not the guys. What you have to clarify what guy you're talking about, because I was never part of those camps.
Are you picking and choosing which part of the ideology you follow?
Yeah, absolutely, because that's your own personal individual choice. You have a choice
to mix up ideologies and
no, you don't make up an ideology. Documentation is the conversation. I deal with original history. That's what I deal with.
I agree with most of what you're saying, but the part of you take part of what they're saying plus your studies to come up with your own idea.
No, it's not what they're saying. You didn't hear me quote any of them. I'm telling you, I speak 6 languages. Gotcha. So there's some parts when they're quoting the stuff that is correct. I can read Hebrew. I don't need the English. If I pick up the Quran, I can read in Arabic. I don't need to have an imam in front of me trying to explain something to me, which I may or may not agree with. Why do all that when I can read the language myself? I speak Cherokee and Choctaw, which is like Old Hebrew and Arabic anyway. So these things that we're talking about, that's how we know who's quote unquote needs some more polishing up and dusting off, so to speak, based on what they're saying. And you know right away, well, this person really doesn't know the source that came from. And I agree something with, I heard the brother who's asking the question of what party and such that people agree with, that they subscribe to. I agree with how he said what he said, because that is going to define how, listen to, I'm former military. I was a commander. Okay. So I had to learn, accept, and acknowledge 138 men under my command. Okay. And those, we were all the same. I had Greeks, Italians, Irish, okay, Panamanians, Hondurans, you name it. These guys were under my command. So I took the time to talk to them so I can understand what is it that they're getting out of being part of this team under this company under my command, and how do they see a mission unfolding? How do they see that? Okay, what does it mean to them and their family? That's the way because they told you it is against the federal military uniform corps military justice. A person who's in charge is not allowed to endanger the well-being or welfare of somebody subordinate to you. So I'm
That's
not about to even have that kind of conversation in front of a court-martial board about how I jacked somebody up because I felt a certain way. I can't do that.
Sir, that's a great question. However, most importantly, we have a lot of proud Americans dropping the American flag in the chat. Keep it going. The man in the high castle loves that.
Understandable from things you were mentioning, sir.
I think
My father did
everybody.
24 years in the military. I'm actually
So he
in a
retired.
military town. He retired from the military, and I can tell you this: from I'm 49 at this point, so I'm not a young buck. But at this point, do you realize most of the people that's in the military? I'm not gonna say all, but a good majority of them are there to make a better life for their families and get a paycheck, right? Patriotism.
It's always been about that.
Okay, so we agree on that point of it. So
Yes.
when you brought that up about being in command of most of those men and learning and getting to know what they were about, the basis of all of that probably was they were trying to make a better way for themselves to earn a paycheck and have a guaranteed life. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the military provided a sound, solid structure, an organization, and something they can put their hands on and know it's going to work, because there's
Indeed.
others who outrank them and it worked. I'm 64 years old. Okay. So
Gotcha.
I did 14 years. I didn't retire.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I was an enlisted man first, and then I became an officer. So I got to see both sides of the coin.
Understood.
Brother Mahal.
Well, here's
Yes.
a question. Go ahead, Baba.
Brother Mahal.
Yes.
I'm 80 years old, young man. When I went
Yes,
into
you
the
are.
Navy in 1963, when I went into the Navy, I spent 30 years in there. It was segregated. When you went in, you just got here.
Wait a minute. What year did you go in?
In 1963.
Well, my father's a Korean.
He grew up in
He
under
said it
Jim
wasn't
Crow.
segregated.
How old were you in 1963?
I wasn't born.
Well, then I know something that you don't know.
Listen, I just said what I'm only.
This brother took out
My father
Charlie.
said he was in the first desegregated unit. That's what he told me.
It was segregated.
Let
It
him
didn't get
desegregate it.
integrated in the Navy until 1969. You
he
couldn't
told us
have
everything
if you look like me, you couldn't have a 5 rates. I was the first black they let go into computer school. I was the first black was in the Blue Jackets choir. I was in the first black that was in the Navy Flying Rifle drill team. I was the first black that they would send to sniper school and scout school.
Okay.
Tell him about it, General OG. Tell him
So,
about it.
Yeah, you the veteran.
See,
Listen, respect to all the veterans and to the families who some of y'all are on this panel whose family have been that. Because I will not get off this program without saying thank them for their service as well.
Also, out there in Minnesota, I want to point out real quick. Out there in Minnesota, yes, they have a lot of ICE officers, but they are outnumbered by the anarchists right out there in Minnesota, in Minneapolis.
They're called nihilists. Nihilists. That's by design.
No, they're not. Listen, stop this. Listen, we're not going to do propaganda here either. No, we're not going to call, because there's everybody that's out there is not a nihilist. Why would you say?
I said anarchist. Anarchist.
No,
like
they're
anarchy?
They're not all anarchists. So
I didn't say they're all anarchists, but there's 30.
it's.
Think you breaking up, brother, or am I breaking up?
I'm being muted.
The sister was speaking. I can hear you.
There's 30,000.
If he's muting him,
no, he's not muted.
Make your point, but no, man in high castle, he always likes to interrupt me. You will get to make your point. Anybody else will get to make your point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bottom line is that everybody that's out there that is protesting are not threats to society, terrorists, whatever. It's regular people that's out there that just disagree with how ICE is doing stuff.
Ms. Dennis, can I ask you a question?
They are being labeled that, of course, but there's regular people. This guy that got shot is not a fucking Antifa terrorist. Stop it.
Can
Stop it. Let's
can I
not get into listen. Stop. Listen. Why can't you wait for me to finish my sentence?
I'm so sorry. I thought you
I
stopped.
swear to God, I'll let you go. When
You're
I
right.
get done talking, you all will get a chance to talk.
You're definitely right. I
Attention
apologize.
deficit disorder right there. That means
Apologize.
I'm saying something, you want to address exactly what I'm saying at the exact moment. You can't wait. That's ADHD. Okay?
We
So
should have some
control
decorum.
it. Control. All right?
You're right.
Much love.
You're right.
So
Much love. I'm
all I'm
sorry.
saying is that everybody that is going against ICE, and that this could be in your neighborhood, you can just go outside and get tackled down. Let's not pretend that ICE is not like just wilding out a little bit. Let's not be just so pro getting rid of immigrants that we don't realize that ICE is doing a show of force. If you understand what a show of force is, it's like making an example to show people, like, okay, yeah, come out here and you're gonna get dealt with, right? And they know exactly where to do that shit at. Minnesota. These neighborhoods are not used to seeing people running through their neighborhoods, blowing whistles and screaming and all this like chaos going on. That's not a norm in a Minnesota. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to Minnesota before all this was going on, but Minnesota is not where all this is good. This is like the suburb white communities. It's not a place where all this chaos is going on. People coming outside like, what the hell's going on? That is why people are, I don't know why they chose this place. It's really weird to me. They chose a place that normally is Shea Whitey town. You know, it's not Detroit. They didn't go to Detroit with the bullshit. They did not go to Houston. They didn't go to Southern California over there where all the Mexicans are at. They went to Minnesota. There's something to that. I don't. Nobody said.
They went to Chicago.
And here at the same time, you have people saying, "Why aren't Black people getting more involved in this fight?" Let's go.
I've been involved almost since we got started.
For more than a decade, Baba Akili's been a leader for the Black Lives Matter movement. But today he's speaking out for immigrants and all people impacted by recent ICE raids in Southern California.
It is not only wrong, it's immoral, but it's not the kind of society I want to live in.
In South Los Angeles, he says people are frightened.
And you can see it. You can see it with the street vendors. You can see it with the people who are taking care of our children, cutting our lawns, making sure that our food is prepared and served.
Akili's now urging the Black community to speak out against the increase in immigration enforcement.
We are solidly behind the need to fight back. We are solidly behind the need to express our opposition to what's going on.
The people united.
This weekend, there was another display of unity between the Black and brown communities when the group Connecting Compton rode horses from Paramount to Compton City Hall, showing support for immigrants.
We cannot afford to sit this out. We cannot afford to sit this out. I know some people are saying, well, it's not our issue. It is. And there is this African proverb. When you see a crow eating your neighbor's corn, shoo it away. For tomorrow, it will be eating your corn. And there is an argument that has been developed in this community. Well, they never supported us, or they voted for Trump, or they're displacing us. That's real. But it is not always right. That should not be a rationale or a pretext for us not to be in solidarity, for us not to be involved. Because crows eat corn. And if we're corn growers, then we are next. If we don't stand with people who are being attacked and targeted, who will stand for us when the time comes?
All right.
Can I say something, sister?
Go ahead.
Sister, can I say something?
Yes, Dwight.
What that guy just told you, you follow him, and you're gonna wind up just like the people in Minnesota. Another thing, that stuff ain't coming to Texas, sister. Cause Abbott will put the National Guard on you before God get the message. He ain't gonna have that junk coming down here, sister.
I'm right
That's
outside Austin, Texas, brother.
That stuff that they doing in Minnesota. If they come to Texas with that stuff, Abbott would put the National Guard on you before God. He would take drastic measures on you. That guy that just got off, he gonna get you killed. This ain't your
Definitely.
issue. You stay out of that.
Right.
You stay
And
out of the federal government's way on this issue that's going down now. Get out of their way.
Can I mention
And
this? Yeah, sure. And I'd like to go after you, brother, because I like to weigh in on something because there's an observation that I've seen on that video. But you go ahead, and then
keep
I'll
your
try to
thought.
come in before you. And I'll keep. Huh?
I'll be quick. I just want to pose this. There's a way to protest. It usually comes with permits, and the permit will give you access to places you can be and peacefully protest. There's nowhere that says protest can be 10 feet away from an officer because it's legal to film an officer from 10 feet away. If you're protesting, there's a certain designated area for you to be. The research I've done, even MLK had to have permits. If everybody's not aware of that, right? So what they're doing is impeding on federal law enforcement without a permit. So it's illegal. And if you're blowing whistles and you're letting the perp get away, or you're acknowledging and helping him to understand that someone's coming to get him because he's doing something illegal, whether you agree with just being illegal in America, if that's illegal or not, which it is, but maybe it's not a super crime, it's a misdemeanor. We all know that. But you're impeding on a federal agent's line of duty. So whatever happens while you're there, like the guy, nobody's talking about the video when he touched the officer. I know plenty of police officers. One of my best friends is a police officer. They're just routinely trained on certain things. If you are just a verbal threat, I'm going to ask you to move back. I'm going to ask you so many times. If you do not comply, then I'm able to move you. As a second step. If you touch me or if you engage me in any kind of way that I feel threatened, especially when there is more than one person around me saying the same thing, then I'm at the liberty to take you down and restrain you and calm the situation down, just as federal agents are. That guy touched him, which I'm not saying it's right. It's totally terrible that they did that guy that way, right? But he touched him, defending that lady, instead of letting that go
Touched
to the
him
court.
how?
Instead of watch the video again, he touched him and raised his hand up. When he raised his hand up, grabbing the lady, he touched the officer. It's the officer's judgment at that point.
So he
At
can try?
that point, hold on, I'm finished. You can say what you want. At that point, legally, an officer can take you to the ground and say, "I've warned you once. I
And
told you
shoot
twice."
you?
No. That's wrong. I admit that was wrong, but it's at his discretion. Once you get in that close of proximity of the officer, whatever happens after that, you brought it on yourself because you didn't listen. I'm not saying it's right. It's not right. He could have used better judgment.
Yeah,
but
to
neither
you it's
neither of
justifiable.
us in this panel or on this podcast or chat can say what you would have done in that moment when there's a bunch of people around you causing chaos, when he's just trying to stop a situation. We're so emotional about our views
was
and how we
protecting
feel
a lady,
versus
sir.
what training
He was going
and
after
protocol
a
is.
female,
Should he
sir.
be charged with
He
murder?
had a
Just because he was helping a
6-hour
female, she would have had her
PXSE,
day in court.
and it misfired when he
She would
fell
have
to the
had her
ground.
day in court, fellas. She would have had her day. It was clearly on tape that he pushed her down. He was wrong for that, right? But she would have had her day in court. What he did was impede in that situation instead of just taking it to the court. And we have everybody. It's millions of videos. There was thousands
Protecting
of
a
people,
female?
hundreds of people out there. Bro, you gonna help a female and go to jail or die when you could just take him to court and sue him or get them and put in jail later?
Justified.
That's
So
just
should he be charged with murder?
Nobody
He
said it
had
was
one
justified.
hand on his pistol, which was
Nobody
a
said it was
6-hour,
justified.
and it misfired.
Nobody said it was justified. It's not justified. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm
But you're
saying is
you're
the
taking
guy
up
put
for
himself
them.
in a situation.
You're taking up for a Nazi.
No. I'm not taking up for anyone, sir. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you what police protocol is. It's whether you, as a sane man, want to involve yourself in it and put yourself in it. First of all, you shouldn't be out there. First of all, you shouldn't be out there. Well, you're emotional then. Stop being emotional. Think about it as a logical, like men do.
You know what? If I have to,
Men think emotional. Men don't think emotional.
If I had to be emotional to do what's right, then so fucking
When are
be
you gonna
it.
die, brother? Then you would die.
Would you die for your people?
Wait, listen, like stop. I'm gonna play a video, right? I want to hear what you have to say about this, okay? Because here's the thing: you have a lot of people like saying, "Okay, it should be like this, it should be like that," right? But in the meantime, people are saying, "Hey, we need. Where are you guys at? You guys should be a part of this whole thing, right? You guys should be helping us, right? So let's go. Let's watch this.
You definitely don't let a woman get beat up by the average guy, but it's a federal officer.
For all the Black Americans saying ICE isn't our problem, you do realize that they're kidnapping Black Americans too, right? And they're just saying, oh, we thought they were African. We thought they were illegal immigrants. And then they will detain you for days, sometimes weeks, so that they can have their way with you in the ICE detention center while they figure out that you're an American citizen. In fact, that's exactly what happened to this lady right here. She's an American citizen. They detained her for 2 days and kept her in that detention center. And this is what they're doing with so many people. If you're not white, they will target you. If they just have a bad day, they just feel angry or feel extra racist that day, they'll target you, kidnap you, beat you, throw you in the back of a truck, and take you to some random ICE detention center. There was one citizen that they actually deported to a whole nother country, and she was a US citizen. This is no longer about left versus right. This is no longer even political. It's just straight up racism against anybody who isn't white. If it was about them not working, then why is ICE showing up to their jobs to arrest them and deport them? If it was about them not paying taxes, then why is ICE using the IRS to find them? And if it was about them not being here legally, then why is ICE waiting for them at their court hearings where they are going to follow the legal proceedings of how to become a citizen here and how to be a legal resident here? It's never been about any of that. It's always been about race. Always. If you're not white, you are their target. Right-wingers, people who support ICE are white, and they will never, ever admit that it's about race for them. They want anybody who isn't white to be beaten, kidnapped, deported. They want punishment. They want violence against anyone who isn't white. That is their goal.
Sister Monica.
Yeah. Okay.
This ain't about no race. This is about the federal government taking over full control of all of America. I'm going to say this one more time. America, the federal government classify you as a terrorist if you out there protesting. And if you got a gun, you is a triple threat to them. They will kill you. You can believe what you want to believe, but just watch what I tell you. When they classify you as a terrorist, you rebelling against a federal government order, and that's why they got these ICE is federal troops. They bringing them in. They ain't playing with you. They gonna kill a bunch of y'all. You can sit there and believe what Sugar Britches just told you, if you want to believe it, that this is a race thing. This ain't about race. This is about the federal government controlling America. It's about control. It ain't got nothing to do with no race. They don't give a damn about what race you are.
So why are they going through mostly brown areas? Why are they going through mostly brown areas doing it then? They're not doing it in all the areas. They're doing it mostly in
it's about control.
Then why
dropped the link in the back. Dropped the link in the back about what's going on in Minnesota, about the Democratic Socialists of America in Minnesota. It's a real thing, and I'm not saying what you're saying, DJ Genesis. I didn't say Antifa. I said anarchist, like anarchy.
You're right,
and
right.
The ICE agents are
hold on. Understand this.
Hold on a minute. Let me read something to you. A republic form of government goes through 4 stages. The first stage is a demagogue. The demagogue leads to what this young man just told you, anarchy. And that leads to a disposition of a mob form of government by liberalism. And you in the mob form of government now, that is done past anarchy. You in a DESPOTISM is what they put in this book. I'm reading out protocol number 4.
Deposition. Deposition.
That's correct.
I'm reading out of protocol number 4, and you in that now, and that means when you get into that means a king, a ruler, a tyrant, and that's what you in right now. You in the 4th stage, which is 250 years. It done went through this, and you a mob form of government. When you start protesting against the federal government, they classify you as a terrorist. You the enemy. They ain't started killing you like they don't kill you if you don't cut this madness out. You can let somebody look like me with a black face to take you into that knowledge, like this boy trying to do out there in California, that this is your fight. This ain't your fight. This is about control. It ain't nothing about no racism or nothing of that. This is about control. The federal government taking control, and they gonna take control, and it ain't a damn thing you can do about it. Because you ain't got no military.
What you're saying. I want to compliment what you're saying, Reverend Rupass, real quick. We have to remember, when I'm saying anarchy, and what you're saying, law enforcement, the mob. See, the mob out that way, they are anarchists. They are lawless. They're trying to get law and order out there. The ICE agents are only 3,000. There's 40,000 people in the street, overwhelming ICE.
How long do you think they're going to let... I'm going to ask you something. How long do you think the federal government is going to let you keep protesting in the streets? When they call martial law, on you, and they go up under, you ever heard of a bill called the Federal Register? Look it up. And JFK put it into existence in 1960. He broke 12 executive orders. Executive order number 1100 is the only one that the federal don't control. 1100, executive order number 1100 is say when the federal government take over control of the American workforce. They ain't did that. That's the only one they ain't did. Go to them 12 executive orders. I've sent them to Sister Monica.
And they've used certain semblances of that lightly, Brother Deladia, throughout time with Ronald Reagan, when the air traffic controllers went on strike, and he issued an order ordering them to get back to work. So it wasn't the full-fledged, but he was able to do that because they're up under the federal control and rules anyway. Now,
yes, they are.
I wanted to comment on something because the Sister Monica showed a video, and I'm very observant, when it comes to the things. Now, she commented on the things, Sister Monica, you commented on the things that you needed to comment on, hands down. Now, me having been a former commander, also in the National Guard as well, we train and cross-train with law enforcement, okay? Don't matter what the level is, okay? So everything in riot control, physical control. So what I heard the gentleman saying, the same thing about there's a thing that's called physical security, okay? That's an actual course and training on what level somebody goes from verbally saying something. So if you deal with a National Guardsman, the reason we gel so well with local law enforcement is because people are not aware of this. We actively cross-train with one another. That was the big thing when I left the regular Army. We didn't do nothing like that. Okay, we cross-train with other branches. Okay, what they call joint task force operations. But in the local community, your next door neighbor is more than likely is a National Guard member. Okay, Army Reserve is not even involved in this because they don't cross-train with local law enforcement. National Guard do because of the state's forces obligation to the governor first and the state troopers, and everybody else trickles down in that mix. Now, I want to say this. We have in the National Guard people of all ethnicities. To put on that uniform does not mean you forget about your Mexican ancestry, your Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban. You don't forget none of that. I commanded men from all. I even had an XO of my company who was Greek. But when we all sit down at that table and talk, we're all American. That flag that's up in there that we all salute, that's the American flag. Okay?
Yes,
There's nothing
sir.
wrong with you looking at what your ethnicity is, but when you have protesters spitting at you, because I've been trained in all of this, urban warfare, riot control, you name it. Been to urban warfare school multiple times.
Speak on it.
When we know how to identify and segregate and isolate who we think the instigators are. We see that person standing out to you on American soil and you waving the flag and spitting at me, who I pledged to the American flag. They claim that they did. I'm going to come for you. Just like these immigrants on the Mexican side of the book, because I'm in Texas. Okay? So the news that they show here, I mean, it's Abbott ain't playing with these people. State troopers are already out there on the border first before National Guard in different states. Florida, to include Louisiana, pledged to send National Guard troops. Some National Guard troops came down from that was a government move. Trump wasn't even involved in doing that part yet. And you got people telling American soldiers and U.S. Marines when they say you cannot cross here, putting up the concertina and barbed wire, says you are not to cross here. You know what these people are saying and yelling at them? This is regular news. We are going to come here. Now, how do you get to tell somebody you are not going to listen to what they have to say? You're going to come in here. And then they did 2 days ago a little news clip showing you that the people that you calling illegals, okay, are you aware how many Asians are being rounded up? They're coming in through Mexico.
Yep.
They're from China and all these other places. Wait, hold up. You're from China? Where are you running from? Why are you on that side of the border? These are the kind of people I was trained to be on the lookout for. And that's how I lived my life back then when I had uniform on. I didn't injure anybody. It wasn't about none of that. But the point was, you don't get to stand on my soil that I know that when it's all said and done and they're packing the dirt on me to bury me when my time is up in this life, that American flag is going to get folded because my time counted. We're not going to go for somebody standing over here, and it's okay to protest, but you standing there holding your country's flag. No member who was subordinate to me has ever walked in having a Honduran flag, Panamanian flag, flag from Barbados and Trinidad and Jamaica in their locker when I did when I walked through as a commander to do the barracks inspection. That didn't happen. But I knew where that member was from because I had that conversation with him. And it was respectful and above board. Now, if he doesn't like me, certain things are going on in the government, we can talk about that too, over a beer or whatever case you want to say. However, that man is not going to disrespect me and my being American, nor am I going to disrespect him as being an American or U.S. citizen because he took the same oath I took. These people in the street, how many of them actually did that to become full? And if you want to become a citizen, the military option, as we know, for the military listeners in this room, you're going to know exactly what I'm saying. We will sponsor you
all
to
day
get
long,
your
brother.
citizenship and not wait 10 years.
Yes, sir.
And even with the promotions, I had qualified people who was from Central and South America, combat engineers from the Philippines. Okay. I would write that letter of recommendation to go along with their application to become a U.S. citizen. See, so many of us in this room, we've been on all sides of these different coins and different coins. Okay, so we know how this goes. And you don't hesitate. You do not hesitate, not for a minute. Okay, in terms of putting together a letter of recommendation for these people right here. I had guys that if you're not a U.S. citizen, you can join the U.S. military, yes, but you can't be promoted to the rank of sergeant because you're not a U.S. citizen. That's military policy.
I have a quick question to you, soldier.
I have a question.
Ask him that question.
This is a question from a person in the audience. Can someone ask the guy speaking if he speaks out against the heavy white nationalism and racism within the military? And also the same thing happening within the ICE brigade, because from what I'm understanding, there's a lot of Proud Boys and racist, and they're like actually.
Please answer that, brother. There's bad people.
I can answer that. I can answer it because I have direct experience with that. I had a first sergeant, proud Irish American. He'd been to Vietnam, and he was the first sergeant of the company I commanded. The first time, because he was doing things with his little bigotry against certain members in the unit. When they finally got around to come and sit down and talk to me, because I had this thing called open door policy. Yep. Every commander has it. And they come in and they talk to me. Guys wanted to get out. And some guys had, eventually, because it's the National Guard, so ain't nobody will come arrest you because you're AWOL. But the point is, I'm picking up the telephone, the old style telephone, and I'm calling, hey, man, Sergeant Rodriguez, what happened to you, man? You one of the best guys. You're a good team leader, this, that. Then he started explaining. Then I started writing and making notes. I go to my boss, who's the colonel, and I recognize this guy was also a New York City cop, known notorious for cracking skulls. Okay, all right. So all of that is coming out. So he's got a history. When I got a hold of him myself, 101. Okay, he was not only he not only lost the stripe, but he was bounced out of the battalion and he could not join any other unit. I told him, you will remember me. Okay. I'm not who and what you think I am. I don't have tolerance for endangering the well-being and welfare of any person anywhere. And I know what it means to stand up for what's right. I don't even think about the consequence. It could be too hard. No, we as people are made from tough stuff. We thrive in being what they call baptized by fire. And I was a second lieutenant, Butterbar, commanding a full line unit, supporting a 5,000-man infantry brigade. So I know a thing or two. I come through some really good upbringing, and people told me and taught me the right stuff. And then I learned about my indigenous culture, learned to speak Cherokee, member of the Warrior Society, and I got more history about what it means for us to stand up and keep doing that. And I never had to step one time on the American flag, because that's our flag too.
Now,
Period.
Sarge, can I ask you a question, Sarge? This is the man in the high castle.
Don't disrespect like that. He's way more than a sergeant, brother.
You're right. No, ain't no sorry. He's a commander.
He's way more than a sergeant.
I was a captain. I was a sergeant once upon a time before I got commissioned through the Army ROTC program in college.
He was
Captain.
And then I went back in.
Captain, I have a question.
Yes.
This is a situational question.
Could I
say, for instance, you're in TSA, right? At the airport. And a man walks up to you. You can see that he's visibly strapped. And he's still pursuing. What goes on next?
Physical security protocols kick into mind immediately.
Bam.
Because now I am looking at what I need to do to save my life. Do you know that's constitutional as well? You have a right to save your life.
First and foremost, tell them your life.
Right off the rip. You don't need a religious book. You don't need none of that to quote none of it. That's first and foremost. You have a right and then you ask questions later. If it comes down to it and that person has to be taken out, that's so be it. Okay. Yeah, it's going to probably affect my conduct. Look, I've been in combat before. Okay. So this ain't no new stuff to me. Okay. We always make assessment. I told my men before we deployed to the Middle East, I've been not here that they were out there raping the local girls and doing none of this kind of stuff because I would shoot them myself. No. I made that clear to my company before we boarded on the plane to fly over there what I expected from them. I said, you guys are above board. You need to stay that way. Okay, that's why the community
said with no disrespect. So that means it's going to be some disrespect.
This is a life that was taken yesterday. This is a whole life that was taken yesterday for no apparent reason.
Yeah, but you should feel a certain way. I'm not going to disagree with you feeling a certain way, bro.
Weapon on him, man.
That's all I need to know.
He touched him.
Did you hear what? Hold on a second. Did you hear what I said? My response is, you have a right to feel the way that you feel. You have a right. And given the current climate, okay, because what is missing from most of us on the day, I used to do these lectures back in the day. I was part of a group called the Unknown Brothers in New York City. So we talked about, and we had classes up in Harlem. There was no internet. And so we were teaching about law, federal law, state law, natural law, okay? And whatever we did not know, we brought those people in. So you want to understand what's the difference between an IRS agent and an IRS officer? We had somebody that we was friends with, and we say, we need you to come in 3 hours. You got that 3 hours on Wednesday. I'm going to sit down in the chair and be quiet, and you go ahead and go at it. And they brought us manuals and the whole bit. That's how we understood what was what, okay, in terms of that. So now, back to what you were saying about just, I can't get into that. Want to know why? Because I don't have the data, nor do I have the tools to properly analyze that. I can feel the same way you feel. What the hell is going on with this shooting?
Millions of people saw this video. Was the
but that's not going to make me get up and run out the door and join a protest group. Because there's more to that than meets the eye. Do you understand where I'm coming from? There's more to. That's why,
Captain, you're absolutely right. This, let the brother talk. Let that brother talk so we can understand what he saw.
Okay, because it's called rules of engagement. Okay, you have people. It's called rules of engagement. Okay, you have to keep a clear mind and a clear conscience and a clear head at all times.
Let him talk.
Justified.
I am not weighing in on that. I'm not weighing in on it because that's not a yes and no. You saw what happened in the video, right? But where's all the detail? Where's all the details that actually led up to it? If videos without words. Videos are without words, man. Videos are without words. That's not how the military intelligence operate. They send all of us out into the field.
Pull up the video. Genesis, pull up the video.
They send everybody out into the field in military operations, and everyone has acronyms that they feed up the channel that gives different pieces of information, and your military intel people, government, and as such, take all of this information, MET-T or COCA, you name it, whatever the acronym is called, and when you read it out in, they put together to see what the big picture is and how it started.
It is justified to you because you did not give a clear.
Baba.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this: you can't speak for me ever.
Brother, let Baba speak.
I just did.
Yes, you cannot speak for me ever. You cannot.
This is
not.
You cannot.
It's the OG speak, y'all.
Stop it. Let Baba.
Someone got Trump derangement.
Everybody put some likes in the chat. Put some likes in the chat, everybody.
Yeah, put the likes in the chat.
Brother Mahal. The second law of nature
is tell me how I should feel and what I should do. Because one, I wasn't there. That's number one. Because that's how it works. Who's a credible witness? Who was there? It does matter. It matters all the time.
Let the OG speak, fellas. Let the OG speak, fellas.
It matters all the time. Because when we're busy, when we have to call somebody, hold on. All right.
Yeah, we have the forum. This is a reset of the room. Like whenever I do that.
Okay. Thank you, sister. Let me just say this, okay?
Stop. Everybody stop. Stop it.
Sister Monica.
Stop. All right.
Sister,
whenever I play that means everyone's talking over each other and no one. You have an argument, not just arguing with each other. People are listening, trying to learn. So we can't just talk with each other. Go ahead, Baba.
The second law of nature is the laws of opposite. As long as there's a white person, it's going to be racism. Racism is here. As long as the white person is on this earth, it's going to be racism. When I was in the military, it was segregated. Do you hear me? For the first 10 years I was in there, the Navy still segregated. It was the most segregated branch of service for somebody that looked like me to go in when you went in anytime in the 50s and the 40s. in the 60s.
Right.
There's going to always, how we handle racism was that we would give your butt a blanket party. If you don't know what a blanket party is, that's when your butt go to sleep, we throw the blanket over you and beat the hell out of you. And you didn't
And
know
did you
who
stick
was
them in the
whooping
wall
your
locker
butt.
too? Did you stick them in the
And
metal wall lockers
see,
too and slide them off the side?
racism gonna always exist. You can't get rid of racism. That's something that Martin Luther King and Al Sharpton and a black Democrat doing this. It's gonna be racism as long as a white man is on earth. It's gonna be racism because the second law of nature is the laws of opposites. It's gonna always be here. You can't tell another man how he feels because you ain't him. You can't tell Brother how he feel. You can't tell me how I feel, and I can't tell you how you feel because you're not him. You are an individual.
People on this panel, not everybody has completely given up.
And so you had to understand.
Are you oppressed? You have completely abandoned. Number one, you completely abandoned your Africanity. And
are you oppressed, brother? Is the white man holding you down?
Well, let me tell you something, little brother, about me. Hey, little brother, let me tell you about me. I don't love Lord. Listen to me real close. Listen to me real close. I don't love Lord, God, or Mama. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you
How
hear
come you
me?
don't throw him backstage?
You don't know.
Calm the emotional dude down, Dennis.
You don't know who I am.
White man ass.
The first thing that you got to know about me is that I don't love nothing. Did you hear what I said? I don't love Lord, God, or Mama. I don't fear anything. I'm not scared of anything. I spent 3 tours in Vietnam. Three tours in Vietnam. I don't give a damn. I don't love Lord, God, or Mama. I don't love nothing that I see. You got to know this about me. I don't feel dying, and don't feel killing you. That's me. I'm telling you who I am. You can't describe me because you don't understand me because you ain't never met nobody like me. Now, when somebody tell you they don't love Lord, God, and Mama, then you need to perk your damn ears up. I'm sharing information with you. But if you think I love you or care about you, you got another thing. I didn't come from a race of people. When the Creator created me, he created one. He didn't create no race of people. He created a supreme being that was male and female. I'm a supreme being that's a male. I'm not a human being that's a man and a woman. Somebody else created that. That ain't what my Creator created. I'm one person. Ain't nobody got my eye print, toe print, fingerprint, toe prints. That's me. Now that you got to understand who I am, you can't put no label on me or no title. And you need to understand that. I'm sharing information with Monica because Monica asked me to do that. I ain't asking you to believe nothing I say. Do the research. My motto is documentation beats all bullshit conversation. So that's me. Now you understand who I am? Don't ever think that I'm in love with you, because I ain't. I ain't in love with nothing that's I can see. So now we got a good understanding of who I am. You can't label me, son. I'm 80 years old and I ain't gonna change.
So what I want to do is I want to change like the subject a little bit because this got heated. Let me get into the Black Panthers and how a guy named Paul Birdsong began to go into the community and then promote the new Black Panther Party and discuss that. Maybe this will be a change in conversation because this has got really too much, and we don't want to be. All right, so everybody, chill out, calm down. All right.
I think that was a great conversation, but the
Well, it is. We don't move
the fake Black Panther Party though. Come on now.
Right. Well, it's interesting because what he just did was he just denounced it, which is really interesting. that this shows a lot of crazy, like how people can like be proclaiming one thing and then denounce the next.
ICE agent
That's
ever
a
run up on
Democrat
me.
plant.
I guarantee you they won't. I put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me. Unarmed woman was killed by ICE. If you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, fuck around and find out. Our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable. We hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now, you dig? Carry bigger guns and we don't take no shit. Places where there are a lot of immigrants at, I think that the community around them needs to take special care to them and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means them shotgun shells that shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly. If you are gonna legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be fearful that the public is going to be dissatisfied with their job that they're doing, not feeling like they're tyrants, not feeling like they're bullies because they got guns and body armor and walkie-talkies. That makes them immune to whatever the people would do. I think you want to correct the ideology of the pig and the mentality of the slave catcher. You meet them with equal force. All power to the motherfucking people.
No power to the pig. He is fake as hell.
Let's talk about what's going on with that.
Can I say that is the most asinine bullcrap I've ever heard in my life by a light-skinned brother. I'm making jokes on that part of it, but come on, y'all. Come on, man. That ain't our fight, man. That ain't got nothing to do with black people.
You know, Huey P. Newton was light-skinned, right?
I just said it was a joke, my brother. You being literal, but okay,
no.
whatever. That's LB. That's LB4. That's LB4 telling you to be a gangster again.
I want to hear from Brian, the Black Panther movement, and is when he says does that sound like how Black Panthers move?
Yeah.
Baba Dwight.
Yes, sir.
Is
he's a wannabe. That the Black Panthers wasn't for that. Black Panthers helped the community. I was there when they first started the Black Panthers,
and they weren't pushovers either.
Right. See, what he's talking about, he's finna get killed.
That was a civil rights movement. This is not the same as a civil rights movement. If a black man is saying this is the same as a civil rights movement, you are uninformed.
How do you know? Have you spoken to him? Have you spoken to him?
I'm talking to you, bro. I'm talking to you because you're helping up for it.
No,
it's not the same as civil rights. It has nothing to do with civil rights. Most people are out there saying they're protesting. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He is not trying to frame this as a civil rights. He's saying that the new Black Panthers, that actually the Black Panthers at the time was not just a black nationalist group, but also combined of a global national.
They started the meals for the children. See, I was there when the Black Panthers were there. I was there when
they had modern medicine. They helped.
I was a grown man when the Black Panthers came into existence. When that organization came into existence, they carried guns, but they wasn't militant. They helped the community out there. This new group, this new group of people, that ain't what the Black Panthers stood for. Just like the Hebrew Israelites, that ain't the new Hebrew Israelites. They ain't what Ben Amin established that group for. Hell, I know Ben Amin. Me and Ben Amin done sit down and smoke plenty of herb together.
Talk about it.
Yes, see,
that's right.
I know what Ben.
Everybody to fucking show up with guns to face you guys. It's fucking time for an armed resistance against the United States of America.
Take your mask off.
This is done. We're done. You're fucking murderers. You shot a woman in a wheelchair.
But it's okay what they're doing, right? It's okay what they're doing, right?
Get a gun.
Everything's justifiable to them, right?
Face you guys, man to man.
And so all this stuff, like, Black Panther this and Black Panther that. And so it got to the point where you have like people like trying to join the Black Panther, and then the white people like, why you want to join that group?
Criminal offensive
Watch this.
I've seen a handful of white women ask if they can join the Black Panthers, and I have to ask, why do you want to join the Black Panthers? Bombastic side-eye. Why don't you want to be in community with your own people? Is it because you can't trust them? Criminal offensive side-eye. Because if we allowed white women to join the Black Panther movement, then their needs would become prioritized over Black people.
So bottom line is you had that whole thing, that whole rant, Black Panther. We need to like come up here and like be a part of like the movement against ICE. You had this guy, Paul Birdsong. And after all this whole thing, it came up a whole thing where he got up in arms. Now Paul Birdsong is now denouncing Black Panther Party. Let's go.
Check 1, 2. Welcome to another edition of More Speaking. Real Speaking denounced being the chairman of the Black Panther Party. He also denounced the Black Panther Party.
This little plaque that I got, it says Paul Birdsong, and as a Panther says since 2020. I don't regret the work that I've done because it's brought me to this point. But going forward, these Panther patches will no longer be on my uniform.
Because we corrected him.
This is like an episode of A Living Color.
The
real people corrected him.
He was just going to fade out.
Yes.
In covering these stories for the last few years, I already knew that Paul Lawrence Birdsong would not last. I already knew he wouldn't last. The reason why I knew he wouldn't last is because he came off so provocative and called himself the Black Panthers. And anybody that know how the Black Panther moved and how they move, and how they move, the ones that's in the spirit of the Black Panther today, that's just not something that they do. It's just not something that they do. And it's a red flag. So I already knew that at some point the pressure would come down and he would have to bail out. Not to mention, when I look at the research that I've been digging up, the profile of this individual, it screams provocateur op. It just screams that. Now, listen, I'm not saying that he's definitively them folks, but everything about him says it. I recently watched him on a podcast. I think it was called Black Power something, and with Brother Kalanji. And I was listening to the brother answer a lot of questions that didn't even seem like setup questions. They seemed like regular basic questions that the public would be interested in. And Kalanji and pardon me, but the other brother, I forget his name, pardon me, don't charge it to my heart for forgetting your name, but the other brother, they did a beautiful job in asking these questions. They wasn't hostile. They wasn't in any way trying to ambush journalism type style. They wasn't doing any of that. They was asking questions. And the way that he was answering the question, he was knocking them out of the park for an untrained mind.
I tied my flag with multiple other gangs. I tied my flag with some Hoovers, and I tied my flag with some gangster disciples, and we stood up together. You know what I'm saying? In unity. And then after that, I took the red bandana off my wrist and started just moving as a revolutionary and not as a gang member. And that was a transition that took me even now I still sometimes when people say certain things to me or do certain things to me, I have to remind myself that I'm no longer acting as a gang member, but I'm acting as a revolutionary.
An untrained mind, he sound legitimate. He sound as if he was sincere. During the video, he was telling people, okay, get the food for the homeless. 1 second. We need to do this. We're about to feed people. And it came off as for the person that not familiar how this thing worked, it came off as authentic. But for one like me that have been studying these behavioral patterns for years now, I was like, nah. And I'm saying, I hope that the people that is viewing would see it. Well, obviously they seen what I seen, because when I went back and looked at the comment section today, everybody was on the same page that this guy here is most likely sent by that guy over there, if you know what I'm saying. And so
here's the thing. So he ends up denouncing the whole Black Panther part. They throw in the thing onto the Black Panther emblem onto the table after he had done all this like raising hell, all this like I don't know if you see this. I'll go further and see how he was just raising hell in this whole thing. Like what?
In this era of time, that is sitting up there talking about you're going to put a hole in somebody big as a window and then do a Safe Line commercial. There is nobody that requests the police come down to a certain street and say, I dare you. That's not revolutionary. That's crazy. So with that being said, Paul Birdsong has denounced the name Black Panther Party, and he also denounced all of the uniforms associated. When I say uniform, the patches and everything else. So I guess he said he don't own anything white and red or any other colors. I guess he will be stocking up on other colors besides black. Thank you for joining me, family. Tonight on Morse World TV, we will be talking about.
Yeah, so pretty much what happened is that, he initially came out and said he was like the chairman of the Black Panthers. They think, he's smart, like, we're part of this, we're doing this. But then it became a whole thing. Now he denounces the Black. What do you think is really behind that? It sounds really interesting.
I'll go first.
Can I say something? Go ahead.
Okay. I believe from the very beginning that it was a grift. This started just before Martin Luther King's Day, and it ended just roughly under 10 days later. This is the dark money that Jasmine Crockett was talking about, and what the DNC was going to be using, and they use
clicks and likes. Yes, money.
That's all I'm saying.
It was clicks and likes for us as a people to stand behind something, support, so he can become internet famous and help out whoever wanted him to help out to his rise of fame for an instant, for a moment, and it's nothing. No, brothers and sisters on this panel, are you guys oppressed?
I didn't know he was collecting money.
Are you guys victims?
I didn't know he was
scared? Are
collecting
you scared?
money.
As black people, are you scared of ICE?
I think
I'm not scared of ICE. I love ICE.
I think you're scared of white.
So what do we I want this guy to finally get his moment. Please let him speak, and it's respectful, my brother. Decorum will be had.
It's okay.
Hold on. Let me finish this part. Let me finish my part, and you can do what you want.
You have given up, brother.
I'm giving you the light, brother. I'm giving you the light. So stop interrupting and have decorum within the panel. You're just talking over me. We can always talk over each other. That means nothing.
I don't give a damn about none of that, my brother. You have completely given up. I see who you really are.
Who cannot hold their word?
Hang up.
Stop,
It's the guy in the gray. The gray.
It's not me. I'm respectful, sister.
Hold on, stop. Listen, I have a majority black male panel. Okay, you guys are. You know that mostly like young men watch my channel, like in their early 20s. And I know that everybody up on this panel is like probably in their like 30s and up. What are we showing these young men or what? I have like, listen, 75% of my channel that watches my show are black men and black little young boys. We have to be able to show that we can like have a conversation and not be going through all this. I get
So I
it. You
said,
guys,
let him speak.
can we like set an example, please? Let's go.
Agree. Can
Yeah,
I
let him speak.
take
Hold
can I
on, dog.
take 90
Hold
seconds
on,
and
hold on.
make
High Castle, let the guy speak.
Who's
We
talking
never
first?
let him speak.
Wait,
That's what I
One
was
Lock.
trying to say.
Was it One Lock Nation that was trying to speak? Go ahead, One Lock Nation. Go ahead. I'll let you. Go ahead. Go ahead. One Lock Nation. Speak.
I got a phone. I'll be right back. I got a phone call.
A phone call happened. So go ahead. Next person.
All right. Yeah, I had the picture all wrong, brother. I thought it was it must have been that one. All right. My bad, brother. All right. Hold up though. You know what's coming down is that what the man at High Castle has mentioned previously on alchemizing energy is that proud Americans, we must not allow the media to blow smoke up our ass. Remember that. And this is just a suggestion. They're going to go harder and harder. In the stock market, we would call this a rug pull. What Birdsong had just did, that fake Black Panther. It's a rug pull. He just came in there to start up like he had a cryptocurrency token. And then, boom, he got you all into it. And then, boom, he pulled the plug and he took all your money. You know, this is about moral famine out here. What I mean about moral famine is that morally, it's a desert and people are just riding anything. They're believing anything. The man in the high castle suggests otherwise. We have to prepare ourselves for the next one. Just ignore. Our silence is much louder and far more deafening. Just keep up the same momentum. Silence.
Can I say this last thing about
Go ahead.
people that don't want to articulate their point but just argue? The captain in this panel and the OG, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, is what you said. Most of your channel is about young Black people or young people in general. I don't want to be about a race. Anybody that's young, that's trying to figure this stuff out, that hasn't done most of the research. I'm not going to say I'm the most educated in all the researches of past history. Common sense and logic and listening to what people have been through will give you a lot of knowledge in the aspect of what's going on right now. If you can understand and then be able to articulate your words back and maybe speak upon something that you disagree with. But just to have an emotional outburst about how you feel when somebody who has been there and done that has told you what it's like is just crazy to me. It's weird. So you can't believe what everybody tells you. Do your own research. I'm going to give that advice to anybody that's young. Do your own research. But there's an 80-year-old brother in this panel that's telling you how it was. And there's another person that experienced the military on both sides as an enlisted person and as an officer that's commanding more people than you probably ever did in your job every day. And you can't understand to take a moment to listen, whether you disagree or agree, to understand where they're trying to come from and if they're articulating something that possibly could be the truth. Even the guy with the Most High, he's telling you stuff in a way that may not be norm to most of us that want to talk the lingo. But what he's saying, if you go look it up, he's not far off from whatever else he's saying. He's just telling you in a calm manner what's really about to happen. He mentioned the shutdown that's about to happen. That's a big thing. Nobody's talking about it. We can talk about that later. And I'm gonna get off this and I'm gonna land my plane. What I'm saying is these brothers that's in this chat right now, for some of the people that's listening and may have negative comments because they're emotional about what they saw in this instance with ICE that just came up, you have to understand that everybody has a job to do, right? I'm not saying their job is perfect or whatever it is, but within that job, there's rules, there's regulations, there's procedures that's followed. And in the end, each person wants to go home. And when you're in the federal government or the federal law enforcement, They have rules and regulations that they're going to follow, and they're going to make sure they go home. No one has ever said that they should agree with whatever happened to Mr. Purdy Petty. I'm sorry if I'm saying his name wrong. Should have happened. But when I mentioned earlier that he touched the law enforcement agent when he raised his hand, if Genesis, if you want to play that, it's easy to see. When he touched him, there's procedures that law enforcement has when it goes to the next level of just being a verbal threat to a physical threat. The captain tried to tell you guys on what's next. There's not a book that tells you how to go home. Once you become a physical threat, I don't care if you put your fingernail on me. When there's a bunch of people around me, now it's go time, and I'm going off of training, whether it was 47 days or whether it's 6 months in the police force, because I know that's what they do. And then you have to learn on the job. But when it comes to your life versus an agitator in a sense of not being a permanent protester, because we all forget about that. Protesting, I'm gonna say it again, it comes with a permit. You have to be permitted to protest peacefully somewhere. It's documented. You have to have that in order to be able to do what you're doing. You can blow whistles, you can yell, you can scream, you can play drums, you can do whatever you want to do within this parameter that is set for the permit for you to do it. But you cannot walk up to a house and throw ice from the snow and yell and blow whistles to alert this person that I'm looking for, maybe right, maybe wrong, whatever you want to put inside of that. You cannot do it without breaking the law. So whatever happens after that, it becomes upon the person that's there, that's serving whatever purpose they have to be there, to bring that to justice. And if you're impeding it, and once you become physical, once you're acknowledged as being a physical threat, that person is going to go home. No, it's not right that they shot that man in the street. No, it's not. It's not cool. But if it's you on the front line doing the job you're paid to do, and you know that it escalated from one to, they're not thinking about you as Tommy or Jim or Pookie or Tyrone. Once you go to level 1 to level 2 to level 3, their training says level 1 do this, level 2 do this, level 3 do this. That's all it is. But the emotional part of us wants to understand what the other side is saying and why did that happen. It's not that when you're performing the duty. The duty is level 1, this is what happens. Level 2, this is what happens. Level 3, this is what happens. Level 4 and beyond. And that's how we end up in this situation. As Black people, this one isn't on you. You can sympathize and have empathy toward everything because you should because you're a human being. And the OGs in here and the people that's been there, done that, such as my father or my brother-in-law, who's a battalion commander in the military, and certain things that happen, this is what they deal with on a daily. This is what they train for. This is what their career is in. So you can't say your feelings trump what their actions have to be in the moment of life or death. And I land my plane.
Oglala Sioux tribal council members.
Thank you, bro.
And there was 4 tribal members who were picked up by ICE in a community called Little Earth right here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And one of them has been released, but they couldn't locate the other 3. So the council members here they're all elected officials of the Oglala Sioux tribe. And they gained access to the facility and they couldn't find their 3 tribal members. They claim that they're not classifying them by their nationality, which tribal members are also citizens of the United States since 1924. You know, there's nobody more American than American Indians, but they were unable to find them here today.
Bullshit.
I am fucking furious. I am done. I am beyond fucking infuriated by the shit that's been going on regarding all this ICE shit. ICE was unleashed to brutalize and target Latino and immigrant communities, to raid homes, stalk communities, and terrorize families. But that wasn't enough. Now they have turned their violence on Native American communities, and they are doing so shamelessly, openly, and with full government backing. And let me just say this openly. They are detaining Native people in their own land. Members of the Oglala Sioux tribe, U.S. citizens, by the way, were recently detained by ICE in Minneapolis despite providing legal and valid tribal identification. Native people were detained and held in federal custody until tribal leaders intervened, enforced to prove that they belong in the place their ancestors came from. In Washington State, Elaine Miles was detained and arrested by ICE. And when she showed them her tribal ID, they said it looked fake. Fucking fake. As if indigenous identity were foreign. Indigenous identity was suspicious. And then recently there is Peter Yazzie, a Navajo man, whose case exposes the lies that this is about paperwork or documentation. Peter Yazzie told ICE agents exactly where they could find his certificate of Indian blood, his birth certificate, other documentation proving that he's not only a tribal member, but a U.S. citizen. It didn't make an ounce of difference because on January 12th, they arrested his ass, aggressively forced him in the back of a vehicle and drove the fuck away, ignoring his rights, his tribal sovereignty, ignoring the overall truth of the situation. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. It's not about confusion or some type of weird process that they didn't fucking understand. It was all about fucking power. Across the Southwest, Navajo people are being stopped and detained and threatened despite having tribal ID, certificates of Indian blood, or state valid IDs.
I'd like to, this is here, I'd like to comment on your question, sister, starting with when you were asking about the Black Panther Party and basically what was our thoughts before giving commentary to the videos. I want to also say thank you to the brother who had spoken before you put this video on when he was talking about procedures and as such. Police, ICE, government, they all have something called an after action review. Okay. And this usually happens after some encounter of some kind. This is just normal stuff that I'm describing. What the Black Panthers did differently back then. So I'm born in 1961. Okay. So I only got a little taste of that growing up, you know, as I was before 10 years old. All right. In New York City. So born and bred in Harlem. So there are some things that I do know. Okay. And when I was 6 years old, as far as other aspects like i.e. the Nation of Islam and as such, I still remember Minister Farrakhan walking past his secretary, whose name was Sister Mary, to get into his office in the morning, and his son was in my classroom and Temple number 7 back then. So I like something that Brother Dawadi, and I haven't been living as long as he has been living, obviously not. But there are things that we were, if you want to use the word indoctrinated, through indoctrination of some sort, this is true. We, our minds were cultivated to respond in terms of defense of people, and that's and the list goes on and on and on. But let me just fast forward now and talk about by the time I'm now in the National Guard. If you see someone, and let's say it's a riotous type situation or something like that, and let's say you see me, the first thing I am looking for is not to come in with shields and batons and start wailing and whacking on people. That's not how we do things. Okay? We don't do things that way. We look to see to whom do the people respect that's in that group. That's how it was kind of done in the old days. Yeah, sometimes things did get out of control. That's true. But what we look for is, and we're taught to spot, okay, that's person over there that's on the side that's protesting is someone that I think that this community looks up to. Why? Because you see the people that are stepping over to that person. So me to help not escalate anything, because everybody knows what it is. They say these National Guard guys, they're ready to roll. Yeah, but that don't mean we have to roll. It don't mean we have to do the ugly business. So a person like me have to get up the courage, go from behind the barricade. My men are watching me, and they're going to make sure that nothing happens to me. If something happens to me, then, hey, the gloves come off. But I'm going to walk over, and I'm going to let that person whoever it may be, that the people respect, he's going to be able to put his hand on my shoulder. He's going to talk to me. I want my men to see that. I wanted my men to see that. So in their mind's eye, they're at ease. They're like, okay, I think this is going to be a good day for us, guys. We ain't going to have to get stupid. We ain't going to have to zip tie and tie wrap. Nobody, it's not going to be like that. And what I'm interested in having that conversation, which I, through training and interactions and certain things, I'd never liked to show up and I'm on the other side of the barricade. Okay. Where, because the adrenaline and anything can go sideways when your heart's racing and you got this adrenaline running through your blood. You know, you're already trained to pull the trigger and do all the other things and toss grenades and tear gas and all this other kind of stuff. That is not something you have to think about. Training has shaped and molded you into that. It's as simple as drinking a glass of orange juice. You don't have to think about how to drink the juice. You know how to do that. What you have to take control and keep control of is your faculties and say, listen, what is my intention? This is what happens in discussions that break forth in after action reviews. I knew that there were what I was learned about in terms of the original way the Black Panther Party did things. They were also receiving aspects of government funding. Did y'all know that? And it wasn't so they could mislead their people. They were doing what they said they were going to do. Help their people, feed their people. And they weren't pushovers either. So National Guard members, we were not interested in trying to go head to head and toe to toe with someone who actually had values. Someone that we also agreed with in everyday life in and out of uniform. See, that's how you talk about how and why you have respect for somebody. And then these guys knew how to talk to us too. I'm talking aspects in the younger, all the way down to the Hells Angels. They knew how to talk to us. And many of them were veterans too. They served in these wars. Come on, dude. So we say at certain points, we get away with all of the stigmas and stereotypes, and we just talk what they call veteran talk. We don't care what branch of service you served in. We know how to talk to each other because we know how to be a team and we know how to help each other. And all we're looking for is, what do we need to do to fix this? Because I'm not going to come over here and I'm not going to disrespect you, because then your people are going to go off and then my people are going to go off. And we don't want that. We're not talking about who we think is going to win. It's not about who we think is going to win. But we do know if you got heart and you stand for what's right, okay, all that matters is you can stand the scrutiny if you have to ever go before a court martial, because they're going to ask you. We know what happened out there. We got the photos. We know about you. What was your intention? That's what they want to know, because your intention is what describes the motive. So you shot a person. Okay? We're not arguing the right and wrong of that. We're going to question what was your intention and your motive. Well, I just had a bad day. I got up and, I knew that we were being called out and we were being mobilized for this, that, and the other. And mind you, just looking at the Black Panther, when certain things happen and disasters and things like that, are you aware that they were out there in the communities helping people who may have had a tornado or something come through the area? They were out there, man. No fussing, no arguing. Sometimes racial barriers were broken as a result of these folks looking and saying, well, I didn't used to like y'all, or I did, whatever the case might be. But at the time, you ain't got time for that. You say, listen, come over, let me take a look at that cut you got over here. I see you got cut by the glass and this tornado came in and turned your neighborhood upside down, and you there to help. I participated in natural disasters as well too. So I know a thing or two about how people can look at you initially before any catastrophe strikes, and they're already looking at you sideways, the racism and whatever else and bigotry that exists. I know about that. But you know what? I made a tough skin too. Okay? Certain things I learned not to make my blood boil, because at the end of the day, I'm the guy who's got to go take amlodipine and aspirin and losartan and all that other kind of stuff they got out there, because I've got stuff bottled up and I never learned how to unplug. See, we had community back in the day, guys. We had men and women. And these cross platforms talk back and forth to you. Don't think for 1 minute that the late Dr. Martin Luther King and what he was doing, we had what they call a three-prong approach. You had Malcolm, you had Martin Luther King, you had the Black Panther Party, You had other groups. I had an interesting conversation with a man who's in his 80s recently. Um, come to find out, he used to live in the Northeast, but he talked about Slick, and he talked about his trials and the things he learned and how he got involved, including the NAACP. So I took the time and let this elder talk and listen. And then if I had any questions, I asked him whatever questions I had for him, like, well, how did you weather this and how did you weather that? Were you involved in, where there was police altercations and this, that, and the other? And that I'm asking him that question only as a result of what my military experience and training has led me to. Okay, because once we talk about you go to urban warfare school, you're changed, my friends. You get changed because you're like, we can actually cause major harm to people with what we can come in and do. And I'm not talking air support and all that. I'm just talking people walking on the ground carrying heavy arsenal. So it's like you need to really watch, and you begin personally. It's a personal thing. That's when you prioritize that all life is sacred.
Thank you.
And never forget, like that football player, his weight, his speed, and his power. He knows if he hits a man, he can kill him. But he doesn't. So he let that man mouth off at him and say whatever he wants to say. He may even let the guy come up and kick him in the shins. Maybe. But he knows if he unleashes, the responsibility falls upon him because he knew he had the power to totally obliterate that guy. And did he make that choice? Because they're going to ask him, what was your intent? We understand what happened. We saw what he did to you. But did you really have to go out like that? Because you're already a powerful person. Everybody knows that. So again, it's more with that personal development. Now, I am not surprised because I've seen these videos too of this guy Birdsong. And the name Birdsong, that's a native name anyway. Okay? In case you didn't know that. Names like Youngblood and all that. You see names like that. So I run into a name like that and I started asking, well, who's your people? And when I hear they can't connect to tell me, quote unquote, something native, I took it away in the back of my mind. Okay, well, this person really doesn't really know exactly where he come from because he doesn't even understand the use of that word, that name that he's carrying, Birdsong. That's not some average name that you're mouthing off in English. There's something to that. So I'm just saying, it's a personal thing. So, is my life perfect? Absolutely not. Far from it. And I'm the type of person, I believe this way. This is my personal belief. How I thought I have been living my life. I have children that have grown. I'm very proud of what they have done and accomplished. Nothing wild and crazy, but I never tried to tell them what they should think. I never did that. But I did, but Dad, I was always around, paying attention to how they selected their friends and the kinds of things, who's influencing who. I paid attention to stuff like that. And if something was and I'm also a little bit clairvoyant anyway, so you can be talking to me, and if be so, a movie clip fires up in my mind, and I can see what you're telling me and what you're not telling me. I'm that kind of person. Okay? So with that being said, I have no clue when it comes my day to stand before the Creator, to give account for my actions. I wholeheartedly believe in that. I have no clue what I'm going to say to my Maker, man. I really don't know. Because this life I thought I was living is not exactly what it appeared to be. So I have to bring in my tentacles even closer within myself as I get older. And I'm 64 now. And I'm just paying it because my mortality ain't too far off. See, this is all of us vets. This is how we talk. We know we ain't going to live forever. We know that. And we're not saying we're going to say, hey, let's welcome death. But we do have a little saying that we say, when death does show up, okay, we smiling because we know it's time to go. Okay. Now, what should we do in the meantime? Continue to educate, help, support, and get our people to understand. This is part of waking up, to recognize the need of urgency. I used to lecture about this after I took the uniform off because I said, how is all these other groups can come over here and work together with one another? No envy, no jealousy whatsoever I have against them. How do they pull this off? And how are they pulling the businesses? Yeah, of course, there's plenty I didn't know. But they had something that they operate from. It's called the need of urgency. The military operates from the need of urgency. Military operation orders and stuff they do not come about without that.
Land it, baby.
So
Land
they
it.
start with the plan. They start with the plan. And then you do backwards planning. Backwards planning. You look at where you want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and you work your way backwards to where you are on this calendar date and this time, and you begin to put pieces in place, working backwards. The military uses backwards planning. They already know at what point and date they're going to invade somebody. They know this. They just don't show up and say, okay, how do we feel today, guys? We're going to go, no. It's a plan. And they say, in 10 years, we're going to go down there and we're going to get these X number of countries. This is what we're going to do. They put all the training and everything in it. You do the training without the enlisted troops. We call that toots. You do war game scenarios. You do all of that. They have units that travel around to different units. And it's like rolling dice and playing Dungeons and Dragons. I kid you not.
Cap landed. Cap landed.
I know, for real, bro.
They get bored. Cap,
y'all need to cut that out. No.
Factual, but let them go.
No, but I get it. But y'all, listen. I don't need y'all to do that. I invited him to my show.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I brought him to my show to explain.
That's right. So I'm supporting Sister Monica's show, and Sister Monica will definitely have me on because one of these shows she's asked me to talk to her about technology, and I am a technologist, and I run my own corporation.
Your words are safe for some of these people that's talking crazy. So you giving them all at once. You're not gonna be able to get them when they come in with the crazy stuff.
But
listen, I've been a successful lecturer for years. When we first started out, our first lecture was 10 hours, and we rotated between the four of us.
Damn.
That's how we did it.
We
taught 10 to 15 minutes each.
Okay. You guys can see this. I'm gonna play this is like the last video, and I want to get like some last words, and then wrap this whole thing in.
Sister Monica.
Let the OG talk.
There is a
go ahead.
Sister Monica.
Yep.
That guy that explained to you, to your listening audience, how these federal police operate, you need to listen to him. They are number one. You got that number one. You got that number two, the number three, and then the number four.
That was me.
You better understand that if you out there protesting, you can't touch them people. You can't spit on them people. When you do that, they will kill you. And ain't nothing gonna happen to them. You better. This young man is an A+ student.
Thank you, sir.
He just
Blaine Smith. That's
what
me.
he just
Yes, right.
What he just told you. You need to get this in your noggin, not unless you got a death wish.
And that's why I was giving him his props.
Whatever God that you believe in, you finna go meet him. Because if you out there with them right now, see, they sit down at the table and they tell you what they gonna do every decade, every 10 years. Every 10 years, we're gonna do this. We're going to have this in order like this. We're going to have this in order. We're going to do this. These people done already planned what they're going to do and how they was going to do it. You don't need to interfere with their plan.
Thank you.
Right.
They want
you.
You
don't know their plan.
They use the media. They use the media to escalate all of this stuff. You're falling directly into their trap. You falling directly into their trap. I'm just laughing at you how you falling into their trap. They trapping you, and they trapping you with the news media. The news media is they number in the protocol number 13. Tell you they use the news media to excite the children, which they said the youth of the Gohens. They using that now.
Keep telling them.
They using that now. They using that to the max. And with all religions is emotional.
Emotional.
You emotional. They making you put your energy in motion. That's what my daddy used to tell me. Don't put your energy into motion because you become a danger to yourself and everybody else around you.
They're practical and we're emotional. They're practical and we're emotional.
What that young man told you about how you have, even if the police stop you, put your license and stuff on the top of your car, and when he get out of there, you can call it bootlicking or whatever you want, because he's designed and trained to get out the car for you to have an attitude. You meet him with, yes, sir. What can I do for you? What did I do wrong? Give me a ticket. He ain't gonna even give you a ticket. I ain't got a ticket. He ain't got. I done been stopped 100. I done been stopped with an ounce on me, and he told me, "Go on down the road. Take care."
There you go. Me too.
But if I'd have got out of my car talking shit to him, then he know how to handle you. You got to use counterintelligence. You got to know how to handle your enemy. And when he's your enemy, when he stop you, he's your enemy. You got to know how to handle him. Tell him what he want to hear.
Yeah.
Because if you don't tell him what he want to hear,
they're all emotional. Their mama let them suck on their titty too long. They're emotional. They don't know how to play the game.
People my age, the baby boomers, was taught your place.
Bye, Gregory.
What is your place? See, you had to know what when once a policeman stop you or detain you, you have the rights to remain silent. That's the only rights you have.
That's it.
Act like a prisoner of war.
You open your hot mouth, and he either gonna whoop your ass, take you to jail, or kill you. And especially right now, because hell, they scared of you. Shit, you go in there, you got a gun, and you taking a gun to a protest, you's a fool. And you gonna mess with him, he gonna kill you.
Loaded gun that misfired.
I don't care if you talking about your rights, your second rights. When the policeman talk, you ain't got no more rights. When you're dealing with him, you got the rights to remain silent only. You can call it what you want to call it. I've seen some say bootlicking and all of that stuff. Well, you go out there with your brave butt.
That's what the youth don't get.
And mess with them people.
Trump 2028.
That's what the
I
youth
ain't scared of no. Let me tell you something. For 4 years, every night, from 1964 to 1969, it was 5 of us. We whooped us a white boy's ass every night. Every night we whooped a white boy's ass. I ain't scared of nothing. Do you understand me? I ain't scared. I ain't never been scared of nothing.
Hopefully it was for the right reason. We don't want to promote this to young boys.
We whooped his ass because he was. Let me tell you something. See, in '65, I was stationed in Memphis, Tennessee when.
A little different.
When I was stationed in Memphis, Tennessee when Martin Luther King got killed. My question is, why wasn't he at the Peabody Motel instead of at the Toot to Toot? We called where he was at, we called it Toot to Toot at 5 and 2. That's what it was. $5 for the $2 for the room and $5 for the woman. That's where all the sailors went.
Talk about it.
To the Toot to Toot, the Trumpet Motel. That's where he got killed. We call it the Toot to Toot. The Peabody Motel, why wasn't he down there? He was set up.
That's where the white folks owned and wouldn't allow you to go.
Peabody was for colored people. It was like, see, remember, when I went into the Navy, it was segregated. It was segregated. On one side of the barracks was the blacks, And on the other side, they had the mastodon shot. The other side was white boy. The blacks and the Filipinos that was in the Navy was cooked. We all stayed in the same barracks, but it was a dividing thing between the whites and the blacks. When I was in the military, it was segregated. You went in there when it was integrated. I went in there when it was segregated, and it didn't get integrated in the Navy until 1970. That's when they started letting blacks become E5s and E9s, and the Cora C, which was a ship, we call it the African Queen. They started letting black officers come in. They trained on the Cora C up under a white boy. I went through all of this. I went through, when I was stationed in Biloxi, Mississippi, I had to be off all the black sailors when we went to firefighting school. You couldn't go downtown after 6 o'clock. They had a curfew. If you was a black, they didn't care if you was in a clown suit, what they call it. If one policeman told me, I don't give a damn about you in that little clown suit that you in. So I went in when it was segregated. I graduated from a segregated high school. On my diplomas, Ralph Bunch Negro Colored High School. You guys don't know nothing about this, what I'm talking about. You wasn't with this.
Can I ask you a question, OG? Respectfully.
Yeah.
Do you see the difference from when you went through your world as a baby boomer in those days to where we are now? Again, I'm 49. Do you see the difference that we have more rights and we can do things differently?
I tell you what. I call it, back then, you knew who didn't like you. Now I call it sophisticated racism. Now is the white boy never did want to integrate with you. He was made by the federal government to integrate. In 1970. In 1970, David Dukes in Louisiana signed at 5 minutes to 12 that bill for them to integrate. Louisiana was the last state that integrated. They did not want to integrate with you. They did not want you sitting at they integrating with you. They did not want to integrate with you. The government made them integrate. These white folks still got that same mentality, man. They just more sophisticated now.
So you say the children of people that's baby boomers, that's 60 to 70 to 80 years old, you think their children are still indoctrinated in the racist rhetoric the things that's going on that
you indoctrinated way more than me. See, I classify myself as a Negro that was a colored person. When you say that I'm a black African American, first, black is a verb that modifies a noun, which is you, name a person, place, or thing. You saying that your mama is an African and your daddy is an American. Then
my parents were just
they
American.
take America, the first America, in 1776, they wrote a preamble Bill of Rights. And when John Hancock was the first person to sign that bill, he had to sign it because he was the grand putinate of Lodge Number 1. When he did that, he created treason. They waited before the rest of them signed it to see if Cromwell were going to come across here and attack them again. And Cromwell didn't come over here. The first America is a white man. It ain't you. We the people was the people of that Lodge Number 1 that wrote the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. America carries you and me as a emancipated slave. Emancipated means that the government take control of you and you can't go, the private sector can't own you. The government own you.
But that's not the same as white people also, though? Isn't that the same nowadays
That
as white people?
That wasn't white people. White
I'm talking about
people
now.
are citizens. They carry you. America carries you as a emancipated slave. The states carry you as a citizen of that state, but
Right.
you are not a citizen of America. And you had to understand this. Where is your place in America? What do America carry you as? They don't carry you. They carry you that with certain rights. Certain rights mean that they gave you religion. They say that you could be Second Baptist, you couldn't be First Baptist up under the Nicene Creed. You could be Colored Methodist Episcopal or African Methodist Episcopal. You couldn't be Christian Methodist Episcopal up under the Apostolic Creed.
We can't now, though. Do you acknowledge we can't now, though?
With their teaching, listen to me, young man. With their teaching, with their teaching, that's the way it was. Churches didn't get integrated until after 1970. You didn't have but two churches that you could go to. And see, you got to understand.
I was born in 76.
You say what now?
I was born in 76.
Well, you don't know nothing about what I'm talking about.
I get what you're talking about. No, I'm understanding. I'm listening. I'm learning.
If you were born in 76, you don't know nothing about what I'm talking about. My son was born in 1970.
But I'm trying to ask you.
And see, this is the way. This is the way it was. This is the way it was.
I'm asking your
and you had to you had to understand. It ain't no different. To me, it ain't no different from back then as it is now.
Okay,
it's worse than now because, let me tell you something. It's worse than now because you know what? We had 129 all black colleges. Like I told them down at Texas Southern when my grandson graduated 4 years ago, it wasn't even a white car on Texas Southern College when I went down there in 62 for a scholarship, football scholarship. It wasn't even a white car. Now you ain't even got no all black college. You got a historical black college. You had everything that a white man had when you were segregated. You had your own community, grocery stores, barber shops. You ain't got none of that now.
Do you still think we should have that?
Well, I tell you what, that's how you gain economic. You don't understand political economics. You might understand
I'm just asking
economics.
you that question from a different standpoint. I actually do, but I just want to see what you feel because I respect your journey. So respectfully, I'm asking that question.
How I feel about it? I feel that you got anybody born after 1970 has been genocided. There's a book called The Science of Eugenics. You ever read that book?
I have
by
not,
Sir Walter Galt.
Sir
Walter Galt. Well, I got the original book of The Science of Eugenics.
Okay.
And you've been genocided.
You've been genocided. I think different. I think as the white man thinks, what does that mean?
That means that you got a black face and you think your mind is white because you've been educated up under a system, under a curriculum.
What if I have Caucasian friends that I think in my mind would die for me and lie for me in the sense of anything that I've done, and they're good people to me? Not saying that's true. I'm asking a question. Should I not trust that person? What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, what are you? Are you a Muslim, a Christian, or nothing?
I'm none of that. I'm neither. I'm just asking the question.
Okay.
Just for the young folk that's on this panel, for Genesis's panel.
I don't trust nobody. Let's start with mama and daddy. Because mama had 2 doctor's degrees, and my daddy had a master's degree, but my mama and daddy didn't think alike. My daddy was an atheist. He didn't believe in no God. My mama played for a church for 93 years. She died at 101. Wow. She played the piano for a church for 93 years. My daddy didn't go to church. He told me I didn't have to go to church when I got grown because he didn't believe in that God shit he put it to me like this: if you tied 10% to yourself, take 10% of your earning to yourself and put it in the bank for 10 years, then you done bless yourself and don't touch it. You ain't giving it to no lying preacher telling you that God want 10% of your money. What's the name of this God?
Can I ask you a
God is a
question?
Germanic. God is a Germanic word that came in the 6th century. Before the white boy called him God, he called him Guggen. In the 3rd century, he called him Wooten. 1st century, he called him Odin. So you believe in God. Oh, yes, sir. I believe that there's a God. God is a 6th century word. And once you tell me you believe in God, I know this: the white man done conquered your mind. Because we study with etymology with the 5 W's and 1 H in a chronological order. God is a 6th century word. Google it.
Okay.
They'll tell you they ain't going to hide nothing from you, but you believe in God, don't you?
I
You believe that's
I believe there's the Most High. I don't know his name.
Well, what is the Most High?
I believe his name was Yahweh by the book that was written.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I know.
Well, then, when you tell me that you
That's why I'm
believe in
asking.
Yahweh, well, Yahweh means Yah and what? It's a statement. It ain't no name.
It was the Hebrew name
Yahshua.
we changed.
Yahshua is a statement. That ain't no name.
Okay.
That ain't no
telling me
name.
something that I can
Once
go
you
with.
once you tell me that you believe in Yahweh, then you let me know that you believe in what the Jews believe.
No, remember, I'm from 76.
The
I'm from 76.
Mesmerite Jews. The
I just want to be.
Mesmerite Jews.
I just
That's
fight
what
for
you're telling me.
equality in real life situations, and I believe everything you're saying in a sense. But I'm just trying to say, do you understand that? Do you believe the world evolves and things can happen differently going forward? Is my question to you. I'm learning from you.
Here's what I believe. The Creator created a male and a female that was a supreme being. Somebody else created a human being that is a man and a woman. Now, when you tell me that you's a human being, I just look at you and smile because I know you don't know what you was created. Somebody else created a man and a woman and a human being.
Hey, why
That
don't you
means
tell them
that
what the
Who created a supreme being? Who created that? If it's not a god or a fixture that was here before
it
us.
wasn't a god. It was Anu. Do you know the history of ancient Sumerian?
I don't.
Ancient Sumer, ancient
right?
Mesopotamia.
Mm-hmm.
Do
And what is
that
the
history
legal
start?
definition of a
That
human
that
being as per Black's Law Dictionary? Because it's got the definition. A human being is a monster that doesn't have any inheritable rights.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I'm about to get
And
on that one.
so you as a man of color, you're not a human being. You're not. That's not what you are made to be. You are a people. And I'm familiar with reading the Tanakh in Hebrew anyway. And I do understand what those words mean. And here it is not telling you you was ever made a human being. It says that there's a people who is not even a nation. That's the humans.
That's
And it
tough to
says that
understand
they
that
will
right
be
now. You
used
understand that,
to
right?
provoke you. Huh?
You understand that's tough to understand from I
I
just told you I
know.
was born in 1976, and reading a book to tell me that in 2026, it's tough for
Mm-hmm.
anybody on this panel besides you guys who are educated in past history or in OG is 80 something years old. So I'm not here to
Right.
denounce nothing he's saying or you either, respectfully.
Right.
But you have to talk to the people as where they come from. How
Right.
can you educate or pass your opinion? Not saying this because in our
Correct.
mind it can be an opinion.
I
You're
don't
saying it's
have no
fact,
Correct.
right?
I don't have
No,
no
you're saying it's
I don't
fact.
have
I
no
believe you.
opinion. I
I
don't have
believe you.
I don't
I'm
I
not
don't I
denouncing
don't have
nothing. Let me
no
finish.
opinion.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm gonna land it quick. I'm gonna let you finish talking because I enjoy hearing the thought process of something that I may not have no idea about. but I'm not a young buck either. And it's only because of what I've learned and what I've experienced, right?
Right, right,
So I don't know. And it's hard for someone in a state of mind that hasn't done all the research, because it takes years to get the knowledge that you guys are talking about, to say whether you're right or wrong or indifferent. And you're not even asking me to judge you if you're right or wrong. You're just telling me what you're telling me, and you know for yourself, that this is real, right? But to listen to everybody else listening, there's ages from probably 18 to whatever that's listening to you
right,
guys right now that can be thinking that you're just talking and you don't have anything that you can tell me or show me concrete to back it up besides an old book that can be an opinion, the same as you think the Bible
right,
is a story or you think it's not true. But all you've learned your whole entire life of my 49 is that this is the book. But I've questioned it. I've read other books. I've heard about it from different perspectives. And now
right,
I'm at the place where I'm at. And we're watching the world evolve. And what's happening right now, and what you're saying is that I'm still no one as a person, as a black man, as a human being that you said doesn't exist or is trash
I,
on this earth.
I
How do
ain't
we
none of
live?
it. I
How do
ain't
we live with that?
little brother. I ain't a human being. I don't care if you didn't hear what I said at first. I'm
did.
sharing knowledge with you. I ain't trying to save you. I
You're
ain't
right.
trying to. I don't love you. Let's
Right.
get that understood first. I
Right.
ain't in love with you. I'm
Right.
sharing knowledge with you. I tell you, don't believe me. Do the research.
You're right.
I
You
ain't
said that.
trying to. I don't have no
right,
opinion. I have facts. And see, opinion is something that is an in between. You either is with me or you ain't.
How do we survive then?
You ain't. I don't believe in no in between. That's
I
me.
understand.
I
So
share.
we
no,
so
no.
we have a
How do
cause.
we?
We have a cause and
How do we
effect.
survive this?
How do we
How do we
survive then?
survive this? We
How do we survive?
survive this by doing in the path that you are currently on right now. You are not a sleeper, for real. And I
Okay.
know that from how you talk.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
you don't sound like some guy who's a dope head. You ain't none of that, okay? Because number one, you wouldn't be able to talk to any one of us anyway if you had that type
Right.
of mindset. It ain't gonna happen because
Right.
I would never give you the time of the day.
Right.
Period.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless I saw you was in that level of stupor and I said, wait a minute, this guy is searching. And then I have
Yeah.
to
I'm
ask you some
searching.
questions. Why are you doing yourself this way in the first place? Tell me something about your life. And then that's up to you to say whatever you want to say. So
Okay.
I'm not new to talking to, as you would say, the younger people, the younger generation at all. So why we preference what we say, documentation is a conversation, like I said, in Black's Law Dictionary. Noah Webster's dictionary. So if I'm going to tell you something, this is not what I think the definition of a human being is, which is what most of us have been left to in the first place. Well, I think a human being is this, that, and the other, and they got their personal. No, that's not how it's used in law. Because in law, they ain't dealing religion. So when you
Right.
come before them, you've declared yourself that you're a human being, then you just told them that you are a monster and you have no inheritable rights, and you don't know you even said that.
Okay.
But
What do you
yet
I
say?
the
tell
What do
you.
you say to
prosecutor, the
yourself?
prosecutor, the prosecutor, the judge, and your attorney knows that. And mind you,
When
they all belong to the same club at the end of the day anyway. So
you're in
regardless of
front
what
of
happens to
when
you,
you're in front of
okay.
prosecutor or judge, what do you identify yourself as? So you enlighten me on how to speak upon something that I need to research. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't
Oh
have the
no,
knowledge.
I use
I don't have the
if
knowledge to do
if
that.
if it comes down to it, I am identified as Aboriginal Indigenous to this land. And when you say that phrase like that, it has no whatsoever bearing on what they chose to call this land. They can change the name from the United States of America to some other name 5 to 10 years from now.
Right.
You're identifying this soil that I stand upon. This is the origin of my ancestors. Period. That's it. So they go, okay, we're gonna have to talk to him different. Don't mean they ain't gonna try to jack you up.
Okay.
But if you come out the box swinging just from what you say to them, exactly, then they got you. It's like this person is
don't you have to know
smart.
enough to keep speaking that way? Don't you have to have all the research done to be able to go in front of these people and speak that way? You can't halfway
Yes,
do it.
the answer is yes. And not only that, they don't know it all either. That's why
Okay,
they
that
have
makes
a
sense.
gazillion words.
That
They
makes
have
sense.
so much. They got more laws than you can shake a stick at, and they tell you all the laws of this land is binding upon you. And they've got a gazillion laws, brother. Anything you
Right.
can, stuff you ain't never heard of before, stuff that you think is outrageous and stupid. They tell you all the laws are binding unless you can say, no, I am by way of treaty. And they go, well, what treaty do you speak of? The Treaty of Peace and Friendship signed on the Delaware River in 1789 between my
Understood.
people and your people. And then when you do that, they go, because most of them are in the fraternal orders anyway. They go, oh shit, we got one here no. Or they know a little something. And now they're going to change the tempo. They're going to change the energy in the atmosphere because now they can't come at you that way. That don't mean they like you more because now they want to move a little bit closer to you, so they can say, this person needs to be examined by us because how did they come by way of understanding of what I just heard them mouth off and say? That's
Okay.
how it worked. We used to teach how to do that in Harlem for about 6 years. Every Wednesday night, we explained to them what federal rules and guidelines were so they can understand how you do this. You need to follow this. You need to do this and that. And then whatever we didn't know, because we can only take them but so far because I'm no attorney. I am not no lawyer. I'm no judge. But we're going to bring people up in there who actually actively who does that work. And they're going to tell you about what it is you need to do, why certain documents are formed the same way. And it's not all to deal with some law and order and all that. It's everything, land, allodial titles, all of that. That's how we roll, bro. And I was not even 31 yet. So I was a fairly young man like myself when somebody reached out to me. Now, mind you, internet did not exist. So when this information first, I came in contact with this information, and I started to say, okay, I'm going to come out more and hear this. Okay. I was like a deer in headlights, man. I wasn't a stupid guy, but I was searching for answers and most importantly, understanding. That's what I was looking for.
Same.
And I told them I wasn't there to join their religious groups if they had one. Because, I've gone in different places. I learned Hebrew in the synagogue, man. Come on, bro. An Ethiopian synagogue.
The
How about that?
the funny part about this is you guys scroll back to the chats and they're like, let the OG talk and all that. I think I did a lot. I didn't interrupt you guys.
You did.
I did it
You did.
respectfully to try to understand where we're going. And I'm sorry, the 80-year-old brother in the room.
Oh, Brother Dewaya.
Brother Dewaya. And what was your name again?
Dewaya.
Both of you guys said a lot, and I thank you for speaking and me being able to listen and you answering my questions. That's all it was. That's all it was really about. It wasn't cutting you off. It was just
No, I never saw it. You was doing that, and not only that, what you got going on with you. Yeah, you got. Hey, brother, what you got going on? You dealing with the Book of Joel anyway, bro. The Most High poured His Spirit out upon all flesh, man. Seeing visions, getting, man, you in there, man. I mean, whether you understand fully what's going on, it's not because of us, okay? Because we recognize that the brothers who started teaching me back in the day, they saw what their shortcomings and failings were. Brother Dewalier, he's in that same class. He said, look, the hell with all of this, whether somebody he's going to teach, if somebody says that what he's telling us is the freaking order secrets or whatever the case might be, he don't care. Because look, one of the day, all of us gonna have dirt packed on us, man. So what kind? So how are we gonna be remembered? It is the most important thing. It's like, so you expect to be accepted on the other side into the spiritual realm, and the people you should have helped hated your guts because you did not do what you were put here on this planet to do. Share. It's not yours to keep. That's why it ain't about. It's all about secrecy and talking secret. Hey, hold up. I'm not swearing this. I don't care if you got your butt whooped in the lodge and this, that, and the other, and you swore that that you knew that if you did, they would do all this. I don't care nothing about that because I didn't go that way. I went to order Red Hand. Red Hand is the original teachers. Okay, if you want to talk fraternal order, we the teachers
Sharing best
originally,
practices.
and we got bumped off.
Gotcha.
So we understand what we're talking about. Well, listen, brothers, it's been real. I want to thank Sister Monica for even bringing us in and bringing me on. I had no idea what I was really in for. So this has been a full course meal. And I promise not to be no stranger because I'm right at home, especially with the military crowd and people who get it, who understand. And brother, just and the young brother I was just talking to, bro. What's your name again? Say your name, your screen name, or
It's Blaine. It's my real name, Blaine Smith. I don't got nothing to hide.
Blaine Smith. And in case you don't know this, brother, because I deal with names. Okay, I mean I speak German. I speak 6 languages. Okay. And I can tell you that Smith is originally a Hebrew name, whether you know that or not. And I'm also a member of a Jewish war veterans post here in Dallas. So they don't mess with me at all. They don't start no crap with me. They don't do none of that. They know I know, and I let them know that I know. They know I know. That's all I wanted to share with you.
Who's snoring?
So I go.
Like,
Yeah, I don't know, man. Somebody's calling the polar bears. I can tell.
They should come up and speak though. Whoever's laughing.
They are. No, they ain't laughing.
Let's hear.
Somebody fell asleep. Somebody fell
Be
asleep.
quiet for a second. Let's hear this.
I thought they were laughing.
They saw the wood.
They should speak.
They're snoring. They're snoring.
Damn.
No, that's them being funny, my brother. I promise you. That's jokes. That's not real.
That's not no funny. That's for real. What you talking
That's for real. Somebody fell asleep and they forgot to mute their phone.
Bro, it's 11:40, fellas, and where I am in Texas, and right now that's the.
I'm in Dallas.
They're being facetious. I'm right by Fort Hood. I'm outside of there. I'm in Killeen. I'm in Harker Heights.
I know where it's at.
About the military.
Yeah, I know where it's at. I come on down every so often.
Right now. My dad retired. I'm
yes,
half a military brat. I'm originally from New Orleans, but I've been in Texas for like 27 years.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what part of Texas you in?
I got parents
and
family members that was the real.
What part of Texas are you in?
People. Huh?
What part of Texas you in?
I'm in Killeen, right outside of Fort Hood. You know where the Army base Fort Hood is? Back in your day was Camp Hood.
Little brother, I've been had a band and playing the blues for 70 years.
Okay.
We play in Killeen. I still play the blues. I'll be playing tonight if it was snowing.
Where you at? I'll come see you.
We play in Killeen.
That's crazy.
We play in Killeen 2 or 3 times a year.
Okay. I need to follow
Jane
you,
Butler and the Cool Show Band, Meatball.
I would definitely. I respect people that's been on this earth that long, and I got a lot to learn. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, I've been playing music. Me and 2 guys been together 56 years playing music. I'm playing the blues. I got a big blues band. I play 5 and 6 nights a week. We just snowed in now.
At
but we play
Killeen.
We play Killeen. We play Killeen all the time. We used to play it's a club down there we used to play in.
Yeah, I don't really go into them.
It's not that far from the base. It's not that far from the base.
I go to Dallas. I go to San Antonio. I'm 45 minutes from Austin. I'm all around Texas. So, like, I learned a different perspective by living in Texas when it comes to some of the stuff that people do in the world, man, and how they act. Right? Is this different? Texas will humble you.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
But you traveling. You when you get my age, you'll learn.
I've been around. I've been in a lot of places too. But I'm just saying, this state. Right. I'm not gonna lie. I love Texas, man, because it holds you accountable. I feel like it holds you accountable for what you do, right? But every politician, every situation got its own bull crap. But like, it's just certain stuff that you see here that you're not gonna see somewhere else. When I was in Louisiana,
Right.
it was different. When I was here, it's different, right? And it's
Mhm.
different in a good way. In some
Good.
phases of my life, now that I'm 49, and
Well, you
I'm
know,
gonna
my
stay
brother,
here and keep talking.
right, my brother, I'm gonna say it to you like this. You might not know this because I study ancient history, especially this hemisphere. Texas gets its name from an Egyptian king, Texaco,
Mm.
the gas station you go and fill up at. And the Apaches, who speak an old form of Hebrew, call Texas Ha Sinai. That's in the Webster's International Dictionary under one of three definitions for Texas. So when I saw the word Ha Sinai, that means Mount Sinai or the wilderness. And Texas is indeed a wilderness. So you know that in the wilderness is where we're supposed to get our act together, right? Because that's what happened before. This is Act Two, to be prepared for whatever may be
The captain
leading
is
to
speaking right
a
now.
form of exodus, wherever that might mean. The exodus. Okay, Arkansas means those who carry the Ark of the Covenant. We're saying it in lazy English. It's Aron Kanasa. That's how you say it in indigenous talk. So Aron means that ark, the war chest. Kanasa means those who bear it up on their shoulders. Alabama means God's high pillar. We're just saying it lazy and don't really realize what we're saying.
Mm.
Arizona means
And
Lion of Zion. Ari Zion. Ari is lion.
Lion?
you know 38
Yeah,
states is
that's how you
named
say lion in Hebrew. It's Ari.
after
It's
people.
Ari. Yeah, Lion of Zion. Ari is Ari is lion. Zon is supposed to be self-explored. It's the word Zion, which means like your heaven is here on earth in the land. Ziona, Mount Zion that you've
Hence
read
the
about.
word AZ,
Yes.
Alpha Omega.
AZ. There you go, my friend. And California means successor.
Whoa.
Okay? California is successor. Missouri means Egypt. Again, you're saying it in lazy English. It's pronounced Missouri. And it's got the double S in it because it's the original by tens of thousands of years. Hands down. It's the original. Mississippi Delta gets its name from that. It is where they found all kinds of sphinxes and everything in there. That is what I got given to me when I joined the Cherokee Warrior Society back east. And they knew that they were descendants of Jacob. So in a book published in 1775, you can get it on Amazon, called History of the American Indians by James Fitzsimmons Adair. And this guy had to go learn what he called Paleo, Old Hebrew, in order to communicate with us traveling from East Coast all up and down, what tribe, who he talked to. He's got a chapter for each nation he rolled up into. And he let you know the Choctaws are the cousins to the Cherokees and the Creeks and the Chickasaws and the Catawbas and all of that. He said, yo, they all kept circumcision. They kept the high holy days. Green corn that you hear in the native community is what we do for Passover. And you
Circumcision?
use the green corn.
Did you say circumcision?
Yeah, we did all of that here, bro. We wore silks and turbans and everything, man. Look at the pictures from the Trail of Tears. And you see how the men and women are dressed. They're not dressed like some savages just wearing animal skins.
No,
We
no doubt.
township people.
I've
We
seen
are
that.
township people. Ani gita wagi. And that expression I said is the Hebrew expression. And how do we praise? Hallelujah. Yehovah. Ishtuhulu Abba. I know you recognize those words. That's old Cherokee, my friend.
Word.
And that's
Praise
how
to
we talk
God.
to each other when they taught us who we are. We know, man. We know. You just can't hide this no more. And Cherokee is two Aramaic words that the Spaniards came up with because the Spaniards can speak Chaldean Hebrew. So they said he or from the Hebrew word chayi, which means alive. Roki is the old way to say soul. Modern way to say soul is ruach.
What?
So I had to learn the different dialects of Hebrew. I had to learn Old Hebrew so I can understand what indigenous people were saying. And I realized it's not a different language. And the structure is exactly the same. This guy tells you that in the book. The book is $20 now on Amazon. I got the original book that had the pull-out map showing the eastern seaboard is the land of Canaan. Canada is named in honor of the Canaanites. Canada. That's Prophet Daniel style of speaking.
I thank you for that, and I'm gonna go on Amazon and check it out just to read because I'm interested.
And you need two more books. You need two more books, my brother. If
All
you're
right.
going to be reading in a book, even if you don't know Hebrew, You need a book in zoology, a book in zoology, and a book in botany. Because when you go back through Genesis and Deuteronomy, pay attention to the names of the trees, the birds, the animals, and most importantly, if you're going to deal with the tribe of Benjamin's mascot is the wolf. A wolf does not live in the Middle East, bro. They can't. King David's fighting off bears to save his sheep. Okay, bears is not a Middle Eastern creature; they're woodland creatures. And then you're talking about deer, elk, and all the things that is allowed for you to eat. All those things, they don't live in the desert. They can't.
They don't.
Wrong environment. Eagles do not live in the desert. They do not. That is a Northern Europe and a Northern America creature. And then they tell you in the book of zoology that all domesticated dogs came from the American wolf. How about that?
Now, Cap,
I know.
I have a question.
Yes, sure.
Now, since you're talking about the Bible, you know, the basic instructions before leaving Earth, do you know about the Enuma Elish? And also,
yes.
Also,
yeah.
When it comes to the book of Genesis, Gen of Isis, Genes of Isis,
right?
Do you
That's what that
correlate?
means.
Do you correlate Torah as like the God of the ultimate God of the Bible, the serpents, as like the Anunnaki and the God of the Bible being Marduk, ultimately?
Well, let me answer the question this way. First of all,
If you
all of the
peel back
names
the
that you
layers, like
said,
the prequels.
before you even go to any sources first, all these names you said are already in the entirety of what they call the Old Testament, the Tanakh. All those names in there, because the Anak is known as what? The Anakim. They're in there. The Raphaim, the Giborim, they're in there. And the Giborim supposed to mean the great ones. The Anakim means the leaders, or those who has the nexus, their necks stretch out forth. And I want to share this with you. The Quran is a different dialect of the same language because the syntax and command structure is the same. The verbs are the same. Well, it's more than that. And what it says in the Quran, O ye children of Israel, call to mind a special favor which I bestowed upon you, and know that I favor you above all others for my special message and purpose. It says, keep and fulfill your covenant with me, and I will fulfill mine with you. It's in the book 4 times.
Does it also say kill infidels?
Yeah, but who are these infidels is talking about, though?
That's
Those
what I'm
infidels
asking.
are not the people who are the people of the book. I understand that well. Because
That's
the
what I'm
same
asking.
words. Yeah,
You know, I believe at the time they were talking. Go ahead.
The word Muslim is in the Old Testament in Hebrew, bro. Your pastors ain't gonna tell you that.
What does
King
it say?
David calls
What's the name
himself
of
a
it?
Muslim.
What is the
In
name
Psalms,
in there?
the word is pronounced in Hebrew Muslim. It
Okay.
means one who perfects themselves, not the definition that you hear the Islamic world says. The Islamic religion today in the world is not based on the Quran. And
That's where I was going.
those people are not the original people over there. The Middle East did not get a Quran in their hands until the French walked in the door with one in 1924. And then they modified the Arabic, the Turks, the Saudis,
Did you
and
say
the Egyptians, and the
1924
Egypt 1920. The
or
Prince Philip.
1824?
No, 1924.
Word?
I did a tour duty in the desert over there, and I went toe to toe with this older Iraqi guy, and he had to back up off of me. He was older than me when he first knew that I could speak Arabic. And number two, I let him know how you calling yourself Iraqi when that you are Iraqi when Iraq comes from the Native American word Iroquois. You're not Iroquoian.
Iroquois
And
Indians?
yes, all these words. The flag used in Algeria. Okay, that flag was last seen in America in Louisiana before it was called Louisiana, and the Cherokee Nation used it.
Right.
1840, 1846, 1848 was the last time that flag was seen here. So everyone has come here, taken our stuffs, and split the scene. The same thing with the Moroccan flag.
The five civilized tribes. That's what they said. One of the five tribes civilized.
Right.
They flag was what they call the Confederate flag.
That's right. The original Confederate flag, unmodified, is the original black people, Afro people. I'm going to use the proper term. Afro people. Afro is not the same word as African. African is an Arabic word. It means you ain't got no color. So the joke's on us. Because we don't even know the English word African is from the Arabic word Afrique. That's why with these languages, but when you say you was an Afro person, that's the Hebrew word Ephra. And the Old Testament talks about the Ephrathites. That means those who are bountiful and prosperous. They get stuff done. Just
So
like the tribe of
white folks made
Ephraim.
fun of us by calling hairstyles, or we did by calling the afros, and
No, they wasn't making fun of your
we played
hairstyle. They were
played fun
making
of it.
fun of you being bountiful and prosperous first, because they knew who you were when they saw you. They wasn't making fun of your regal style of dress. We built all of these megalithic, monolithic buildings all around here. All of the state capitol buildings, they're a few thousand years old. They're not built in the 1800s. That's a lie. The White House is 1,200 years old, man. It's got sub-levels and everything to it. I'm a former Army engineer officer. I know a thing or two about when you build something and you construct something. You do not build something on the ground level and then knock a hole in the floor, and now you got sub-levels to it. That's not how you do
Built from
that.
the bottom up.
No, it's built from the bottom up, the foundation. So whatever took place in this land, in this hemisphere, okay, things were greatly built up. When I was in my Army engineer course, first time as a young second lieutenant in Virginia, they had a whole catalog, and they were saying to us, as just speaking as a matter of fact, not explaining much, that we had water canals, aqueducts. We had all things here they classified as Greco-Roman design and Victorian design in America, that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the civilian side of it, is busy maintaining it. How about those apples? And it's all on government land that you and I and no other person walking around America could even live on. But all of these gazillion acres of is held in a trust. This is stuff I learned about why they're doing this like this. What does all of this stuff actually mean? So anyway, long story short, those folks in the Middle East, they did not have a Quran, man, until 1924. Prince Philip, who died not so long ago at age 99, is older than the last Arabic revised Quran from the Middle East. How about that? So meanwhile, in America, you have a Mecca over here, bro. It's in Northern California. Cleopatra City is over there, but it's not a municipal city. So you don't see a police car riding around that says the city of Cleopatra. But if you look on a Google map, it's a geographical area. Cleopatra lived here. Alexander the Greek lived here. His tomb is outside the city of St. Louis. They had all his money, his stone. They knew what the man looked like, where he came from. Is originally from Florida. And get this, the original Greeks later on, when the man changed their name by one letter, it's called a one-letter rule change. They either change it by one letter, or they take out a letter and or insert a letter to throw you off. The Greeks got a name change, and they became the Crete Indians. So that's how you got Cretes out of the Florida area.
So you believe Tartaria?
That's a term that is also an old term, and the answer is yes. There was a lot of interaction, and it was multicultural worldwide. That's why in 1812 they had a nuclear war to destroy them. Look at the Russian flag. He's got the Russian flag is showing somebody standing on the neck of what they call a dragon. We are all called the dragon people for some reason. We're called dragons. So all around the world, this empire existed. They already had advanced vehicles and motorcycles and Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and all that. Even in India, they got the carvings on the stone. It's right there. It's well preserved. They had spaceships. They had all of this stuff. What did Solomon say? Nothing new under the sun.
You just said there was technology.
Yes,
the Vimadas. The
Vimadas.
Technology.
Yes.
That uses
Face-to-face video and everything. They use free energy. The ethers. Ether, in my degrees in physics, a long time ago, ether as a atomic symbol on the Chemistry's periodic table used to be before 1919, and then they took it off. You're not supposed to know about that.
It's not even a chemical element in the teachings of chemistry anymore, right? Ether is just what it is.
They don't teach about it. It's not talked about. It used to be. I got a history called the Encyclopedia of Jews, 13 volumes, dated 1913. What's in those volumes is different than anything they can teach you about. And they tell you about Jews living here. Countless number of people have wrote about the original Hebrews and Israelites living in this hemisphere. Lord Viscount, he put together a 26-volume encyclopedia where it says he went broke. The man went broke. He died in debt producing that dictionary. And you got a whole list. Portuguese and the Spanish, they exactly knew. And the Portuguese and Spanish could speak Chaldean Hebrew. That's why they were able to talk to the people. They didn't make everybody learn Spanish. And here's the other thing you might not know. The Mexican style of Spanish contains no less than 4,000 Arabic words in it, which is actually Hebrew as well, because they're not a different language. It's a dialect. It's not a different language. We say the same things. Ani, ana. Ata, anta. Nachnu, nachnu. Same stuff. Same
Definitely
verbs.
believable from the same of an East Coast accent versus a person in the South.
There you go. Because somebody in the South using English has a different way of how they say what's up. Where I come from, New York, what's up? And then you come down to Texas, they know the phrase what's up. They know that, but they also say, so what you know? We don't say that on the East Coast. So when I said what, they knew right away, hey, he ain't from around here. Now, we all speak in English, but they know we ain't all from around here. So this is what I mean by when I said that, studying that and being an Army engineer, I had to learn about what they call geographical names. See, they start everybody else in school with these maps, and you've got country names and the border over time moved from here in Germany's border got big and all that. That's okay. It's useful because you need to know that stuff now. But what they don't tell you is terrain names. So they tell you that Abraham's father name is Terah. In military terms, what is the lay of the earth called? It's called terrain. And what's the earth's old name? Terra Mata. You see where I'm going with this? So some names that they give you, you would think it's a person or a personality, and it is not. It's a geographical name. They tell you Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia. Those are two words.
Yep.
What is that river outside of DC called? The Potomac River.
The Potomac River. Okay. Yeah.
That's right. And what is the rest of America is called, or if they're talking about indigenous people in America, they say Mesoamerica. Take the two words and put the two words together, and you got where Mesopotamia is. It's here.
It's the terrain above where we're talking. Wow. Okay.
Terrain means the layout of the land. Modern military use the term all the time.
They did.
Okay, I want you to study the map, and I want you to become intimately familiar with the terrain. It's right there in your face. You don't even know where these words are coming from, but they're using it. And the word terrain is not an acronym. It actually means the lay of the land, period. So I'm just giving you little things here that I had to learn as Army Corps of Engineers, because now we're interested in why we're interested in terrain. Now you can go back into the Old Testament and look at what places and resources it says in the Old Testament. You got the tar pits. You got people picking cotton. You got people eating roasted ears of corn. You got people drinking corn liquor. Corn don't grow in the desert, my friend. It don't grow in the Middle East nowhere. Corn has been grown on the clock over here in the book of botany for the past 10,000 years. Pumpkins have been growing over here for at least 7,500 years that we know about. And then you got a host of other things. You got Moses commanded the children of Israel to get red badger skin to sew together to create a cover for the Ark of the Covenant. Look up in the book of botany, where do red badgers live? It says northern Western America.
So my next question would be this. I hear this a lot from Pan-African trolls, and they'll say this stuff when they encounter like the indigenous history. They'll always say, especially to America, they'll always say, so did we sprout out the ground or something? What is the pathology behind the Pan-Africans today and why they're like this?
Controlled opposition, because that never used to be. That is not terminology or people facing off with one another ever.
I knew that.
And I told you the Arabic word Afrik is where the English word you are a freak comes from. English is tied to the old Shemitic language. So when you're speaking English, you're speaking Hebrew and Arabic in the reverse. I learned that in the synagogue, okay, when learning Hebrew. And then I had to learn what is called consonantal connection. So we have much to learn and much to unwrap. And I'm going to say it like this respectfully. So we're using, so they got you thinking that, quote unquote, I'm going to use this term, God is blessing anybody willy-nilly. So he's blessing the evil and the wicked and this, that, and the other. That's the theological explanation. But when you're in these languages reading, that's not what it's saying, bro. He says that he favors and he puts bestowments upon those who take direction. So what's the one word that English word compound take direction comes from? The word takdir. So what they did was they take one word, takdir, and they give you two words together to give you some semblance of maybe it's a sentence. Some people's names is a sentence. And you know that by how many consonants after you drop the English, the vowels, how many consonants is in that word you saying. You say, wait a minute, this is a compound. How you know that? I got 5 consonants here. There's a whole lot being said here. Okay, this came from possibly one sentence. And now you have to go and track what each of that is. Okay, where's the pronoun? Okay, is it singular? Is it plural? Is it a he or she that's being spoken to and addressed? All of that. They didn't, man. Look, I'm telling you, you guys, you have a very good understanding, but you know what? Your minds aren't gone. We're talking right now. Your mind has the ability to expand geometrically. And our thoughts do travel faster. They said it's immeasurable, faster than the speed of light. That's why you can think your thought and what's in your heart reaches the Most High in an instant. And the Most High can draw close to you, as it says, like a person who ties a rope around your waist and draws himself close to you. And they tell you what hours of the day that happens, from 10 p.m. to 2 or 3 in the morning. And that's when you may find yourself just suddenly, you just pop up, ain't nothing wrong. You don't feel anxiety. And you're like, you wait for maybe a few minutes before you decide to go back to sleep. That's him talking to you. He says he draws your soul out of you to have a conversation with that other part of you unaware and returns it back unto you unaware. The only people who remember their conversations face to face with the Most High is the prophets, because he wants them to come back with a message. But what happens with them is no different than us. Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Okay.
There's a creator. It's not the generic term God, where there's 360,000 quote unquote different wannabes, whatever they want to call themselves, throughout this planet. Every tribe and race got some kind of something that they're calling a God, and then you say, "Give me the history behind that."
You don't say,
you know, like the church like to say.
Jesus is
no, I do not, because that word's an imaginary word.
Okay.
That's an imaginary word. And the original King James never even pronounced that word that way anyway.
Gotcha.
And the original King James Bible, there's no J's. You can't say Jesus. He pronounced it the Greek way. He said Easius.
Yeah, it was a Hebrew. It's Hebrew, right?
The letter J wasn't invented until a little bit later on.
Right. And no one who spoke King English pronounced the word that had a J in it anyway. That is not how they spoke King's English.
An Americanized way of thinking that what you're saying is correct, but as the ignorance of the Americas, we just call it that, which means the same as what you're saying.
Right. Not only that, but here's the thing. Mathematically, JESUS is imaginary. So to get my degree in physics, I had to take a lot of mathematics, advanced calculus, differential calculus, all kinds of interesting things. And then every word that you say, that somebody said, you can actually put it and make a graph of it. So when you get to imaginary letters like E, J, and as such, and U, those they fit and they create what is called
Vowels. You're saying
a,
vowels.
a 3-point imaginary, which is a realm of mathematics called imaginary math. And guess what the other new term for this imaginary math is called? Fuzzy math. You can get a
Yeah, okay,
degree in
yeah, I heard that. I
fuzzy
hear that a lot.
math.
Yeah,
Yep, this
fuzzy
stuff
math.
ain't real,
So
bro.
like
They're
the
telling you it's
E,
not real.
like the E in my name. My name is Blaine. Blaine. You don't hear the E. They say it's silent. Is that you saying that's what that is? It's an imaginary part of
Yeah,
my name.
okay, hold on. Let me qualify something.
Okay.
Vowels coming out of your mouth are natural sounds that even babies make. I'm not saying that.
Exactly.
I'm
Okay.
saying because vowels help you to differentiate different levels of the same root letters of your name. So
Because
the
that's how I
root
learned to
letters of
read.
your
Okay.
name, the root letters of your name that you said is B and this L. Okay. So they fit into what you call the 2-letter construct. The N makes it irregular plural. So whatever we're talking about, it's whatever B and the L represent, because B represents a house, bait. Lamed represents teaching or to be taught. Noon represents fish, which a fish that goes into the water or some sort. Now, with the vowels, it all depends on if we're talking about intensive, passive, it's 7 layers to it. In Arabic, there's 15 levels to it. Okay. So your 3 root letters can show up in all kinds of sentences and adverbs and verbs and conjugated a certain way. It's singular, it's plural. Like right now, yours it seems to be plural while seeming singular at the same time. This is how I
Yes.
look at names.
Yes.
That's how I look at names because dealing with different languages forces you to become somewhat a quasi, not me being a qualified linguist, but I see the symmetry in words and I see their consonantal connections once I understand what somebody's name is and what language it falls out of. I got that. That's all I need. What language is that name out of? Oh, your name is LeBlanc. How many black folks do I know with the name LeBlanc? It means the white, not pale skin white. It's a status. LeBlanc, all in Louisiana. And then you have people Moorhead, Whitehead, names like that. It's like, do they even understand what this used to be as it relates to them? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Maybe I'll have that conversation with them, maybe I won't. And my thing is also talking to quote unquote people from the African continent. I see what their first names are. I'm like, no, what's your family name? And they tell me the family name. I write it down. Well, they tell me I said spell that, and they spelling it for me. I look at it and I go, okay, let me move the N to the side because that's something to do with out of the whole of something. So words that usually start with the letter M means out of the whole of something, meaning its entirety. And then I get you the rest of the consonant that's in that name. So I can say, so your people have something to do with the coming out of the whole of something that deals with an area. And here is this interpretation of this. And they may look at me and go, my God, you don't even speak my language, but yeah, your understanding is close to what my people trying to say. Yeah, I didn't have that happen. I didn't care where you was from Cameroon, you was from Cote d'Ivoire, you was from Nigeria, and all these places. And I have a lot of fun talking to the people out in Nigeria anyway. Because they have very, very interesting names, and then you find a bunch of them have these English names, such and such, this, that, and that. I say, yeah, that's because your people once upon a time before Cromwell kicked y'all out. Y'all used to rule England and Scotland and parts of Europe.
So
That's why you still
it's not
carry
the
the
slave.
title of princess and all that. It got nothing to do with being slave.
It not got nothing to do
And
with
many of
slave
them went
names.
to Jamaica. No, it's no such because Caucasians didn't have names like that. They had Slavic names. They didn't have names like Robinson, Patterson, Pearson. That's not their names. That is not the names they had. And then when the Turks was owning them, after they lost their own civil war in 1860s as well, because Eastern Europe had a civil war. After they lost their own civil war, then what happened next was if the Turks got their hands on them for a generation or two, then they ended up with Turkic names. Same thing. They ended up with Arabic names and all this other stuff. And then many of them ended up over here. Some of them even ended up over with Berber names. So you're looking at a person, you're like, well, I can tell this person really got a heavy genetic mix because it's not your typical idea of what a Nordic white should look like. You know what I mean? So, and I've seen them too when I was stationed in Germany for 3 years. So you go up to northern Germany, it's like, my God, these white folks are like 6 feet something. The women are fantastic. Look at them big, wide blue eyes, and they got shape, hair so gold, looks like gold, so blonde, it looks like gold that you can sell in the gold market, man. No joke. Okay. And I'm like, that's in northern. I say, okay. And then I learned, oh, these are called Nordics. Oh, really? So that's a whole nother genetic history for another day. But the point was, it's being stationed there. And then learning that it was Afro people who ruled all of Bavaria, Austria, Germany, Holland, all of this. And they got the coins to prove it, period. You know, they got the commemorative coins to prove that. You know, I mean, that's not who's running it now. And who's running it now, they're about to lose it all because they're also invaders of some territory that belong to perhaps the Yaphetic people. Noah had 3 sons, as they say, right? Well, those guys that his sons, they were all Afro people, not African, Afro. That means they were Afros, all the way over to original China. No joke. And then in China today, they have names for all these original people. Now, this is just some history. I'm just, you know, it's more like Brother Dawadi and all of us. We study a lot of stuff, okay? And I've had to learn quite a few things, especially starting with America, which is the land that I said is my land and my home, and I pledged and gave an oath to uphold, support, and defend. And I just didn't know what I should have known. I do now, and I share it.
Do you regret it? Do you regret serving?
No regrets. Because it provided me a structure of something that was to take me higher, or another level of it, I should say, in addition to, not discounting my parents, because I was in the Boy Scouts and all that stuff, man. So my parents did as best they can. I'm the eldest of 11. How about that?
Wow.
No twins. Okay. So back then, you know, folks, Afro people were still having large families.
Yeah, my dad is amongst 8 and my mom is amongst 6. So I get what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. No regrets. And I have no regrets for none of it. And all that I have done, failed to accomplish, as well as accomplish, is all in a time capsule. To be reviewed, perhaps, at some later time. Whatever that is, whatever shape or form that takes.
To you, it was important to go through what you've been through, and you respect it as an American citizen,
Yes,
an American
absolutely.
person, that you were happy to do what you did. And if somebody tells you, thank you for your service, you acknowledge it that way.
Oh yeah, and shake that hand right away. I get police officers who do that. You know, when they see me, they say, "Thank you for your service," and I say, "Well, thank you for all that you do, and for what you do for collecting." Yeah.
And is probably as in depth with your history of blackness and what it means.
Right.
That still
Well,
wants to
I'm also.
acknowledge.
But let me share this with
recent.
You'll find this interesting. So I was working for a company some years ago, and one of the guys in there, Caucasian fellow, he was a Shriner, right? So I used to come to work wearing my turban, okay, Cherokee style, right? Because we are turban wearing people, bro. Cherokees, Choctaws, we wore turban, Apaches, Comanches, that's all of it. We wore turbans. That's our culture, okay? Not animal skins and then a turban on the head. No, we dressed up well. Anyway, this guy, he's talking to me. And he asked me a question about my turban, right? So I'm like, I think he knows a little something. So we talking. I said, it's part of Cherokee culture. So he wasn't, he didn't act a certain way and say anything yay or nay about that. He said, yeah, but what's behind that? Okay, now, boys and girls, sit up straight. This is how it was back then, many years, 2005. He's saying this to me. So I said to him, well, as far as, I said, I'm a Great Seal Moor. And he said, yeah, I know what a Moor is. I said, oh, you do? He said, yeah. He said, you guys, and he mentioned government and a whole bunch of other things too, right? And I said, yeah, you're absolutely right. The treaties and this, that, and the other, and blah, and this was an empire, part of what we did, multicultural, the whole thing. So continuing on the subject of a Great Seal Moor, he says to me, he thought his people have killed us all off. That's what he said to me in 2005. I didn't blow a gasket. I understood where he was coming from, because when that war happened some time ago, to get this place the way it is, off mark, not no longer pointed in a direction that it should have been pointed in. Um, Back then, it was real combat. So you get soldiers wearing the U.S. military uniform, and let's say we're going to go fight an enemy in another land. You're not there to say, I want you to be confused and I want you to forget your history and all of that. No, bro, it's Mortal Kombat. It's straight up. You already know what it is. Okay, look out, take that hill. We're going to do this. Okay, any enemy over there, you already know what to do. Just that you got full authorization. All options are on the table. Okay, and you roll with it. You roll with it. You and your crew, you roll with that. Now that had been accomplished. The war had been accomplished. You got people with Arabic last family names talking to people over here in America looking like us as Americans. We got the same kind of names, and I don't mean their name is Abdullah or Abdul Rashid and all that. I'm talking other kinds of, because there's a gazillion different kinds of Arabic, old Sephardic Hebrew names and stuff like that. And you may not see them in the Old Testament, okay? But nonetheless, it is still a Hebraic name or an Arabic name or an Ethiopian name, which is Amharic and Ge'ez. All these languages are related to each other. The Massey family, Massey. Do you know how many people I've encountered in the state of Texas alone who's got that name? But they don't know the history behind why they have that name. An Ethiopian meets them, has that same last name. And they're looking at them like, what happened here? How you have the same name I have? Well, in the ancient days, Ethiopia and the country today called India also had colonies here. See, you're not supposed to know about that. The statues of Shiva, that's here as well. Buddha is here, and Buddha is not a Chinese dude, in case you didn't know that. The word Buddha is a Hebrew word, and it has to do with those who seek the guidance and those who is with the guidance. So the D being doubled up means the thing you're talking about is perfected. It doesn't lack anything. So when you see people who got middle consonants in their name and have double letters in the middle of their name, that means the thing you're talking about is perfect. And it's still from the root before that middle consonant got doubled. This is the stuff you learn in language. I'd be happy to, on my own platform to discuss language and stuff like that. And I would definitely make it very educational. No doctrine is involved in none of this. We're just talking, listen, this is the science behind what you're saying when you say it. Why our prayers go unanswered to the Most High, because we are saying certain things wrong, but that's not our fault. And he knew that. He said that we would be innocently calling upon the names of the Balaam innocently. We wouldn't even know that we were doing it, but he promised that he would return to us a best way, a pure way, whereby we can talk to him like we used to. Because we used to talk to him.
Folks these days just make up names and put consonants and and vowels together and call it what it is by phonics, which they don't even use anymore. So
now hold on a second.
How can you think that they know what you're saying?
Hold on a minute. It's in your DNA. That's why you can't get away from you seeing them making names up like that, whether they know what kind of name they actually make or not. I see that all the time. Just go shopping. Her name is Shaniqua or some name like that, or Laquanda or whatever it might be. And I'm looking at it and I'm seeing it, and I go, and I say to the young lady while she's ringing up my stuff in whatever store I may be in, and I say, "That's a very pretty name." And she looks at me. She goes, "Oh," I said, "Do you know what it means?" And she said, "No, I don't know what it means." "Who gave you this name?" "My mama gave me this name, this, that." I said, "Your name means," and I tell her what her name means.
Right.
And she didn't even know. Her mama probably didn't have a clue what she was doing when she gave her this name. Didn't know.
I think
it's in the DNA. That's why you can do that.
Our people don't know. They just do it.
No. Yeah. They just do it because it's in your DNA. I have a saying. If it's not in your DNA, then you can't do the thing that you're talking about. That's why I enjoy talking to both of you right now who's still listening here, because of the fact that what you're saying to me is already in your DNA. And all it's going to do is just help you to connect better and do what you're doing. I'm not no Messiah or nobody of that sort.
I don't think so, and I'm not listening to you as such, but I do I do listen to people that have educated themselves and can speak without and take constructive criticism and be able to still articulate their point to get to a point to make a point. If that makes any sense.
Yes, perfect sense.
I
That's what
live
happens when you're led by the Spirit. That's
and
exactly what happens when you do that.
I live with a God-fearing wife that is a Christian to her heart. That's what she says. She believes. She's also conservative. Great woman, love her to death. Die for her, kill for her, right? But in the same token, sometimes I'm the isolated one that thinks outside of things, and I'm also sometimes called a devil's advocate, right? Because I don't just listen or read things that's in the Bible or what people say. It's like something
Right.
inside of me makes me think otherwise, to where I know there's something else. I might not put my finger on it. I know that you
Right.
can educate yourself and find where it comes from. And I also got some people I've been around in my life that has spoken in words that you're saying. And, I get dragged away from it. Then I get pulled back and I get dragged away from it. And I think about it.
Right.
Not
Well,
to
that's
even,
a good thing, brother. That's a good thing because what your mind, not your brain, what your mind needs, and that's where the word man comes from. Man comes from mind, MIN originally. Okay. And what your mind needs is a time to go off somewhere, pull away, and then it begins to process what it says. It's not foreign and alien to it.
nope,
It's just
got it.
it needs time to think about it, and then once you have formed some semblance of some understanding, then you say, "Wait a minute. So if that means that, then is this here also connected to it?" And
That's
then
me.
you begin to see how. And mind you, we do live in the matrix. The word matrix or matras or matrixy is a Hebrew word, bro. It means somebody crossed you over.
Come
Me
on, man.
and the Hebrew word for like death. Death is mawat. So it's loosely connected to that word. Okay. And death, you crossing over don't mean you dead, like how they talk about you've been funeralized and put into the ground in a tomb. That's not dead or death. That's not what that is. Okay. So what was the name of in medieval Europe when they were protecting the castles and they dug this trench all the way around the castle, and they either filled it up with water and deadly fish, or they put oil that could be lit. What is the name of that thing?
A moat.
A moat is the Hebrew word mawat. That means that you want to get over there to that castle, you need to cross over something. It means to cross over. So
Hey, man, you playing with my brains now, God. Jesus Christ. What? You got an answer for a lot of stuff in this. It's intriguing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's foreign, and I'm not being disrespectful at all, right?
No,
Feel
no,
me?
but crazy actually
Babying it.
means setting things straight.
Like
And crazy isn't what.
I'm babying
Yeah.
what you're talking about, but in the
Yeah.
same sense, it's like I understand it, but on a cool educational wise, I don't understand it, right? Because I don't know.
Right.
So,
Right.
but why is it crazy that it makes sense to me? That's the crazy part of it.
And the
Right?
word crazy don't mean anything to do with insanity. How about that? It never did. It means setting it straight. And neither are you a bozo.
All right.
Because see, they took our words and gave them new definitions in the here and now. Bozo is the Hebrew person who was notable in the Old Testament as boozy. How in the world does that
That really
mean?
means something? What?
Yeah, they actually do. So in Africa, you ain't gonna call somebody a bozo. And there's a tribe over there actually called the Bozo tribe. They were known for building ships. They're very competent. And they built ships and they had Marines way back in the day, 1,200 men. And they were sailing all the ocean, coming here, going back and forth. They were doing all that, man. And they were also Hebrew. Period.
Brother, what do you do in your pastime? Read another book? Jesus.
No, I did that before. I just cruise YouTube and I'm just seeing how many of you younger people are actually waking up, and I sit back and I smile because it's many different type of topics. I'm like, we're getting it. We're waking up out of this fog, and eventually we're going to break the matrix. Now, I want to say this to you. This is a little bit off slightly. Have you seen the first movie, Avatar?
The first one, I remember it, 3-hour movie. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember the white guy who had the scar on his face, who was like a colonel or something, probably a Marine, and he was getting in that suit? He mentioned 2 countries he got his battle scar from. Because when they tell you what they're going to do before they do it.
Yep.
In real life. The 2 countries is what? Venezuela and Nigeria. What 2 countries got jumped on recently within a small window?
Nigeria had the Christians being had genocide.
No,
U.S. And Venezuela just had the crazy shit.
U.S. bombed them.
U.S.
That's right. Yes, they did. Northern Nigeria, where they said the Christians were being slaughtered.
I thought we was just trying to save them from being
They
killed by their own
bombed
people.
that northern area of Nigeria of quote unquote the ones that was killing the Christians. And Nigeria protested.
Right.
And the U.S. led another bombing campaign, which had nothing to do with touching the government of Nigeria, but Nigeria felt a certain way because that's affecting its sovereignty. All of that before they went into and what they did in Venezuela. They mentioned those 2 countries in that movie Avatar, the first movie. He said, "So where'd you get this scar from?" He said, that was some mean brush in Nigeria. He said, and they fought a horrendous some kind of war in Venezuela. Mentioned the 2 countries. And so as soon as I heard that in the movie was done, right? I said to my friend, I said, this country is going to go to war against Nigeria and Venezuela. I just don't know when.
So you're saying it was a silent declaration of something that was going on, because I do believe that they put it in front of our face to show and say they did it, but we don't get it, and it's real, but we think it's just TV land, right? It's always real,
right? And you can't say they didn't tell you, because then they'll turn around and say, "But we did. Did you go and watch my movie that I put out?" And so on and so on. They go, "Yeah, we did." And what is the word avatar? It dealt with some beings that was indigenous, right? The blue people. Okay, well, that's the actual people in Africa. Okay, they're not called avatars. Avatar is a Hebrew word. Replace the V with a B. Remember, they changed everything with the one letter rule change. So it's Abba Thar, which means chief guide.
And that's what they did. They guide. Oh, hold on, brother. Stay, man. Stop, man. All right. What time is it? 12:30. I gotta go to sleep.
It's late enough.
I can't think this much in my sleep, brother.
That's okay. It's gonna show up in your sleep the next time I see you. Well, you can reach out to him. I give you my email address. All right. So make a note of my email address.
Hold on, man.
I'm gonna give you my Gmail address. And I also, like I told you, I own my own company. I own my own technology company.
Okay.
So I do all kinds of high tech stuff, cybersecurity. I do all kinds of stuff. So
I'm gonna get it, because I'm not the young guy that's gonna break my phone off, get off of here and figure it out.
I need you to shoot me an email. Okay. When you do, okay, mahir.el777@gmail.com.
Okay, gmail.com.
Yeah. And the other young brother who's listening to
77@gmail.com.
mahir.el777@gmail.com. Exactly. So shoot me
3 sevens, right?
3 sevens. Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, man.
No, it's all right, bro. I'll hook you up with some stuff and some links, and also a lot of these books that may be rare and out of print. I have them, and they're down. Somebody took the time to put them into downloadable PDFs and stuff like that, including the Jews encyclopedia or Judaica encyclopedia, dated 1913. You start reading some history up in there, bro. It's 13 volumes. You're gonna be big. You're gonna be a lot of time reading it, because you're gonna see talking about events and this, that, and the other, and how things were done. You're gonna be like, hold up, stop. I thought people were not advanced, and it's like, yeah, they wanted you to think that while they were busy reversing engineering everything.
Right.
Okay. Which is why they didn't want us sitting in their colleges of School of Engineering and all that other stuff, because we used to do that. They got that info from us, and they don't have it all, bro. They don't have it. It's not perfected like how we had it, and we know it. We watch what they're doing. We know it.
All right. So in the end, right? Because I am a man and I'm not a baby in this world, right? I got a little bit more time probably here, you know, from the plains of the earth of my age, maybe more than you if we were both healthy. I don't
Right.
want people on this, if they're still listening, to think I'm just sitting here listening to a man tell me something, right? But
Well,
what
let me
you're
tell you
telling
something.
me,
I walk the talk and I live it. Okay. I
there you
work out
go.
in the gym in a regular. I've got a trainer, and let
There
me
you
tell you
go.
something. Okay. I leg press, and it's on my Facebook page. Okay. Everything I'm telling you is on my Facebook page. I can leg press 855 pounds, 3 rounds, 10 reps, pulling it back properly. I'm 64 years old. I do
Word.
specialized push-ups. I can pull 400 pounds on the dual cable pull down. He's got me doing all kinds of push-ups, crunches. My body fat is beneath 15%. I wasn't always in this great a shape. I wasn't in this great a shape. So I've got great stamina and everything. And I'm also, not so long ago, recently remarried. So,
Okay.
so, bro, I mean, it is what it is, and it's good for your mind. It keeps you sharp and healthy. So I was at the gym 8 times a month, as per when I was working full time, what it allowed me to do. So now I got my wife in the gym too. So it's just kind of like, my God. So you do that. I'll give you my Facebook link once you email me, and then you go up and say, oh my God, this guy has got mucho videos up there. All the video clips. My trainer, he's holding the phone and he's recording and he's counting these reps off, and I'm getting it in. Okay. So
Not,
the max I've ever done on leg press is 925 pounds, and I've only done that twice. But
I
most of I
got you.
can do
I'll get you to send
855.
me clips because I got a Facebook, but I ain't been on that in forever because I don't believe in all that, man. I got a couple little
Mhm.
social media things because my son was a basketball player and I was selling his product as far as basketball on Twitter, and I might have a
That's what's
TikTok
up.
so my friends can send me some videos and sometimes some funny stuff. But in the
hmm
fact of what you're
hmm
telling me
Yeah.
right now, I'm I'm
hmm
I'm I'm willing to talk to you and understand what you're talking about because you sound like a righteous brother, and you also bring it back to where we live at right now. That was my ending part before I go. Like we're
Right.
here, right? We're living in this madness or whatever this is that we call the world right now, which is a blessing to me to still be here too. So I'm not gonna take it for
Right.
granted, right? I don't want to sound like one
No.
of those guys. Like I'm living, so I'm blessed in the sense
Right.
that I'm here for this life that I'm in right now. Whatever happens afterwards, it is what it is. But
Right.
I want to know. I don't want to be in the dark. I want to find out. I want to put it on my own back to figure it out. I'm not going to take what you say as 1,000%, but I'm
Oh,
going to take what you
absolutely
say as
not.
a knowledgeable person that can lead me onto my own plane to do my own research to find out what if you're saying or what you're saying. If I agree and I can
Right.
acknowledge that in the same token, if that makes any sense.
Right.
No
And it's
disrespect,
going to be
right?
up to you. It's going to be up to you to make up your mind on your level of
Thank you.
understanding, because
That's
I
it.
can give you the info. That's where it's going to happen. I'm like, okay, well, what are you talking about? So and so. Well, brother, I want to know about this, that, and the other. Well, it's been written about right here, and this, that, and the other, and this, that, and the other. And then me, like I tell you, folks, as far as what they call religious texts and stuff like that, I don't deal with no Quran based on no religion, bro. I read it and open it up. I say, look at this. It says in chapter 17 of
That's
the Quran,
me.
called the Israelites,
Well, I
verses
asked you that earlier.
106 says that he's going to keep his promise to Jacob, and he's going to gather us from amongst the people we were co-mingled and put us in the land he promised him. That's in the Quran, and all imams preach on that.
Say, bro, that
They
that's
ain't
where I'm
preaching
at,
that.
and my
And guess
life
and guess
is
what? And guess what
questioning
else they
stuff.
say is the law? Guess what else they said is the law in the Quran? It's in plain Arabic, bro. They tell you out of their mouths the law is Islamic law. There's no such thing as Islamic law, bro. Yeah, Sharia law. But they're liars. The Quran says 18 times the law is Torah, and he gave it to Moses, and that is the criteria for judging between good and bad. It's in the book, man.
So
It's in the
so
book.
so so
Period.
all the others are just taking it for the literal sense of what somebody's telling them that it means,
Right.
not for what it actually means.
They don't know.
And they speak
But
the
they have an
language.
explanation for it. They got an explanation for it.
I was gonna say that next. They all
They
got
got an
explanations,
explanation for it.
and they
So when I
speak the
asked
language.
them, I'm speaking to them in their language, and I'm asking them in their language, hey, look out. According to this Quran, it says the law is Torah, and he gave it to Moses, so you ain't gonna make no mistake. It's telling you 80% of the Quran is talking about Pharaoh, Moses, and the children of Israel. 80% of the book. It's
Before
Yeshua's
I
in there
go,
too. It's talking about him in there too.
Before I go, how do you rebuttal that then? When they speak the language, that's their taught native religion, if you will, if you want to call it a religion. How do you rebuttal that to get an answer from them? And then once they give you your answer, what makes you think the side that you have studied is correct when that's what their
Because
form of
documentation,
religion
let
is
me
from
answer that for you.
ancestors and their elders?
Documentation is the conversation. I just open up the Quran, go to the chapter, and show them the verse that says what I just said to them. And then that's when they clam up. Because they're going to say, I said, you say you're Muslim, right? Yes. So you're not going to argue with the Quran, right? You're arguing with me, right? Right. Okay, watch this. And I open up the book and I show it to them. See what that verse right there say? Right. I'm going to read it for you in Arabic. You understand Arabiya, right? Hal tatakalimi fil Arabiya? And they go, nah, that means yes. I said, okay. And then I'll go ahead and cite what it says in plain Arabic. And they just kind of look at me like, oh, damn. So I'll let them know. I'm not going for your nonsense, okay? So I say, sit tight, because we're going to be right over and we're going to work this out. I said, if it takes all night, okay? I said, I will see you on the battlefield. That's how I tell them. Because you people are not who you claim that you are. I let them know. Y'all are not anything who you claim to be.
Last thing. So New Year's Eve, there was like 1,000 Muslims in New York City, in Manhattan, praying and going into what they call, I can't think of the word right now, it's getting late. Do you believe in what they were doing at that point? If you know what
No,
I'm talking
absolutely
about?
not. First of all, let me let you know this. They got what they call the Kaaba over there in Arabia, right? That whole area is set up as a lie. That is not any original areas that even the Bible talks about. And the original Arabians are Lakotas. They have Meccan Sioux and Medinan Sioux.
Okay.
And that phenomenon is in other Afro-Indigenous tribes in America. Some people over there have nothing to do with Arabic, but they'll tell you they're in Arab. That's a different word. In Arabic, that's a different word. It means you're mixed or genealogies unknown. See, it's knowledge is power. So them folks over there, the Quran doesn't tell nobody to go and mess with some place called the Kaaba, to go to some place called Mecca. They don't tell them to do none of that, bro. It says it is not righteousness that you turn your face east or west. It is righteousness that you help the wayfarer, those who ask of you and those who do not. And it gives a list of 17 things that you are responsible to doing if you're striving for righteousness. And again, it extols the Israelites to keep and fulfill their covenant with him. O ye children of Israel, he says, call to mind my special favor for you. Know that I favor you above all others for my special message. Keep it with me, and I will fulfill mine with you. And it says, and mix not truth with falsehood when you know what it is. That's in the book, bro. Plain English.
Okay.
The Arabic says the same thing.
So the brothers, the 5% brothers out here, and then the Muslims, that's the black people that's teaching, the 5%, the 5-star Muslims and all that. They're still not speaking the whole truth of what the
No,
Quran is
because
actually talking.
the 5%ers are calling themselves God. They say that they're Allah, and that's wrong. Because in the
Arm,
Quran it
leg,
says
arm,
that
hand,
it
right?
says
I've heard that too.
right. But in the Quran it says Pharaoh said he was Allah. And as soon as he said that, the plagues took effect. The word Allah means the deity. It's not a name.
It's not a
It's
name.
not a name of a god. It just
It's
means
not
the
saying
deity.
God.
Because we have the same word in the Old Testament, 2,612 times in Hebrew.
Same word?
It's the same word, and only the pastors and preachers never told you about it. This has got nothing to do with me talking to you about theology and doctrine. I'm telling you what's in the book. Even the Vines expository of Hebrew words in the Old Testament. I think I'm quoting that book, the title of the book correctly. So even in there, they Christians, and they're telling you the Arabic rendition of the word Allah is also in the Old Testament, and they begin to show you everywhere in the Old Testament the word Allah is. It's the only word Prophet Ezra uses. Jeremiah is using it sometime too. The word Bethel is Bethel is Hebrew for the Arabic word Beitullah. Same word, bro.
Bethel is what?
Bethel means house of God. Bethel, just like Bethlehem, God's house of bread. Well, in Arabic, the word is pronounced Beitullah. It's a dialect. It's the same word. It's a dialect. You ain't saying nothing different, man. Nothing different. You see what's going on, bro?
Yeah, man. You about to make me have nightmares tonight and think too much.
No, you won't have any nightmares because this type of information don't do that. This type of information gives you peace in your state of rest. That's how we're talking. I didn't detect not one time my clairvoyant movie clip never fired up and said you was fake or any of this kind of stuff. It didn't say you was hiding anything from me either. See, the Most High gives us this ability to do this, bro. And he promised that if you don't have it, you gonna get it. Because look at the book of Joel, chapter 2 and chapter 3. He already told you what he's going to do to y'all, the young people. He's waking y'all up all the way. And the old men will see visions. The young will see visions and prophesy, period. Prophesy means you say that which shall be. That's all prophecy is.
I definitely understand that. But for the audience that might still be hanging on with us, but it don't seem like there's many more of us. I think our host went to sleep a little while ago. I still, as a man, I am telling you, man to man, face to face, that your words are peace in my heart, right? But I'm still a man, and I don't listen to another man that just tells me something in a sense, and I ride with it. But
what you said is biblical.
And I research, right?
What you said is biblical. It says he puts his trust in man. That's a curse.
Okay.
The Most High didn't ask us to do that. He said that we should back each other up. I am my brother's keeper. And towards the same goal, we understand our time is short in this earth. There are certain ways and codes that we must live by. Okay? And we must do this. And he said that his whole nation of the people of Israel in the Torah, he says that we are priests unto the world. That's why in the end, they're all going to come to us and say, we've inherited lies from our forefathers, for the truth is with you. Can we go up and worship the true power with you? And they will be allowed to. That's the people who's not even our people. And the Most High says, and in that day, the Gentile who swears an oath, okay, it will be heard and it will be accepted and all will be well with them. So we ain't got no time to be stupid. We got time to deal with what's right and what's wrong.
That's what I love about it. The knowledge of it, to know how to research, to be able to pinpoint and know where I can go show you factual documentation of something before I speak it out of my mouth. Everything else is just a feeling and an intuition or what somebody else said, right? So
correct.
Some of this stuff you're talking about,
hearsay stuff.
Yeah, some of this stuff you're talking about, I've already thought about it like a bunch of times, but not knowing where to show or to give somebody else the same knowledge.
But that was the Most High. That was the Most High showing you. The Most High is showing you that you have been under His care and protection before you was born. That's Him showing you that, and He ain't gonna play with nobody when it comes to you. That's a promise.
Say that out loud to a non-believer and see if they believe you, or see if a person that's on the edge.
First of all, if you say that,
you know what I mean?
When you see someone when you say that and it makes them feel a certain way, then you already know that they're of the other path called the crooked path. And the Most High tells you you're not responsible for straightening out that which is crooked, which He made crooked. He said, "Who is there who can even do this?" You're going to go and straighten out somebody who's crooked? You can't do that.
It's loved ones that feel that way.
He said that they're not your responsibility. Your responsibility. You only have blood kinship relation to them in this realm. You have a spiritual family that's in the upper realm. And
Wife,
they ain't
kids.
necessarily the ones that you looking at, walking
Wife.
around here saying this is your cousin and all this other kind of
I'm
stuff. No,
talking
you got
about
a whole
wife.
family you from.
Talking about wife, seeds, things of that nature. You want to lead
Yeah.
them in the right path, but you know, it's America, man. They
Well, he
reap what
said
they
always,
see.
he said, but that's the part where you don't quit. He says you are to continue to speak a word directed to the right. Don't lean too much to the left, nor lean too much to the right. He says, and they will never be satisfied until you believe the way they believe. He
Damn,
says, so
that's where
leave
I'm
them
at,
alone.
brother. Best stop. Okay, brother. Hold on. I gotta go. You doing
You got to
you
go.
got me? I'm gonna
It's
talk
been
to you,
beautiful.
but god damn it, you doing it right now. Let's breathe on it. And it's too
There you go.
fantastic for me to take it
As
all
we
in the
say,
heart right
brother,
now. You know what I
as we
mean?
say, I'm gonna give you two greetings. As we say in Cherokee, Donada Gohani. You never say goodbye because we're still alive until the next time. That's what that means. And Donada Dutonsla. We are one blood. And you know the peace, shalom, and
No doubt.
shalom means may you go in peace.
No doubt. Peace to you, my brother.
Peace. All right now.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Bye.